Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, this is Sunday Madness number 8, and we here. We here. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. The time is right. The time is right. The time is right. Let's see. Sunday Madness. Sunday Madness. Oh shit. Oh, here we go. Yep, done. Done. Save the changes. Yeah, save the changes. Links. All right. Let's see. Let's in the studio. Yeah. All right. What's going on? Psycho Candy. What's going on? Let me edit this for a minute. Oh, I should have edited in the room. Shit. It's not entertainment. Okay, nonprofit. All right. Let's get it. All right, let's go on, Stoic. Appreciate you. But yeah, I like to talk about, I'll say, the propaganda prophecy tropes, PPT. I hear that a lot in certain individuals' content. Like the other week, I believe last week, I want to expound on something. I don't believe in tropes in anything, but the funny thing is you got people rely on those so much. So the thing I would love to say is why I talk about it so much. You know what I'm saying? I know it's the end of the last year. People predict what is going to happen next year and things like that. Well, this year is going to be a new year. I know I live in the state of Georgia and the election year is changing. Things is moving around. So the governor race is here. I got to see up who's running, things like that. So I'm basically saying is why even bother? And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? So I'm not really worried about what's going on in so many words. So as you can see, we're still here and things like that. And I'm just like, we're going to expound on things. So I'll put this in Discord as we can tell. But, you know, that's the whole purpose. So I hear a lot when people predict and like in the future and all this sort of shit. I'm like, okay, if you talk about prophecy tropes, act like y'all prophets and shit. I'm like, I ain't getting into that. I mean, I saw a stream. He was mentioning things gonna change. No, man. If you see the pattern of the same people doing the same shit, you ought to know people are not gonna change. The only way they can change is how they deal with it inside their own environment and things like that. So in so many words, I gotta say is it can be total bullshit, it can be total whatever, whatnot. And I'm just saying, like, people gotta understand when you're dealing with people, they're gonna repeat the same stuff over and over again. I'm not really upset with it. I'm just saying, like, in so many terms, a lot of people they just get stuck in the wrong things. Like, for example, last year was a little hectic. It was fun. I started streaming somewhere around April and continue on to December months. And then this year it's gonna be a fresh start. It's been a year since I've came back to content. I would say January. And my first one was talking about utilitarianism and things like that. So in so many words, I'm not really tripping at this point. So I'm just going to just say it like this. For me, I'm just trying to build my content the way as best I can and fit for the audience liking and things like that. So I'm here to help a select few. And that's always been my mission. put out certain messages you can learn and counter some of the arguments I've hear around certain spheres and things like that in different spaces on YouTube and things like that, and especially Black sectors. That's my main goal. I'm not focused on one particular goal, like red pill spaces. They're damn near dead. No one cares. No one cares. That's not my mission. My mission is to eradicate the nonsense, but see for what it is. What's going on, degenerate? Salute, salute, salute. I feel like this. When you talk about content, you can stick into the political realm, you can stick into any realm, but you got to stick in what works for you, right? So for me, I'm not really upset what's going on in so many terms. I'm just saying it for what it is. If you're having problems dealing with people, pick up something and just construct yourself with greatness right now. So when I don't talk about the gender wars and relationship, that shit is so 2008ish, 2012ish type arguments. I mean, I've heard this stuff for years ago, and now it's getting to the point. We heard y'all in 2020. That's 2 years ago. Now it's time to talk about something else on these content and streams and things like that and pre-records. It's time to change the page, turn the page to that, because that's not going to be on my channel from now on. I mean, we can talk a bit brief, but I'm not going to expound on it. I'm just going to kill the conversation and change it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tolerate the BS once or longer. Even in the summer, I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to talk about that topic and I'm going to stay with it. I'm not going to delve into the madness, and that's why you don't see a lot of people hovering my shit. The villain sector is a counter reaction of the red pill spaces and everybody else that has problems with us. So we made it this very purpose to our mission to eradicate certain individuals that we don't need, but we do our best to enhance powers. Yeah, we can have conversations. We can be real. We could be competitive and a little spartive. We just need that spark. That's the whole point. What's going on, Art? Salute. And I think that's the thing that we're teaching the younger guys. Now, I'm not focused on Z's a lot, because the younger generation, like the alphas and semi-C's, the younger Z's, that's who I'm focused on. Because once they touch that internet, and I found something valuable last week, and I think Ask Nathaniel said the best, once they have that shit, it's over. It's hard to raise them. But here's the thing. We can be their guide and leadership on these spaces and or any other space, because we're a separate space. We're not part of no manosphere. We're our own shit. It's a separate sphere. It's like a black sphere sector for our own, but we're villains of it. You know, we're the antagonists of everybody else. But the funny thing is, we are helping younger guys expound on your own businesses and your brands. But the thing is, you have to have the idea what you want to do outside of this. But our main goal is to inspire to you. Send them deep messages. See, my channel deals with knowledge and things like that. Outside of that, you can expand on your own, how you do business. Give them a little knowledge there and there, but that's it. And everything else, you got to practice it in person. That's the whole purpose of my channel. So it's not like a how to do channel. You do it, you understand, get the right readings, get the message, the spirituality, and then you're there. So the whole purpose of me doing this again, and I'm glad I'm doing this for a long time. It's been a long time coming. So I'm glad I'm doing back content once again. So yeah. Okay, I see who's in the chat. Okay. Yeah, salute. What's going on? Third Ward. The Third Ward, Colombian. Last night's stream was epic, Third. Appreciate you, man. I enjoyed the shit out of it, even off air. Appreciate you, bro. And yeah, long live the villain sphere. There you go. Yeah. So in so many words, it's just crazy, man. What's the general said? The new app update sucks. Yep. It's usually the way it is, man. I understand. You got to deal with it. But like I said, I think a lot of people love tropes just to get attention and get clicks and likes. And I know people's distracted by the flims and flamsy with the Asian doll shit. Who cares? That's purely distraction. We don't do that over here. We talk about real things, solution-based solutions to help your problem. You practice on yourself and things like that. But my whole base of solution-based, it's like a progress report. You keep doing it. Now the 10 life values is nice. Shouts out to Team A Game. They doing their thing. Appreciate them, and I wish them nothing but the best. They always got my support. But as villains, people think it's a manosphere respect. It's separate. Part of the black sector. We're just the bad guys. We're like the opposite of the black sectors. I mean, it's a semi-neutral space, and it's also our shit. So we keep it contained in a small conundrum, and that's what it is. What's going on, Sick Diggy, aka Wolf? What's going on? But yeah, I just want to just expound on what I talked about. The smartest shall survive. I did a stream early this morning, and shouts out to Langston 2092. He said something to expound. He said the geeks and the nerds rule the planet. Yes, they rule with iron fist. And that's just saying something. And I believe that has helped a lot of people understand. That's how in the most people call it the real world. Yeah, you're in the real world, but I call it realistically in person. That's who runs society. They control everything. They don't even have to lift weights and do much. But the average person, or if he's not really intelligent like that, he's the one being the worker bee. They'll replace you with the machines. We talk about this. I talked about this 2 years ago in the Brain Trust, and we talked about the same problems. I think Complex still preaching that, and that's a good thing. What's going on, G? Salute. And that's just the thing for me. I'm not worried about the next person, right? That's the whole thing. So the whole thing is you stick what you know. What's going on, Mike V? Salute. I'm just saying in so many words, you stick what you know and you maintain above board, right? So in so many words, I'm not really surprised what's going on, right? So when you have guys talking about meetups and this and that, and they think they're conservative, I don't give a fuck about that shit. They're fucking failures. The ones that I kind of applaud is made the attempt, as long as they do something positive with it. The handful that I'm decent in that crowd, do something with it. But the rest of them, fuck them. They didn't include us, and that's just what it is. I don't give a fuck about this shit. That's my purpose of it. I don't give a damn about no one else's beliefs, man. I don't care. This is 2022. I don't give a fuck. I'm challenging the fucking needle this year. I'm not having it this year because my topics is strictly based what's going on, right? So I'm destroying all bullshit this year, you know, and I'll destroy anybody's points this year. I'm not in the mood to just, you know, just fuck around, man. You know, because I won't stick to my content. It's fluid. So embracing being an independent thinker, that'll be tomorrow. I'll do that stream in the nighttime and you'll see a difference in the audio and things like that. But today I'm just with my basic dynamic right now. So I'm going to be on fire today. So we're going to get started with the Sunday Madness thing, the treatment of what we got. And that's just what it is. And I'm just saying, like, we should all know that everybody's got their own problems to deal with, and we're going to survive this shit. I'm not really worried about this year like that, but this year will be good for me because I'm making some moves out here. But this whole month, I'm just going to be content based. Instead of being a panelist, is a waste of my time because I won't get nothing done when I'm a panelist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to keep doing content daily and just do pre-records, and that's it. I'm going to be in the chat and supporting y'all. I'm just not going to participate in no panels. I've done enough of that. Them days is over. So deal with it. Unless I'm cool with the villains that support me with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the whole purpose of me dealing with it builds confidence. So last week, you know, someone tried to sidebar me, trying to say I don't have much in original thought. Motherfucker, everybody takes talking points. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're nobody special. You ain't got no content, bro. Instead of you being a what's the term y'all use? Panel prostitute. Stop being one. That's all I'm saying. I'm not one of them, bro. I do content for real. I've been doing this shit for almost 15 years. I did it on my old channel and got flagged in 2012 and came back with this channel. It'll be 10 years old in April. I've been doing this shit for fucking decades. I've been around the block. Got a few grades in my face. I don't give a fuck about your opinion or anybody else's. You're just another motherfucker that's irrelevant. And I will not acknowledge you again or in the chat room or the panel. You come to the panel, I'm going to knock your ass off and bar you from it. You're not welcome. This channel is strictly for villains and guests alike. But don't come here with that bullshit trying to stir up shit. That's what Sunday Madness is about. It's not about airing out differences. It means fuck everybody else. I'm on that madness time because the reason I did this, I felt like doing it at nighttime is bad. Because when I did the Sunday chills, people get emotional and don't want to be around. But these are better. I can see you in the daytime and I can talk to you. This is the only time I can do it on Sundays. And thank God I'm doing it on a day that I can get the week started. That's how you start off and build your confidence. So basically, I'm just trying to build off what I've been saying since not just last year, but this year I'm going to be straight. So many words, I'm not really worrying about what's going on, right? I'm so tired of the nonsense of the silly shit that I've seen in the past month, or should I say last year, and it's the same old shit. I know people's worrying about death and things like that, but you know that happens every day. And I saw a stream with BMT. He got emotional. I mean, salute to the stream that he did. Very emotional. And he tried to say they're just acting like animals, which is true. I agree. Yeah, certain individuals act like animals, but you can't call the pot called a kettle black if you hang with those crew. But that's understandable. And I get what he's saying. He's coming from that angle, and a lot of people can disagree with what he's saying. We get it. We get what you're coming from. What's going on, Eric Black? Like I said, nobody is above approach. Last week I was like on a break, just get my mind cleared and just come back doing content once again. And I didn't want to start off when the shit was on the fan, when people were starting fucking with their channels. So I'm learning to fall back and be smart, but I'm doing pre-records too. I'm going back to that angle what I used to when I was younger. Some people don't understand that that's part of what YouTube used to be. And that's the old style of it. Am I correct? So in many forms, we do what we do and we stay with it. But that's the only thing I'm going to be solid on. But this year, I'm going to focus on strictly my shit only, pre-record only in the winter, because I think the winter is needed. Panels are a fucking waste of time. I don't care. If you ask me, I'm not fucking with it. I'm done with it. And they can say this is echo chamber. No, it's not echo chamber. It's called being a content creator. It's saying fuck you, because you ain't got no fucking content. So I'm not gonna just scream it's their content. No, it's my content. I don't care if I have less people in the room. I don't give a fuck. Sunday Madness is not designed for your content. It's designed for me to see where people are at. And people listen to conversation. You know, sometimes I do open discussions to be fair, and we can be fair-minded. The problem with the spaces that people be in, you know, these black spaces, what I call them black sectors, I would say stick to what you know and you're good. See, the red pill space, I don't give a fuck about them shits. Them shits is dead to me. They were great back 2 years ago. But the next year was trash. That's when it started dying in March. And I said, fuck all this shit, and start doing my own shit. And it worked for months and months until me and Rashawn, but it was a running joke called a villain sphere. But that took time until we built our own shit outside of YouTube and went over to Discord and say, hey, we're going to plot what we're doing, streams and doing things like that. Talk about real shit and solutions. And then we're moving forward. So we are practicing a small brotherhood. This is not a all-inclusive brotherhood. It's an elite special brotherhood. I'm just going to put the word out. It ain't for everybody, because we're on different purposes and things. We respect each other's business and things like that. We correlate what we want to talk about, make an interesting stream. And I said, like I said this morning, I'm testing the waters with certain topics, but totalitarianism, I will do a part 2 on it. I think it should be interesting, and I think Surreal want me to do it again, but I'll see. But it's anarchism. We're gonna see how good this good. I mean, how good this will be on anarchism. So we're going to talk about it. I'm not going to tread lightly on it. I'm just going to do research what it is in society about the energy and things like that. You know, we was talking about that on the channel last year, and I was trying to focus on what we were going to do. So, in so many words, I know people are not trying to hear what others out. So, in so many words, I'm not really upset coming back. So we was talking about solutions last Friday over at Juan G's, and we said the solutions to the younger generation, and we was talking about all that, and the pain and the struggle. They didn't want to hear the truth, so that's just what it was. And we talk about the generational supremacy nonsense that's going on in these spheres. We changing that as well. So we got to stick with the younger ones and teach them the knowledge, and that's here. So if I'm here, my channel's still here, they'll get the knowledge forward. It's going to be spread around the world. So I'm not really bothered by the next man. And that's just what it is. That's all it is. I stopped doing things recently, and you know, last week I was just testing the waters, and I just let people come find me. That's what I do. So in so many words, I'm just trying to enhance this content as best as I can, so y'all can just come and chill and have a day. But that morning stream was needed. I had to get it off my chest because I wanted to do that stream. I was inspired by Langston. I'm glad he said that. He said the smartest shall survive, which is true. They will survive. If you keep doing dumb shit, it's just like when I saw BMT stream, he was talking about that. That is very relevant. What smartest will always survive if you're in good situations. And I was talking about that in that stream, and then he did one and someone got shot, you know, rest in peace to that person. But yeah, basically you have those type of problems. So in so many words, I know people are going to be who they are. So when you're in these spheres, you're going to deal with a lot of bullshit. That's just part of the game. You can't get mad at people about certain problems. And then there you are. And that's how I feel about it in so many words. You know, and I'm just like, you know, I'm in here and knowing, and that's just it. So it's been a quiet beginning, but it's going to be exciting to this coming up next week, and we're going to be fine, and that's it. So the night streams are coming, but the Sunday Madness will continue. It will continue. This is a thing. It will be standard, and I'll keep it on for a while because I ain't got no other choice just to do it. Right. So if you stick with it, you'll be on par. What's going on, right? And that's just how it's going to be. Propaganda and prophecies and tropes is so fucking annoying. PPT. So when you're dealing with them, you starting to realize things change over time. You can't worry about the same shit over and over again. And I think the problem with it, we're going to see is you're going to see it in the next couple of days and next weeks and things like that. I'm pretty curious about the debate with Tommy versus VA. I'll say January 16th. I'm going to check out what day that is. Y'all give me a second. Because I feel like let's see what the 19th on. Not 19th, but the 16th. Oh, it's on a Sunday. Oh, I'm gonna check it out. Yeah. I that stream, it ain't gonna be that long, but it's gonna be on the 16th, right? Okay, it's on a Sunday. Interesting. The Tommy and the Village Arsonist, I call him VA. Yeah, that was on Martin Luther King's birthday that Monday. Interesting. events. Interesting. That's what it is. His birthday's on the 15th on Saturday, but then the 17th they celebrate his birthday. Okay. So it's before his holiday. Ah, okay. On the 9th, we're gonna do what we do. And that's what we're gonna build on to it. But the 16th, we're gonna be here. So tomorrow, embracing being an independent thinker. Wednesday on the 12th, yes, we're gonna talk about anarchism, and then we're gonna have a redo of the 14th of Thursday Thrills because I was hit with a copyright strike. I had to take the shit down. You ain't gonna have a lot of madness on here. No, I'm not gonna do that shit again. No, I'm not doing that. That was a one-time thing. I'm not tolerating that. No. Because the last time I don't want no problems with fucking YouTube and everybody else. And that's just it. And that's just what it is. Yeah. So, in so many words, I'm just like, we here now. I'll read some of the comments. He said, according to the Matrix, many love the blue pill and ignorance and bliss. People rather fantasize than the truth because it's the truth. They can't refute it and still pay attention, even from the class. Of course. Let's see who else is reading this. I hear you sound like you talking about the growth or not being stagnant. Exactly. That's what I'm about. It's evergreen over here. Try to be different than everybody else. It ain't easy, but I'll take that risk. It's part of the good to be part of the opposition. Let's see what he's got. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's official. Yeah, it's official. Yeah, it's on the 16th. It's on that Sunday. I believe, I don't know what the hell they're going to talk about. This is a segue of what I'm seeing what's going to talk about. Greetings, college, and greetings. All hail, great skull. The petty salute, the palace of petty. But yeah. We just, like I said, man, this is one of those things I've just like, I want to try to be different than everybody else. Cause one thing is I try to get away from the typical red pill, the manosphere, what you call the incel spirit. We just told them, you dudes over there, we got our own shit over here. So it's ran by top guys like the Ghost, the Captain Ghost, and the Vice Captain, Sir of Grey Skull, and the advisor, Dr. Doom Dre himself. And then we got Third Warlord Colombian. And we also got the wild man himself, Chaos Hedgie, Gino Richardson. And we also got the Slayer, the Degenerate. And we also got TC Killer, T Church in the building. We also got our man for land of the Adelphias from Philadelphia, 1Gs. See, there we go. Our team. It's an 8-man polygon strength. That's us. But we'll see who's worthy in the future. We may add some new people or whatever. They want to be a part of it. It's cool. That's what forms our villainy. And we get stronger. That's the whole point. So basically, my channel is based off older rivals and anything else. And that's how I see it. But in so many words, I feel like, it's been a long time coming. I'm just trying to see what it's going to be like in the future. So in so many words, I'm like, okay, we're going to build a foundation and we're going to keep it moving. So I think the whole thing last year was amazing. And I feel like we're here now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm going to see the debate that 16th. I don't know when the day is going to come. And we're going to build off what we're going to talk about. So right now, Sunday Madness, we're 29 minutes in. The clock is ticking and we're going to do damage. So, you know what I mean? So, yeah, the Captain of Grey Skull. All hail Grey Skull to you, Captain. Let's see what he's talking about. He said, here's some band-aids for that butt kicking last night. Eagles. Mwah. He's talking about the Eagles. Yeah. Juan Jesus mad. Don't say that to him. He'll whoop your butt. I got a lot of knowledge. I mean, it's all on my channel. I do the philosophy streams. I do exercises for a reason. I'm just gonna get certain content creators to mess with it and tickle with it, and they get drawn to it because it looks like the Grandmaster went against Big J last week. His detractors, he said, that's a whole nother story, and I like it. Him challenging Big J is kind of funny to me because Big J, he had some good points. The problem with him is he didn't stick with the Monahan report. I might have to do a pre-record on that and review it on the Thursday stream and talk about it and just go in depth on it and stick with the topic. And then I'm just going to be enamored with the floor. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. So if they want that discussion to be had, I'm welcome to Grandmaster. He can join me and then we can discuss it, the grievances and things like that. So that's one we'll stand on it. So in so many words, I'm not really mad that that's just how they get down. You know what I mean? So I'm not really tripping on who is here. It's how you apply it. So I talk about a lot about certain topics. I think when I was talking to certain philosophies like utilitarianism, and then I talked about other philosophies like nihilism. Then I broke down other philosophies like conservatism and liberalism in its proper form, because liberalism deals with what's going on, Jay Sean, salute, deals with a lot of the proper Republicans that you see today. They're conservative liberals, and then you got your liberal conservatives. That's your Democrats, because they're the original conservatives a long time ago. They liberal in policies, true, but the military industrial complex, they are conservative on very fronts. They want big government, extreme power, like a semi totalitarian mixed with authoritarian ways. Then you got your Republican party known as conservative liberals. They're conservatives in the economic field, but in militarily, they're liberal. That's the differences you see in around the world. So yeah, this is a whole nother spew what's going on. But Sunday Madness is one of those times that we was talking about politics, combination of everything else, tech, future, what's going on. That's why I said the smartest shall survive. It's true. It's facts. Because you see the evidence. The street shit is dead. You can still do it time to time, but I wouldn't miss it. I'm wasting my time arguing with people. That's what you gotta understand. Some people are just tired of that. And that's just how I feel about it. But I'm just saying in so many words. But Sunday Madness is one of those things, man. I'm just like, you see it and you come through. And I've been having some good ones. But the fuckery, I did one. It was a petty edition. I love it. And that's a classic. It's still up. You can still watch it. That was like a 12-hour stream. And that went crazy. That was a crazy time to be a part of that stream. So in so many words, I'm not really mad what's going on. And there was some couple of good streams and things like that. So we got to see what's going on. And it is what it is. So the new year, I'm teaching certain brothers to get their minds right and, talk about hobbies sometimes, talk about different things and get into it. And, we stick with the knowledge and things like that. But you got a lot of people love entertainment. I understand. They say, you ain't doing this in your daily life. How do you know? It's not about going out there and marching and doing shit. That pro-black shit, y'all need to cut that bullshit out. It's what you do for yourself spiritually. Then the shit works. That's how it works. See, bragging about having a better job than everyone else, that's the type of bullshit that divides men. I respect people that go to work. They're going to be wrong. No hate. I'm just saying. Tech is here. What you going to do when you transition it? Not a goddamn thing. So y'all need to be talking. I understand he was emotional in that stream. I disagree with him on several points. No, I'm built for shit like this. When it comes to conversations, talking about this stuff. I'm built for it. Don't ever say I ain't built for it. Y'all niggas ain't built for it. It's not about the conversation because y'all can't hang with the white boys. I've whooped the white boys' ass in middle school. That's how long ago it was. I'm built for it. These niggas that talk like that have bigger channels than I am, they're not fucking built for it. That's why I don't take them seriously. I've been here for decades and I've seen this shit all the time. This shit comes and fucking goes. Y'all can't tell me shit about content because y'all ain't got no content. I'm sorry. I got real content over here, bro. Y'all don't have to support me. I don't give a fuck. That's why I'm the baddest motherfucking villain on the team. Don't give a shit. Because panels don't make you tough. It just makes you weaker. And someone gets emotional about making fun of your Timbs. I don't give a fuck about that. That's your problem. Try to say someone can't dress. Okay. At least I dress decent than you, but you ain't got no content. So what are you talking about? See, I'm glad the advisor did a stream on the 15 things, and I took his advice on that thing and got me some new threads. So it's nothing wrong to improving yourself. All that flashy shit does not work in modern day society. They don't give a fuck about that. They laugh at you. You're a clown. You're a jester to them. They want you to see, can you produce content or the workflow? Can you handle that big money? No, none of you niggas can't. That's why I don't take you fucking seriously. It's only a handful that's doing that. You got Jay Sean in here, you got Dre, you got a handful of guys that's doing the shit. I used to do the shit. I'm trying to get back into it. But online, you got to learn to adapt with people, even the ones you don't like. But I ain't going to participate in a panel if they ain't going to do the work. It's not going to fuck with a lot of people on here. I'm telling you that right now. You have a choice to say fuck everybody else. See, that's a villain's motto. That's the saying I'm saying. I've been saying that. Y'all not gonna stop me. All talking points and Kate has always been talking to. The funny thing is, it's just not the same when you're trying to change things, but you know, that's just what it is. A lot of people just want to talk shit and just be seen. I respect their viewpoints. They can disagree with me all day long. Like, I give a fuck. Like, look, where's the solution? Are you going to change anything? So you got Mal Mennerman said, let's talk about the divestment. He cuts out a guy named Archer. I peeped that stream. It's pathetic. That's why y'all ain't going anywhere. I can't take you dudes seriously. I watch your actions online and offline. I hear stories about you. That's why I don't really broadcast myself like that on YouTube. I don't need to. I don't need to flex. See, I talked about this last year about the Young Dolph shit, and everybody disagreed with me and gave me some pushback, which is pathetic, and that's where we are today. Y'all ain't about no healing. Y'all ain't about no truth and knowledge. Yeah, it's like stagnation bullshit. And let me tell you something. As a villain, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm on the point. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what I'm doing. But if I'm spreading and being selfless to the brothers that are my fellow villains, they're doing the work. I'm fine. I'm doing the work. It's just a lot of motherfuckers love propaganda, prophecy, tropes. They love it because they're fucking failures. They hide behind and worship and idol worship a man that has a fake beard. I'm sorry. I can't do that shit. That's not masculine. And that's my hashtag. It's not masculine. It's not manly at all. I mean, yeah, it's okay to have a masculine beard sometimes, but that's not masculine whining about the same shit over and over again about females all day. It's not masculine, sir. Women don't like that, all that whining and complaining. You got to do it. It's called being efficient. See, they choose who determines society. Like I said, man, like that cool shit was cool when we was children, kids, teenage, probably early 20s. But when you get to, I would say college or trade or something like that else, and you want to be responsible and want to run a business, you got to be semi-cool, but you got to have a lot of brains. You got to be well-balanced. And you also got to be the guy that's well-rounded. But if you're smart and intelligent, yeah, you got to hang with those people. That's how you get there in life. And next thing you know, you hang on your feet, talk your shit, but you're that smart. You don't flaunt it. You show it by your actions. That's why they're winning. That's why the people love the $1 billion mindset, the billionaire mindset. Shouts out to Ask Nathan. He said this. You got to have that. You got to cut off wicked people sometimes. The bullshit's got to stop. The bullshit's got to stop. All that shit with trying to act all masculine, all in that alpha shit, y'all ain't shit. That's why I say fuck anybody else play that fake alpha shit. True alphas don't brag about leadership. They just do it. They show it by their actions, not online, offline. I see it. It's not about being a masculine alpha red pill. That's not red pill. Red pill means responsibility and see the awareness of the bullshit and act accordingly. Not complain about females all day. It will never be one fits all. That's y'all's problem. That's not red pill. Worrying about females is not red pill. I always say it's blue pill. It's ass backwards. Y'all the ciphers and Agent Smiths, not us. We're way more red pill than y'all by not giving a fuck about y'all. That's red pill itself. See, if y'all want to play the black pill game, we don't give a fuck. We too nonchalant about that. That's the only topics I don't talk about. I'm too nonchalant and I don't give a shit. It's irrelevant and don't matter because they're going to do what the fuck they want to do anyway. Because you're worrying about the wrong shit. And we got plenty of sisters in the chat doing great work for themselves and supporting us. They're doing great. It's just when you got niggas complaining 24/7, make victim stream after victim stream, it comes retarded. I just cut off a victim streamer that blocked me 2 years ago on some fuck shit, on politics. Fuck all them niggas. Where they at? They've been bodied. They ain't got no content. See, content matters and context matters what you're doing and what your content. Are you producing anything? I mean, jobs is great, but are you producing good content to create jobs for someone else? And I'm just saying, bruh, where is the solution of your problems? We're not therapists. We just tell it like it is. That's the whole point of society. So when you got guys complaining all day long and doing 3 to 6 hour streams like a one-man show, that's cool. But 9 out of 10, I don't give a fuck about that. That's not content to me, bruh. It will never be content to me because you got to be fully entertained and to do that. I don't fuck with individuals like that. Thank God we created a sphere for us to just be ourselves and then build and move forward. But the same old shit I see from other areas. You know what I'm saying? And stop blaming the poorest group. Most people are poor. You know what I'm saying? That's y'all's problem. Ain't got no content. Y'all ain't got no context. Y'all just being fucking unoriginal. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm sick of anybody's tropes. I don't follow tropes, bro. I follow results, what works for me. See what works. I know everything else works, but don't tell me how to do my content. You do your content. Stop being a fucking panel prostitute. I got so mad and pissed last Friday, half of it, and it was mild. And have the nerve to try and say, motherfucker, you ain't got no content. Next person that says it again, I'm going to flush your ass and say, do your fucking content. Fuck you and anybody else that don't agree with me on my content. I stand on it. Fuck you niggas. Okay? Don't come to me and say, you've been doing this and this and this and then be panel hopping and be a fucking idolater. I don't fuck with niggas that ain't got content, bruh. Now, I understand people that don't want the content. That's good to their panels, but I'm talking about the ones that be diehard nut riders for a certain individual. Do your fucking content. If you say you got content, do your content and challenge me on all my old shit and new shit that have over 1,000. I dare you. I fucking triple, quadruple dare you. Ain't no money. Put some hours in on a pre-record. Do what I did for decades. But you niggas can't do that. Because y'all ain't got no content like that. Stop it. You will lose every time. I will not take you seriously. I will not take you seriously on panels. I will body you every time. Fuck out of here. Your channel's trash, sir. You ain't got no content, and don't come to me all week and you just got bodied by DS1 twice. You don't have any content. I don't talk to people that ain't got no content, bro. I'm not a yes boy. I don't answer no weak ass half-century old motherfuckers that be crying a lot all day. That's bitch ass nigga shit. And it's still fuck you. Yeah, we cool. We backed off on this shit, but we ain't cool now. That's a big fuck you. I stand on that. You ain't gonna see my ass on panels. No, I'm gonna do my content. I'm gonna do my little small roast, and I'm not gonna stop. Fuck what you gotta say. Do some content or shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying. That's a sidebar, y'all. You know, there's a certain individual thinks he know it all. He ain't shit. Okay, you're almost damn near 50. Grow the fuck up and stop worshiping another man, bitch nigga. But don't come in the chat and don't come in on my panels. I'm gonna knock your ass off. I will not respond to your bullshit antics. Period. This is a new year, new day. We're not taking your shit or malmanner man's. He can go to hell. That's all I'm saying. But you niggas ain't shit. So all y'all do is bitch and complain all day. See, we're gonna kill this shit. Y'all gonna be surprised February, but shouts out to Gino, man. Chaos Hedgie himself. He gonna do some damage. I can't wait. I will have, he's got my full support. And what's going on, Nadia? Salute. What's going on, Street? Salute. I'll be in full support of his shit. I don't know what it is. I'll give him some advice. I'll give him some content. If he asks me some suggestions, I'll participate. I'll be in the crowd. I'll be supportive. I've done that. So I have nothing to prove. I did that last year. This year, I'm focused on me now because a lot of niggas, they want to cry and be on panels. But if I see them, I'm going to slaughter their asses, man. Fuck these niggas, man. I'm standing on my shit. I'm not going to follow anybody's bullshit. Rules on their panels. I'm saying fuck you. I'm on my villain shit now. See, a lot of niggas want to try to pretend and like, I don't have to show you nothing in person. Fuck you. If you know, if we ain't boys offline, we ain't cool like that. I got people that's from different states I'm cool with. They just got a life and family. I got my own shit to deal with, and that's it. I'm just a messenger, bro. I ain't trying to be this cool cat. That don't get you far in life. Trust me. That's why smart people that's building shit, owning people, rule the fucking world. That's why you got a fucking 1%. This is why it's not a utilitarian society y'all believe in. It's not. It's morally nihilistic if you want to get technical, but that's a whole nother spiel, but I'm not going to get into that. But you got a lot of niggas want to cry all day. I'm so sick of that shit. Me and Dre and everybody else is sick of that shit. Even the villains. We all sick of the bullshit, bro. So y'all can have that bullshit and hang yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole month, I'm doing content and pre-records and talking about some of my other shit, and I'm gonna blow past any nigga that tries me, man. I ain't got time for that. Fuck what anybody else thinks. It's a new year and a new day. I don't give a fuck anymore. Because niggas get on my nerves every time crying about who ain't got content, this and that. Nigga, you ain't got no content. Do a fucking stream for over 4 hours or 12 or 13. Shut me up with content. You can't shut me up on panels. Shut me up doing content for a long time. Do it for fucking decades. I dare you. But you niggas don't got it like that. Fuck out of here. But that's just all I'm gonna say on it. But you got these ignorant bitch ass niggas always want to cry about shit, and then you wonder why I listen to certain people in black sectors and I'm studying this shit. They always want to cry about the same old circle jerk, double talking shit. This is what they do, man. I love seeing chaos, man. What are the YouTubes? I just do. I mean, I like certain content too. Some of it's educational, some of it's chaotic, and then what they do. These big YouTubers ain't shit. Who cares about fit and flimsy and flamsy? They trash. They ain't got no content, bruh. They ain't got no solutions. They ain't helping nobody. They misleading the boys and they're destroying them. That's what's killing them. You know what I'm saying? But I'm back on my shit. This is a new year, new day. I'm focused on my damn self, and that's it. Cause you got a lot of fuck niggas in this space, man. Like I don't fuck with. It's just the truth. And I'm gonna stay being headhunting. I stopped caring. Don't come on my side and apologizing. Just move on and get lost. That's all I'm saying from now on. But yeah. Yeah, she's make drop. Yeah. 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 Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. That's all I'm here. And the whole point is when I'm trying to do this, thank goodness actually I did a stream early this morning called The Smartest Shall Survive or something like that, right? And then I did another stream called actually this one is called Sunday Madness number 8. This is a good one, but I will do one tomorrow. Talk about something totally different. Embrace your mind. Stop worrying about frivolous shit. Because I'm gonna be back doing content again. But once I talk about anarchism, I'm gonna be good. So from now on, I am doing me. And that's it. This month, I ain't gonna be a panelist as much. I did that for last week to just get my mind right. So again, I'm not worried about individuals. Y'all can feel free to hate and do what you do. And I don't give a fuck. Because y'all proving my point every day. Like I said, I'm on with it. I'm on board. I'm staying with it, bro. Yeah, but I'm not gonna hate on Juan G's wabbing, because it just lets me know panels ain't my thing anymore. It used to be good for 2 years. And you know why I found out how to promote your channel? Vlog streams. And I've noticed when I did one this morning, get a lot of I'll say views off that, but I'm not gonna discuss that. I found a way to strategize. I found a way to certain equipment through the phone and things like that. Eventually a camera. I'm just gonna build off my shit. What's going on, Red? Salute. That's the content I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick to what I've done best for decades, and I'm gonna spill out my shit and start bombing niggas, man. And not acknowledging them. And that's what I'm gonna go back to, because I feel like I can be consistent every year and not giving a fuck. And that's my thing. And I'm just gonna blow past and watch something else. I'm gonna start being evil like that. See, being evil and being a villain works. We're calculated. So when we do our shit, we're gonna do our shit. See, a lot of niggas, they think we just being nice and all that. Nah, motherfucker, we diabolical over here. We're gonna do our shit and move on. I don't see what's going on in other parts of the spheres. Take advantage of the shit that works. I'm not listening to stupid people no more, man. Ain't got time for that. I ain't trying to run my blood pressure over this internet shit, because you niggas ain't really about that. And shouts out to BMT for that statement that he made. Rest in peace to that individual, whoever he was shedding tears for. Rest in peace to that individual. I'm just tired of the bullshit too. I've been tired for like decades, and I'm done with them. That's why we have our own sphere. It's called the villain sphere for a reason. It's called a villain sector of villains, but we have our own little shit off here, and we discuss real shit and just move on. And real topics and things like that. Make a topic out of something, because I want to challenge the big dogs, these PhDs. I'll get my knowledge game up, and then I'm going to try to look into the Monahan report, certain things, the broken window, have a various topics. It's like a pre-record, various topics, right? And we're going to do our damn thing. That's the thing we're going to do. That's what I want. So I'm enjoying this shit. Just got me a stand. The stand came in today, my microphone, and I'm impressed. I like it. This is a good fit. It's for the yoke mount, and yeah, this is good for me. I'm enjoying the hell out of this shit. Y'all can't tell me shit, man. And that's what it is. So yeah, in so many words, I'm just gonna be what it is. And that's just what it is. And that's just what it is. I'm just building my shit as best as I can, meet different people every day. And it's great. It's great. And try different forms of views. What's going on, Benny? Salute. And yeah, I'm just trying to just get my mind off of the bullshit and just stick where I do best. And it works. And I was looking at my numbers in the back. I'm just like, man, this is gonna be good. I'm just gonna go all in today when it gets to the hour mark, and then I'll test the waters. But the whole purpose, man, is like, yeah, the propaganda, prophecy tropes. I'm tired of hearing it. Who cares? I'm tired of hearing it. And everybody kept saying the man's very end, man, very end. I don't give a fuck about that. That's y'all's delusion. I'm not part of that shit. I left that shit in March, bro. When that shit between me and MOT, I let that shit alone, bro. That's why I started coming back and do my own shit. And I'm glad I did it with Rashawn last year. Shouts out to the Oni Ghost himself, the captain of the villain sphere. We're going to do our thing. I'm sick of this shit, man. We're going to do our damn thing, and we're going to remain refined over here. And our refined knowledge and pettiness, the swift of knowledge, the dark truth, spilled out knowledge, shaking the worlds, changing minds, changing lives. We do what the fuck we're going to do. I'm not tripping off this shit, bro. This shit is lightweight. It's just what it is, bro. Like, we're gonna do our thing. We're not pissed off at anybody. We're just gonna be the monsters that we're gonna be, man. Yes, we're gonna be diabolical. Yes, we're gonna be this way and whatever. And I'm just saying, man. Like, I ain't got time to argue with people on panels all day. I don't have the move for that. It's just what it is. And let's just cut the bullshit, because we're the most hated in this sphere and things like that. And I'm just tired of arguing with people all day. It's no need on panels like that. There's certain panels I will go on, but I'm not gonna go on for everybody. But I'm gonna treat y'all what you are. I'm not fucking with no clowns this year. Do with real people. Speak the real shit. So yeah, man, I'm not in the mood this year. I'm really not in the mood this year, because keep that bullshit to yourself. Like, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, do some content, please. Because I'm not in the mood trying to be ambushed and all this other shit. If you ain't got no content to me, if we're not talking about things that's realistic, I'm not fucking with you long term. Period. I'm just telling it like it is. I'm so tired of bitch ass people online talking about the same old shit. I crush heads out here, bro. I don't care. I crack people's minds open to get the knowledge. I ain't trying to argue with people, trying who's tough and this and that. I ain't. Them days is over. That was in my 20s. I'm in my 30s. I ain't got time for that shit. You act like little bitches crying about the same old female that y'all want to talk about, but who gives a fuck? They're irrelevant, bro. Only we got to change. Like I said this every time on blog streams. If we change and change our shit and our mindsets, they'll come, and then we got to take our time. See, it's a process. It's a day-to-day fight. That's why I say dereliction is a day-to-day fight. Shouts out to Ruin for that reference. He always said that. He said, even yours truly. He said this one time on the stream. I listened, and I'm in that threshold to change. It's not easy, but you get it done. That's the beauty of changing your mindset of the future. So this channel will be fine. If I decide to create another one, it's going to be a different channel, but it's not going to be relationship based. Might be a little podcast, but that's something to think about. I'm in no rush. I'll use it for certain purposes, and that's it. Because I was looking at Lapeef's setup. I like how they have conversations. Not easy to do. You got to have the right type of people in your circle to do that. I will bring somebody new in. That's a goal. I got to see how this channel will last. If this channel will last, I'll create another one. I'll see it. But I said I was going to create one this year, but I'll think about it because I ain't got the right equipment and things like that, because I got to work on my little background, what I need to do. And once I do that, I'll be fine. So I'm here. And I'm gonna commence this real quick. So I'm gonna pin this. That's it. So as what I'm saying, since we're in the hour, Sunday Madness is still here, and we're gonna take our time and just gonna be straightforward. And this is just a typical Sunday. I'm back. It's official. Tomorrow I'll do a embrace an independent thinker. It's gonna be totally different. It's not gonna be here's the thing. I will not show my old shit. I'll show you a playlist with the share, probably around the 30-minute mark, and what I'm talking about. Something like that. And if you have missed it, I will reference a lot of it as we talked about. So it's pretty cool to just look at those in the playlist. It's called Independent Thinkers Playlist. If you find it, you'll see what I'm talking about. So yeah. Let me see. The peak panels came up and they are interactive with strong opinions. Yeah, they are. I like their little setup. I like their little, I be peeping they shit. I don't know if I want to subscribe and Skywatch, and I'll just be in the chat. Oh, Happy New Year to you, Shantae. Appreciate you. Welcome. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the thing, man. Like, I'm going back to my old ways. This takes me back to almost, well, actually, it's gonna be 10 years ago. And be consistent, man. It ain't easy, but it's a process. I'm getting back in the swing of things. Thank God I'm an algorithm. I think me and Kuda talked about this last Friday. And yeah, because when I saw BGS in the chat last year, woo, I got the screenshot. I know he's moving around and around with his boys. That's cool, but he can catch me on Thursdays. If he can't catch me this Sunday, that's cool. But if he does, it's going to be an interesting conversation. We're going to see. But Captain, do your thing. He said, the villainous vice captain. Yeah, we on fire today, man. We ain't playing captain. I mean, yeah, do your thing. I do mine. Like I said, I'm back because I'm going to stick to the content. We're going to talk about some shit. We're just going to be diabolical with the shit and just move forward. And that's the whole point. So we just going to be who we are, man. Like, I don't care what other people think. I'm still going to do the same content I've always done. The difference is I'm just going to add different flavor to it, different topics, come up with some topics I'm home, and people just expound on it. I know people ain't going to like it. I don't give a fuck. It's not yours. You do yours. And don't worry about me. I won't acknowledge you. I don't get you up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not playing with y'all. Fuck out of here. And once I don't acknowledge you, I don't have to acknowledge you. Just don't even mention me in any conversations. I won't acknowledge you. It's going to treat you what you are. I'm going to blow past you. And that's it. I'm not playing this shit, bro. Like, this is what we do out here. So, yeah. The villain sector, the villains is here. Yeah, I got my sky picture. I use this picture, this avatar. I took this in the backyard as a reference to, yeah, I'm an earth sign myself all day. I use this for like daytime, represent the daytime, because outside it's a little cloudy. You know, it's a little mild cold. It's 60 degrees, but it was 30-something degrees outside early this morning. A little nippy. It's going to be cold tonight, but I'm just saying, that's for my day streams. If you see this icon, this is for my day streams. And then I switch it to, you know, the Skeletor reference of his story and things like that as a villain. You know, I liked it. I could have picked any of them. Could have picked Corinthia because y'all wasn't familiar with him. For which three, I can't explain myself. I'm not going to do all that. I went with this reference. And I know Dre had it first, but I know all the pictures of Skeletor. I could have had Doom, but I said, no, he gave it to me. And then he started being Dr. Doom advisor. I like that. And it worked. And I mean, I enjoyed the conversation we have in the Accord. I enjoyed it. We talk about real things. We look at other content creators, get ideas, get our minds right. But I can't wait for Gino's content, man. He's on fire with his shit. He's working on himself, and I'll get him there. Oh, I'll get him there. I'll support. heavy. It's just what it is. But yeah. What's going on?
Hey, did I
Hey,
turn my mic down? I didn't know I could do that.
all the game?
Yeah. No, on the actual StreamYard.
Oh yeah. You can do that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
set mine's a certain level.
Is
Yeah.
this okay? Is it out?
Yeah, you
Should I
sound
turn
good.
it down
You
some
sound
more?
good.
I
No,
should
no, no.
turn it
You
down
you
some more.
sound good.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to come up and say thank you so much. I really appreciate you because you really share my streams and stuff, and I just appreciate that. When I get
Not
a
a
little
problem. Not a
extra
problem.
income, I'm gonna cash app you something. But I really thank you so much because I'm sure if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have as many subscribers as I have. So thank you so much.
It's always to help individuals on the bottom because I see small channels all the time. But I
Mhm.
started using that feature last year since I'm subscribed to certain people. I was good with them on panels. I just want to share their stuff and get them to a certain point. I'm selfless like that. Sometimes if I see decent content, whatever, wherever it is, if y'all talking about different things besides the typicals, um, that right there, just check them out, and
Yeah.
shouts out to all of y'all. Yeah.
I started noticing I'm supporting channels that don't support me. And then like I noticed that if I don't send a cash app in a certain amount of time, like their behavior changes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, so you have it's like I have to go where I'm supported. And so I'm just saying that, now that I'm
What's going on,
cognizant of
Bunny?
how this YouTube thing works, it's about it's a popularity contest.
Yeah, it is. It is. And once I think so you started last year. Okay. I had a channel prior to this. I was trying to transition to different avenues of my content because when I very first started years ago, when I was younger, I
Mhm.
realized it wasn't easy at first. Yeah, I did the
Yeah.
copyright thing when YouTube changed. I always told the story, but it's not easy for the first time. I had small subscribers too. In my old channel, I had like 100 something, like
Yeah.
128 before I got flagged. But when I came back, it took time. I started going in the ranks, had viral videos, easy to do, easy to talk about. Because back then, the stuff I was saying wasn't popular.
Yeah.
And then when I left away from it, uh, after the 3 years, it took me 6 years to come back because I was focused on myself offline, and the numbers jumped. And the things was people was watching my old stuff, and that takes time. And even if you take it away from like 5 weeks and 5 months, you still gonna get support. It depends on if people's new. Oh, they appreciate you. It's just something else. But yeah, it takes time. It's a certain skill. People will like it, whatever. If you keep doing the stuff you're doing, like I ain't saying the negative stuff. Negative stuff is good, but if you balance it both out, oh yeah, you're gonna be a good content creator. People gonna take an eye and look at you and say, "Who's this woman?"
But
Next
now
thing you
it's
know, you
like
going
I
up.
don't want
Yeah,
to be on the bullshit. I now like actually care about the topic and I want it a
yeah,
certain way. And when I get like that, that's when you
yeah,
know I'm on to something.
yeah. But you can balance it though. It ain't just that. Like anything you do, like if you put a little knowledge into the bullshit, you be like, "Wow, how she do that?" Well, it's uniqueness. A lot of people can't do it, man. It's only a handful that can. Now, me, on the other hand, that's a whole nother story, because I'm too cerebral to certain people. But I ain't gonna
I
say as a
like to be
woman or
just
any
joking
word.
and laughing and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
I don't want to be all serious. It's like that's not my goal. My goal is just to
yeah,
have fun. Let's have
yeah.
fun. I don't want to make it about race. I try not to anyway, but it always gets to that or gender because like honestly, everything that we talk about is really across the board for every race, every socio-economic level you can think of.
Right, right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So
What's
it's
going on,
good.
Toy? You got a good stream today with your mom. Appreciate you.
Oh shoot, I missed it. I was on somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
she had
dang,
a good stream with her mom.
I'm gonna catch the
Yeah.
replay.
Oh, the
Hey
replay
Bobby
value
Bunny,
is
hey
probably
Bunny.
good. Yeah. He said, oh, okay. Yeah. What did Shantae say? I don't see what she said. I watch different people, Shantae. Who else I watch? I watch Alvin Preach. I watch various people. I watch what's called the Devin Wade podcast. I watch the $1 million worth of game. They talk about real stuff, what's going on in their cities. I watch a lot of balance of mix of sports, real issues, politics, a combination of a lot of things. Not relationship stuff, because I know people are gonna be biased on one end, just like the men and the women, because I don't like that. You want to balance it out. Like, hear all sides. Like, what causes problems? What you do? I don't deal with them that much because it's like a religion. Like, no, 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 no. I'm atheistic because I don't, I don't believe in concepts and tropes. Like they always say, she's bad on one side, and then okay, what about you, sir? You over here fucking around. What do you cause to trigger that?
Yeah.
It's just it turns into a religion all of a sudden. Like, no, 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 no. I done heard that shit for decades. I'm tired, man. Same old talking points I done heard from SWP. At least he toned his shit down. I mean, he sounds the same, but it ain't what it used to be. He's like, man, I ain't talking about, I recently watched his pre-records and I was like, man, he's at it again, but that's okay. But me,
Yeah.
I try to be different. I try to, I try. It's not easy. That's why me and Dre get along so well. He said, you got to have these hobbies. I said, yeah. And I see what Ty City did, what he did. He had to take that shit down. Said, I do car videos. That's good.
Yeah.
He say like
Exactly.
guns and stuff, but yeah.
Exactly. So yeah. Yeah, that I don't know if you've seen, I think you did see my stream with the magazine covers.
Yeah.
Like these the same topics. Same topics. Nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. We talk about uh passport, people that go overseas. Are you finding love over there? It was so many different, like I could have went on and on looking for different covers.
Mm-hmm.
So wild. And we still talking about it. And like
Yeah, a
the
lot of
kids,
them are
like the children,
stagnated.
they don't even give a fuck about black and they don't give a fuck about none of that.
Well, they're not as brainwashed as most people think. It's a lot of information they digging from the grounds. Even if we're teaching the actual history, it doesn't really matter. They figure out what's real and what's not, no matter what color. And while I'm amazed, they're talking about the stuff I used to talk about decades ago, and I'm amazed out here. You notice in conversation, if you listen, you be like, oh, okay. And so, but YouTube done
Yeah.
golf their minds. But see, I didn't have that when I was their ages, because I remember YouTube didn't exist until like 05, like I was a teenager. That stuff didn't exist back then. You had to actually go out in the library and read books. And I did that. I did that years ago. And people forget I was a book reader. Yeah, I had the internet and everything, but it wasn't much. It wasn't great back then. It's
Right. It
just
wasn't like
books
it
was,
is now.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And I had my grandfather, my uncle that taught me about, black rights, black power, all that stuff. Like I didn't even know about, because they don't teach you that in school, but they taught me
Yeah,
that.
they don't. I learned that stuff from a Native American teacher in 6th grade, taught me about black inventors and things like that in 6th grade. He challenged the school system. I'm from a state originally from Tennessee, originally moved to Georgia in '07. Same concept, but what I've learned from other people, they tell you some real shit time to time. I listen. I used to do that in the workplace, and we just dropping history quotes and things like that. Even while I was working, they said it's fucked up. They don't tell you all the truth. But I said, I know. And we have a long conversation. It's kind of like what I learned from panels 2 years ago. People was depressed and they was sick and they don't know what they're gonna do for their next meal and their jobs. So I said, yeah, I know that's like I know y'all types before, but I listen, and that's the pain they go through. But man, those panels was crazy back in 2
But a
years.
lot
Now
of people
last year was
don't
fun
make
though.
ways. A lot of people don't make ways for themselves. They accept where
Yeah,
they are. They get comfortable and content, and
too
then
comfortable.
too comfortable, and then it's everybody else's fault. Not it's white supremacy. See, it's so easy to blame white supremacy. It's easy because the white man. Well, I realized when I joined the military. Well, shit, it's me stopping me.
What's going on, man?
It ain't white supremacy stopping me. The white man ain't stopping me from walking in these doors, signing this application for me to ship me off to go do what I need to do. They not stopping me from going to school. They not stopping me from getting the certifications I need. They not stopping me. They like, hey, as I walk through the door, how can I help you? They're not stopping
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Bullshit.
yeah. It took me, I think, when I left my last job, I was already changing in that mindset when I came back in these spaces. And I looked at it different when I was working in an organization, a corporation. I wanted to change. I got tired of the Trump rhetoric, but I also got tired of people of my own not doing nothing about it. And so, you know what I did?
Yes.
I had to remove myself and try to find something different for me. And it works.
It's the
So,
self-victimization,
yeah.
and then you hang out with people that do the same thing and wonder where you're not, why you're not. Sometimes you have to separate from your people from people that aren't doing shit. Like it's sometimes just you got to be alone and focus on your goals, because the people you hang out with are the ones who are holding you back and you don't even recognize it.
Yeah. But you know, like that's the thing. Like I've learned from my old content what I used to do. That was years ago. I was in another when I was in my younger youth, like very young. I understand because I'm getting older because I realized the stuff has changed and people is now learning about different things. And then when I met DeAndre on that panel for Kudas, that long live stream we did, that stuff right there is awesome. We talked about various topics. We didn't stick on the women's stuff for that long. And I told him I forget what I said to him on the panel when everybody was on the panel. I ain't that guy, and that's how we met because I met him over at Charles before. I've seen him over when he went over at Annalisa and took the whole chat room, just crowd control, amazing. And then when I finally met him on a panel, I knew who he was, and I said, "Oh, okay, this is the guy." And I said, "That's John. I know him. He had those plane tickets." And that was him. He had the avatar. That was him talking, you know, because I remember him from over at Charles and we started laughing and things like that because I didn't know who he was at that time in the summer. And that's why, you know, I was doing content and everything. I was dropping videos after, you know, after stream, you know, struggling for a little bit before I had the microphone and everything. I'm using a different one right now. And I'm just saying, like, that long live stream we held down when Kuda's internet messed up. And the crowd said it was boring. Nah, we had conversation. People, you was still listening. You was listening to Dre and myself. And then before Fasting and Triple Black came up, that's a whole another thing. And I think Kuda kind of scrubbed it, you know, because certain niggas got jealous. That's what it was. And then finally, DeAndre came through my channel. Like I came to his first. You know, I was sharing everybody else's. This is when I started sharing. I was on a sharing spree, but he came through on one of the streams. It went over 5 hours. I mean, it went over 4 hours, but it was 5 hours like twice in a row. And I said, oh man, yeah, he's something else with the conversations. But when that's all in black, I enjoyed that one. That was my personal favorite, my top three. And that a heavy hitter and him and Rashawn, that was something else. That nighter was just I was about gone. You know, I was tired, you know, that was a whole nother thing. But after that, it was a success for myself and his, everybody else's. But with Cerulean came, oh, that changed the whole thing. Niggas don't want to hit the link because I already know what he's about. I know his character. Yeah, he's something else online. But the off-air conversations is beautiful. You know, we get our thoughts out, what we're gonna play in the next stream, what we're gonna talk about. I said, man, I got so much in the chamber for y'all, knowledge-wise, man. You got somebody compatible with your mind. You be like, all right, I can't wait for Gino's content, man. Like wherever he's gonna do, he's got my support. He's got my support. Yeah.
Right. Well, I didn't want anything. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate everything
Not a
you
problem.
do. And I hope you have a great stream. Thank
I
you.
will. You too. Yeah, you know, it's another thing. So you know, and yeah, you got to be different on this point. Oh yeah. I ain't a music guy. Oh, okay. That's what's up. Yeah. Let's see. Um. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Drake's cool, man. That's a whole nother. You know, what does Shantae say about Twitter? Uh let's see. I want to know who else. Who else can we follow you? Twitch, IG, or Twitter? Um, I don't use Twitch, but I do. I think I use Twitter. but I don't use it that much. Yeah, it's kind of dead to me now. But Instagram, I don't really use it as much as I used to. Yeah. Y'all don't have to follow me on those. It ain't that much. I ain't saying much. I ain't posting nothing. I ain't gonna fool y'all. Y'all can still follow me on this, but I'm eventually get another website to follow. So you know how it is. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, man. Like I said, I'm going to start skilling more silking on more hip hop strings. Oh, go for it, man. Go for it. I'll have that discussion with y'all. But I'll be in the chat though. Yeah, that's a good thing, man. Cause that help your content. Do something different, man. Still do the Friday chill outs, don't stop. But we'll see what's up. So I'm not really tripping about what's going on. And yeah. So for me, like she said, yeah, a lot of people don't support like that. And sometimes you got to get it like that. And it took me years to get where I'm at now. So that's the whole purpose of what's going on. So everybody's talking about the same old stuff, talking about flims and flamsy. They just I don't know what it is about big YouTubers. I don't give a damn about them. Like I really don't. Like I laugh. The only ones I like is Albert and Preach. They're more reasonable. They deal with the comedy. They have fun. They don't just whine about the same old shit. They talk about everybody, bruh. They talk about everybody. They talk about everybody. And that's just the thing. We just gonna be who we are. But I think, the additions of the guys that we got on the chord, man, it's cool, but we'll add somebody new, different. And we're gonna get some ideas. We're gonna look for certain people, but we try to add certain people. He said, nah, he's cool with a certain individual. We don't want no problems. We already got enough problems why they don't like us. I mean, we support my man Chaos. And I'm looking at our roster, the captain's roster. I say it looks decent. I forgot the Degenerate, the Slayer, my info guy. Yeah, man. See, we'll get somebody different. Just give us time. We're gonna push somebody and we're gonna use it. So for me, I'm not really tripping what's going on. So I'm just like, I'm just happy doing this again, and I'm back officially, and just keep doing me. So when I do content, man, I'm just gonna bring it to you. But yeah, I got heavy hitters. I got streams. I got things to talk about, and we'll do this thing. And I think I'll promise to really, I may do the totalitarian stream. He said, yeah, I may do a part 2, and we'll talk about it. So the whole purpose of me doing this is like, this is the beginning. We're just gonna be here and just be like, yeah, be more efficient. He said, do more hip hop streams and stuff. Okay, we're just reading it. But as what I'm saying, we're just here, man. More martial arts, and beat tutorials. See, right there, I appreciate you for saying that. I'll support those. Those are good streams. You ain't even have to do panels, man. I mean, my panels are for certain people and things like that, but you can do them time to time. If you want to do a stream, y'all just content creators in the day. I love pre-records. I keep doing this shit and just move forward and have that. Dre's random. You know what I'm saying? He'll do it whatever, and I'll support him, and I'll figure out something, and that's it. And then I'll move my shit to a certain hour and things like that, and I'm just gonna just keep it above board. So yeah, I'm not really tripping about what's going on, but a lot of people just want to be heard, man. But people got their own problems and things like that nature. So yeah, I'm just gonna say, this is one of those Sunday streams. I'll come back. I know everybody's doing their thing, and we're just saying what it is. We're just gonna keep doing our thing. I'm not mad at what YouTube is. YouTube is gonna be the same as always. You got to stick with your content, man. Like I always tell people, do the content. Please do it. It appreciates me more. I go around and do my thing. But as me as a content creator, you gotta do it, man. Because I'm gonna challenge some shit for certain individuals. Since he's on a detractors list, I'm gonna get my shit ready. I'm gonna talk about that buy hand report. I don't know when I'm gonna do it. I might read up on it, and that's just like, yeah. He said, I remember doing my pre-records in the early 13. Yeah, man. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. I remember doing them. Mine's on this channel 2012 when I came back when I lost my channel. Man, I told you, I love them shits. That's the beauty about this thing. You do this thing, you just keep up with it, and you just be like, yeah, you can be efficient with the shit. So some people just gonna have their own problems. So, you know what I'm saying? So y'all give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Woo. Yeah, it's only an hour and it's cool. But that's cool. I know people ain't coming through because it's Sunday. Everybody's watching football, which is great, playoffs. Yeah, my Eagles got beat down bad, but hey, that's just what it is. I mean, I ain't worried about the Cowboys. Cowboys ain't gonna win no Super Bowl. I know Tyrone say, hey, what are you saying that for? They ain't winning the Super Bowl. But you know what I'm saying? It's just like, hey, you do what you got to do. And that's just people. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's just what it is. Keep doing your thing. I heard of Gilbert Arenas being interviewed by Tommy. Crazy ass shit. Crazy ass shit. Oh, by the way, I did see Gilbert Arenas and his homeboy Kwame Brown going at it. That was some good shit. I saw that the other day. Man, that's some funny shit. Last week, oh, that's some funny shit. It was an old live stream replay by a certain individual. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. It was funny as fuck. And they knew each other. And he was trying to save him and protect him. And Kwame's not the type to not want to be saved, which is very true because you got a lot of people like that. And that's just the whole point of me talking about it. But but today and this week, I've just been like, I'm enjoying it, man. Like, I'm just on cloud 9 right now. I'm good right now. But last week it was just like a little wash. I was trying to dodge some shit. And now I'm back and doing this. I'm just like, yeah, I ain't got no trolls in here. I always get them. I always get bot trolls too. Man, last year was just a mess, but this year is gonna be fine. I don't know what this is gonna be in store this year. So we're gonna do certain things here, and we're just gonna keep it moving. So, yeah, man, not biasing the bullshit from now on. I know people are trying to hate and do what they do. Let's expound on it. And I'm just saying, I know people's gonna hate regardless. That's just gonna bring me more attention anyway. So, yeah, man, I gotta do what I gotta do. Once you come back, that's cool. Everybody shook now. Everybody shook now. And like I said, it's 4 o'clock Eastern time. I'm enjoying the fuck out of this shit. So I can go hours if I want to. I'm not gonna drop another link. I'm just gonna be, y'all welcome to join whatever. We can talk about it. But that propaganda, prophecy tropes, I cannot stand for people. They promote it like it's God and shit like that. And I'm like, all right, bro. I don't believe you if you get into that shit. We don't believe y'all. We don't believe you. We don't believe you. It's just what it is, bro. And I'm just saying, y'all dudes be always arguing about shit. The same old shit that I've always seen time and time again. And I'm just like, bruh. Yeah. And it's what it is. So I'm not really worried about what's going on, but yeah, the hate is real. I love it. I told you that means I'm back. So the hate is real. The hate is real. We're gonna remain in that type of circle, but yeah, the hate is real. But like I said, I mean, Gilbert Arenas cleared up so many things. He responded what Kwame Brown said and things like that. But they're homeboys. I didn't know they was like that. But sports. Heard LeBron's doing decent things. Lakers gonna be the Lakers.
That's no surprise.
Captain.
What's going on, Vice Captain? What's going on, man?
What's going on, Captain? Salute, man. Salute, man.
Salute. Yeah. Man, them screenshots been having me dying.
Oh yeah, man. They funny shits, ain't they?
Yeah.
They had me dying.
Yeah. I'm just like, okay.
Nadia was coming with that Zodiac dolls. Look at her.
Oh,
But she didn't know. She didn't know I was a Taurus. I said, "Yeah, I'm stubborn. I'm hard to please." But you know how it is. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, third tell you, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know how that shit goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but that girl, man, I showed you, Melly Monaco. She always does those date things.
Oh yeah,
it's fun. It's funny as hell when those guys get rejected, and then the other girl say pineapple stuff. They're trying to flirt with her or the girl, and she try to get jealous. I'm like, why is she doing this shit? But I see why she, like you said, yeah. I try to tell you she's wild, man. She's a Capricorn. I said, Cootie, you like Capricorns? What's your problem? That ain't gonna work for you, bro.
It's like,
and she's a Jan Cap too. She had a birthday last week.
Oh
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, even worse. I know.
So that makes her what 34, 35?
No, she's past that. She's 38. She was 37 last year. Yeah.
She's still fucking single? Shit.
Yeah, that's even bad. Yeah.
Damn. Like, how you giving all these fucked up advices? Hold up 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. They out here acting crazy. I want the Disney. Great skull. I'm being petty. Don't pay me no mind. But it's just what it is. Like I'm just saying, like, bruh, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand, bruh. But yeah. Everybody's trying to look for cover, man. But she says she's got a boyfriend and shit. No, she don't. The woman is still single. Ain't got no boyfriend. She works in KS. I mean, excuse me, the purple pill god. We don't mess with him over here. It's not metasphere. This is the villain sector of the villain sphere. Long live the villain sphere. All hail, Great Skull. That's what it is. Do you understand me? Great Skull. Cha. That's what it is. Great Skull. Cha. Oh, I'm petty. I know I'm petty. I know. I used to say that to my mom's dog. You know, she was 4. I was like, I know, Edie Ball. She was here right now. She'd be on my leg right now. She used to eat a lot of. I got a story about my mom's half Chihuahua and Yorkie. This dog, I got old video, right? She be acting crazy. And she be biting the shit out of people. But, you know, but when it comes to food, she's just wild. She be like, just wild, man. I ain't never had it on camera on stream. One of these days, but man. Oh, man. I won't use what I got in January because I'm going to upgrade next week. I like this stand. Stand is nice. Sit in your lap. It's comfortable. Hold it long term. I'm gonna get it for Sundays. I'm gonna get another stand to go with it. This one is good too. It's easy for yoke mounts and shit. But I don't know, man. I gotta see what I like the other stand that I got. Got that from Best Buy. That was a much needed stand though. That was a much needed stand. Yeah, put the yoke mount in it and just tie it up in that bitch. Unscrew the shit. Oh man, it's just wild, bro. It's just wild. But yeah. Yeah, it's hours in. And I'm just saying, man, we here, we're doing our thing, and it's just like, you know, I know people sleeping in Japan right now. Yeah, man. Let me look at the time. Because I know Dre's probably sleep. He ain't gonna be up to like an hour or two or sleep. Because I don't usually be here like that. So I usually do these at night. He just be on, we'll be talking, and I'd be going to sleep. So I had to do it in the afternoon and catch people. But this ain't gonna be no marathon. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't do no marathons like that no more. I'm trimming down because everybody's watching football. You know, the winter is kind of, you know, a tough month for everybody. And you just gotta look at yeah. Yeah, it's raining hard out here. It's gonna make the shit cold. It's cold and wintry. It's cold and wintry. But you know, I'm just out here, man. Like, yeah, it's gonna get cold tonight. He be feeling good. People be chilling, watching the game. I want to see who's gonna win the Super Bowl. I might have to catch that. I don't know. One Sunday, you know, in the afternoon and night, I'm just gonna be like, on pick a team and things like that. I think T-Mobile will try to get me to get YouTube TV. I'm thinking about investing in that. I don't know. Oh shit. Man, I was. They moved it. Let's try some in the world. But like I said, we're gonna be fine, and that's just what it is. So yeah. Same here. Not going to be on live all night. Yeah. Oh, you be right back. Okay. Yes, like man. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's what you do. You limit the lives as you can. Just get your discussions in, and that's it. Some people love to do that, and that's their thing. So I'm not gonna be a panelist no more. So I'm focused on what I got, and then people will just watch the playback. But this is gonna be good playback value right here. So I'm not gonna fuck this one up. So in so many words, I'm just like, yeah. So I don't see what time he has. Time zones in the world. I try to find as I can, but I'm glad I got this stand, bro. Yeah, you gotta be strict with your content, man, because a lot of people, they just try and take up your time wasters, man. I ain't got time for that. You got what you say. Nobody fucks with your channel like that. He's looking for opportunities. And it's gonna be problems. They say he's gonna forget. No, he ain't. Fuck him. Treat everybody else the same. You coming with the bullshit, I'm not fucking with you for a long time. Y'all gotta remember, I'm a Taurus. I don't care. I'll forget about you in decades, bro. I shit on people for a long time and don't stop. But that's just the truth. Some people, they just want to have an attention span, and their attention span then gonna go past that long. It's short. So we gotta understand, people don't care what we think. We're just here for reality and a reason. So I'm not really keen on bullshit right now. So, it's an hour in and 40 seconds. I'm going 2 hour mark. So, y'all welcome to join, whatever. But the captain done came through. That's good. And I appreciate him. He'll be right back. Because I don't know I think Dre will come in later. I don't know, man, because I know he's working and doing things like that. So he can catch the replay of the shit. But it's possible. I'll see who's going to come through and all that. This is an open discussion. I don't use the term panel. I'm just call it discussion. And I don't cut it short every time. But I don't want no weird motherfuckers on this panel. Like I said, I'm not entertained by that. It's lightning out here, so that's why I shut my window, because damn. Ain't want no madness. Ain't want no strikes. And losing content over here. I don't want to be on no damn phones and shit. That's the whole point. I use the laptop. Seriously. When I do live streams, I use the laptop. I use the computer and things like that. That's it. But the one I'm gonna get is gonna be both. I'm gonna try find me some splitters. I'm just getting accessories right now, but the one I'm gonna get is a popular one. This will probably, you'll hear this for a while, the whole month, because I don't know if the price is going to go down, because I got to see what the money look like, and then I'll wait till next month to get it, because I hope it's on sale. I hope it's around, because that's the one I really want, because it's got all the filters and the things like that, the mute button and things like that. But it's professional, but it's semi-professional. I want something that's going to take me further into the next. You know what I mean? I experimented with on the stand I got, and then I experimented with anything else. So I'll run some tests on it and stick with it. But you know, that's just how I get down. You know what I mean? So that's what you have, you know, in so many words. People gonna have what they're gonna have. And that's just how you're gonna get down with it in so many words. So damn. I try to find that website that you have that world clock. Oh, they took that down. I'm trying to see. God damn. So in so many words, I'm just like, I'm here. Trying to see what the time looked like. Yeah, world time zone. Sorry, I'm coughing into the mic. My fault. It's a built-in. I could have used the other one. I said, nah, I thought about it. I thought about that shit. And I said to myself, nah, this is pretty good because I'm looking for another one. This one I can use on panels. I can talk to y'all this way and then be like, okay. It's other options, but and there's another one that's similar to that too. I can use it for live streams and things like that. And I can sit back and talk to y'all. I was thinking about it and get a splitter and things like that. Because if I get the next one I'm going to get is going to be handheld and use it for something. Because if I get that one, I can use that one more often. But the stand, I would love to use. It's just what it is. On panels, I might have to use handheld or something like that, or arm, whatever. Because I can get a setup and just say, hey, you know, do a pre-record and things like that. Switch up. But that's the thing, you know, you do what you got to do to get your shit right. And then you just be like, all right, I'm here. So in so many words, and I kind of like this stand because this determines, you know, you block a lot of noise and things like that. And that's what you got to do. So in so many words, I know people hear the playback and they won't notice the difference. But this one I got it last month. Excellent. It's done me wonders. But that other one, oh yeah, that's standard. That's standard. I'm using that as a production. That's my go-to every time. So I can switch around and things like that. But yeah, you got to. There's a lot of things I can use for recording, but yeah. But one thing I can say about people coming through off and on, I just build it what it is. But my streams is just what they are, man. Yeah. Wintertime is wintertime. I'll talk about various shit. But that Monday night, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's where I get my fillers in. That's where I get my fillers in. And once I say what I say, being embraced, being an independent thinker, I'm gonna talk about some various shit. You have your own mindset. And I think a lot of people would see what's going on. So when you're doing content, you just keep focused on whatnot. I think a lot of people just focus on doing theirs and you'll be fine because it forced y'all to do different. So, you know. What's going on, Lady Love? Salute. It's gone.
All right, peace and blessings, brother, sir.
Peace.
How you been?
Oh, I've been good, man. Been good.
Yeah, same here. Just been working. I've been off the past few days. I took a Friday off.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, so what's today's topic? Just,
Basically, I would say today's topic is basically I'm just talking about people with their tropes and they, basic stuff I see on YouTube and it gets annoying sometimes, same old stuff. And we've been talking about various things and even the smartest shall survive, when it comes to tech and all that stuff. And I was listening to Art of New Style, this stuff like that, and Complex and them branches. They talk about the same old stuff they talked about 2 years ago. And the stuff I've been talking about. So yeah, it's like when I saw a video from Langston, he made it very clear, like those people always run the planet. And in the military industrial complex, I said, that right there and them and the average, so-called thug ain't really a thug, but the ones that have that mindset is dangerous. Yeah, they run the planet. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But
Oh, okay. Oh, a few nights ago, I got trolled. I was sent a link to a video of, the romper room, the romper room trolls. And somebody on there was using my, not this avatar, but my old one, and using my name. And people actually thought it was me. And it wasn't, because I wasn't even watching the channel at the time. I was sent the link in the comment section. There was somebody was basically it was an online imposter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like these people, my enemies are craving for my attention all of a sudden. I'm not even online.
Yeah. I mean, that's YouTube for you, man. Like they do this stuff all the time. Even I had trolls years ago. They used to troll when I did pre-records, when I was saying certain things. I don't teach it no more because that stuff, it wasn't popular in the conscious stuff. And outside of that, I just I always blocked them and dismissed them, and they don't last that long. So last week, the reason I didn't stream because there was a lot going on. YouTube was cleaning house, deleting channels, people with the situation, the up and dates and stuff like that. It was a clean sweep. And Lapeef Network got hit with their rhetoric and things like that. People are tired of it, and they said, you know what? And that's why people's doing lesser live streams. If you notice those bots that came from Google, so I already know they're not playing with people. So when Dre showed me about the Utah thing, what YouTube's based off now, I didn't know they had a base in Utah outside of California, and I said, "Oh, I see why YouTube is going down." Because politic wise, I would say in 2024 that they're gonna talk about that, because it's gonna be a shift in these websites real soon. I see a difference. In people's content. People are not doing the certain things no more. Yeah, they've been strict. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I wish they would shut these people down, this channel down, but it seems like it ain't going nowhere no time soon. But,
not for now, but they ain't started. You'll see in February, I think you're gonna see a lot of channels gone in February because they're gonna be strict on what people say on topics on live streams, and that's why I'm very careful about the women topics, because them topics ain't gonna last, or anything else, so they're looking for something to snipe people with. So that's their thing. I don't really care this year because I focus on mine, what I'm talking about, and stick to my commentary.
Even if I would talk about racism, I'll have to be careful what I say there too, huh?
It's a combination of a lot of things, but the women talk, that's the biggest. If you talk about anything about any forms of it, and I'm not saying feminism, I'm just saying just really they use the term bashing loosely, but I'm just saying they're not playing around. That's why you see on both sides, well, actually the whole red pill space and manosphere space, people don't talk about. That's why I don't mention manosphere, period. I just let it go. I left that shit in March of last year, and that's why I didn't care, because I already knew what was coming. And that's why me and Dre was talking about that whole last year when he came through, but I didn't know what he was talking about. Showed me the white guy that had a channel like 8 different times. He done got his 8th channel. I said, I see the Utah thing. Yeah, and the culprit and all that. Yeah, I already know what that's about. That ain't nothing. YouTube's gonna pick and choose who they're gonna delete. But if someone's was looking for cover, like I try to tell people, I ain't your guy. I'm not somebody to help you on that. I just let them hang themselves, because what's gonna happen is you got people and agents watching channels anyway. So it's not like we can't do anything about it. That subscriber, and remember, that ain't gonna save you. People still flag you from that. So you gotta be careful, because them bots are not playing. You know, they've been watching for the last week. That's why I didn't want to go live stream it, because I took a break from this shit, because I already knew what was coming. It was a clean sweep. So yeah, it was some channels hit. Yeah, I was looking at other people's content. I was like, it's damn near the same, but they've been hit. So
yeah, I haven't done a live stream in over a couple of months, or I haven't done a video in a couple of months. But my channel's still up as far as I know, because it's still around. So I'm not a big channel. I don't have monetization, like that. But I say I'm a free speech channel. That's why I like saying what I want to say. But I understand what you're saying. And I got a backup channel which I've kept hidden for a while now, due to the phone calls to my house.
Yeah.
Which I need to send you intel on another individual, but I'm not gonna mention that on here on the air. But I'll just send you the intel on that person. But the one I did send you on, I wish they would delete his channel, but he's still around and he's still messing with people, talking about people, this, that, and the other, and the third.
Yeah.
So, hey, what's up, homie?
Hey, what's good, folks? How y'all doing?
What's going on, everybody? Good.
I'm all right. I figured, Friday was really a big day for me, so I figured that, because where I'm from, we celebrate Christmas on January 7th. I figured spread some extra cheer and love to everybody, because it seems like everybody just still dealing with the New Year's slump. So let's raise some people's spirits here. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Malik, how you been, brother? What's up? What's new?
All right. I've been off since Thursday. I took a long weekend this week. So.
Hey, well, I'm sure you rejuvenate from that long period. Sometimes because you gotta learn. It's like what are you a boxing fan by any chance?
I haven't watched boxing in a while, but I do like Floyd Mayweather, and the last boxer I liked, of course, Mike Tyson. And of course, all around favorite was Muhammad Ali.
All right, because I remember there was a gentleman. I remember because I used to play Fight Night Round 4, and one of the commentators was Tony Atlas Jr. If you're familiar with that name, Tony Atlas. Or was it Teddy Atlas? Sorry, Teddy Atlas Jr., sorry.
Okay.
And he said and one of the concepts he said was like sometimes like fighters get too confident and they just want to finish off their opponent. But at times, like he said, you got to step away from the table, as in don't overcommit. So in your case, you just took a step back. You just disconnected because you didn't want to, get caught up in things for too long. Otherwise, it's going to hurt you. So you just have to know when to step away from certain things, because when you step away, you get that time and space to recover, clear your mind, so you can re-engage it when you're in the right frame and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's times and places where you got to engage, and there's times when you have to disengage. So I can understand that, like taking that moment, take as much time just to clear your head and whatnot. Unfortunately, some people don't understand when you need to step away.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But yeah. So how's everything on your end?
I'm doing good, man. Like I enjoyed that week off that I had. So, just get my mind clear and things like that. Same old. And I'm glad I'm doing content like I supposed to. Like I got one tomorrow to do, and then Wednesday and then Thursday I'm good for this week. Schedule the rest. I don't focus on me over here. So basically,
that's cool. Myself, I had to unsubscribe to some people because I realized the futility of interacting with them. Nothing against them. It's just you're just not gonna vibe with them. And then there were some people, and then there's somebody who I just got on their channel and subscribed to them because when I saw the stuff, I was like, okay, interesting stuff, but it seems like I'm sorry, what's her face? If I may drop her name. Cat,
Yeah.
Cartoon Cat. I just checked some of her stuff up, and like especially like some of the clips she has about her ancestry, the historical aspects. I was like, wow, now that's somebody who's really into their roots. But I wonder if he's like in, and that's somebody I just want to go back and forth with about intellectual stuff, like talking about our respective histories, because our histories intertwine with one another, all the way going back all the way to our ancestries and everything.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you just love that, because I mean, if you don't, because who was it? Like I said, if you don't learn from history, you're going to repeat it.
Yeah, doomed to repeat it.
Doomed to repeat it, absolutely. So just found some people's channels that intrigue me. Others I just leave stuff alone. And otherwise, I'm just, trying to expand my horizon, learn new things, and just open my mind and understand what needs to be done, what has to be done. And plus, I since I have a lot of time on my hand when I'm watching like stuff like John Geopolitics, and I look at the history, I just like try to understand some of this shit. So
yeah,
I tip my hat to the master teacher, because he planted a few seeds in there. Well, actually, the seeds were planted. He just fertilized and watered them.
Mm-hmm.
So he, like a bunch of other teachers in my past, I have to tip my hat to them, because they taught me what I needed to know.
Mm-hmm.
Not what they knew, but they taught me everything that I know, but they didn't teach me what they knew. Just like James Brown would say. Malik, what's your take on that quote?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm watching the football game too.
What game you watching?
Oh, the Steelers just won in overtime on the Ravens.
First of all, I got family who are Steeler fans, and I'm sure we got to call Charles and check on him.
Hey, what was the quote you asked about?
It's a quote by James Brown, because remember James Brown had all these a lot of these artists he took under his wing.
Yeah.
And the quote was, "I taught them everything that they know, but I didn't teach them everything that I know."
Oh yeah, the master never teaches the student everything he knows.
You understand why?
No, I think because the master wants to keep certain things that he feels maybe the student doesn't need to know or doesn't deserve to know. I don't know, because you don't want to give away all your secrets. Because if all your secrets get out there and get in the wrong hands,
yes.
it has, So
another way to look at it is, you just give them what they need to learn, so they can have the right foundation to develop into their own person. When you think about it, because like Gesundheit, basically it's like it's like with James Brown, he taught some of those cats what they needed to know. What they needed to know, he gave them a solid foundation. Eventually, those people will have to grow up and come into their own. Like any backup singer who thought about going solo, who started their own singing career, eventually are going to have to find their own voice. Just like every musician who's been under his wing, eventually when they go strike it out on their own, they have to find their own sound. Or like when your father raised you to be a man, he taught you how to be a man, but you have to become your own man. I remember having this discussion with my father about that, because he was a big James Brown fan. So I realized, I had to thank him for that. And I told him, I understand what you meant, because I'm always going to be your son, but eventually I have to become my own man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's true.
So we all have the same thing with martial arts. Because like, remember Bruce Lee talked about the importance of like trying to be your true self. And every master was once a student, but no, actually every master always remains a student. He's always learning, trying to improve himself, and try to be his true self at the same time. No two people are the same. Otherwise, we'd be clones.
That's true.
Yeah. That's very true. Yeah. Seems like you got an admirer or OD.
Who's that?
Lady Love.
Oh, she's cool. Yeah, she's cool. She's a good content creator. She's new. It's new from last year. Yeah.
Okay, well that's a positive admirer. Now me, I got some negative admirers. And I was telling him just before you came on. I'm not gonna go into it, but I don't want to give him no more attention, and I don't want him coming over here on this channel, on this guy's channel. That's why if I come on here,
don't feed the black wolf, as Native Americans say.
Yeah, I don't feed my enemies too much because I don't want them trolling anybody I make friends with, a real person I make friends with anyway. I'm gonna keep my enemies. I'm gonna keep my enemies basically in my court, in my lane, and I'll deal with them however I see fit for the most part.
Crazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony had this interesting rhyme in the song. What's the name of the song? Battle Cry. Where he said, "I never," you know, like the quote is, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer."
Yeah.
But what he said was like, "I never keep my enemies close. I always got perfect view of them in my scope. That's close enough."
That's a good quote. That's how I feel about mine.
American Sniper. But this is not a big up to the late Chris Kyle, though, folks. It's just a metaphor.
The funny thing is, I'm a Harley online, and they still try to do shit to get my attention. Because what it is, I was sent a link by a friend. That's how I found out about it. And I don't even watch the channel.
Good answer.
Yeah, misery loves company.
Yeah,
oh, indeed.
Yeah.
But here's my question. Here's my question about this whole thing about trolling and negative people and harassment, online harassment. This has been have you noticed this has evolved in the past decade? Because this goes back to like the early 2000s, you know, to the mid 2000s when you're talking things like cyberbullying. And how many people understand that they do have the power to protect themselves? Like if you look at the safety settings in your personal account or whatever social media tool you're using or any app you're using. Because I had to try to exercise that like as early as 2011 is when I started doing that.
Yeah.
Because I knew I was getting like unwanted attention from certain individuals. I had to block them.
Yeah. But in 2012, that's what changed it. Then you got the fingerprint and all that. That kind of killed all that. They do it for you and things like that. Like you really got to protect your privacy and things like that. And then the live streams Future on got on all levels, and it's changed. When I came back, I'll say like 2019, just watching replays of the whole thing and sectors and things like that, things changed. And then I think the pandemic came with the 19 virus, and I found out a lot of people was protecting their shit. You know, the trolling is kind of like they do it cash apps and things like that and all the other stuff, and then the super chats. Then I found out last year they was cracking down on the shit, and that's why I wasn't on last week, because Dre told me like they're knocking channels down. Peef got their channel knocked down because of certain situations and policies and politics. They didn't want you to beat up on the women as much. So when he told me that off air and then sent me a message, I knew what he was talking about. Then he showed a guy in Utah that works for YouTube. It's like a little section that they own. They don't know about it, and he's got like 8 channels. Like his 8th channel that he has, he don't do certain reviews anymore. And I said, I know exactly who he's talking about. Yeah, it's getting bad, because in 2024 they're gonna try to regulate certain things on the internet. So I already know what they've been doing that for years. So you know, they just pick and choose who they want to get off here, and they already in motion. So I'm not even worried. That's why I don't really do marathons anymore, because you know they crack down on everybody what they're talking about. But I mean, you can talk what you want, just don't go too crazy. That's the whole purpose of them doing it. That's why you don't see a lot of trolls do what they do. That's why they try to do it in the money sense instead of, you know, doing it free. Because what's the point of doing it free? Because you know you're wasting time. Because a lot of dark web stuff people are watching. So you gotta be careful to talk to them on panels, because if you have a job in feds and stuff, like John just said, yeah, they can come after you and things like that. That's why we had a problem with a certain individual derailed our topic about the 15 Forbes, an individual we thought we was cool, and he didn't realize Dre's background and CJ's background. And then he did get scared. And I'm glad Dre told me last Friday, like he had to call off some guys not coming to his house, you know, like Fed guys, like CIA guys and things like that. And that's why you don't want to play with people. That's why you have to be careful what you say online and things like that on panels, because you don't know if he works for the government and things like that. So they pulled me to the side last year, and I thank goodness, because I understand what their background is. Even though they do other things and other jobs. Like I think he does film. I forget Serena does the community and things like that. Everybody else does their little thing, but they also used to be part of the service and these agencies because that's a lifetime, commitment. It's hard to let go. And if you got a security clearance that's federal. Now I'm glad he mentioned
it doesn't matter if you're retired, honestly, because
yeah,
once you win, you always that.
you always that. Yeah,
You
man. It's
always
like a
that.
fraternity. And the funny thing, I'm glad he said that to me, like on the stream once last year, and he confessed. And I said, I see. Yeah, because I didn't know how deep this was on Google like that. And I noticed you got former guys that used to be in the service and things like that. And then agents been like that for years. And then Alex Jones, yeah, they popped him. I told Dre the reason they popped him because he's misleading people that was in the service and people in the crowd and in the audience. And he's brainwashed them. So you don't need that online. So they're trying to be fair and balanced. They try to not go extreme. This is why you don't see extreme left anymore or right, because it's more of a middle. Like a lot of people don't want to see that, but I'm just telling it like it is. There's other websites to go to. They'll tell you, YouTube is on this Disney shit. I get what
to be honest.
yeah.
To be honest, I mean, oh wait, hang on. What's good, brother? Sorry.
No, she.
Hey, she.
What's going on, yo?
Hey, she. Let me ask you something. Your T-shirt, man. Is that a Hoyas Bulldog or is that a University of Georgia? Is that a Georgetown Bulldog or a University of Georgia Bulldog?
University of Georgia. No, I'm in Atlanta. So got a
okay,
go
Georgia. Okay. Because when I think of Georgia, there's those there's them. There's also Georgia Tech, the Yellow Jackets that I know of, good football teams. How I know is because of pro wrestling, because you have some cats who are alumnus from those schools and whatnot who play for their football teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you guys are touching on some good stuff, man. I'm just listening. Yeah. I do a lot of cloud listening now. I jump up every now and then. I'm trying to. One of the greats, Art, told me to stop jumping on panels because certain things you can't change the masses or the minds of people. So
you can't.
Yeah, I learned that myself. I'll be honest. I remember it was like was it Roger Ford? I realized that because I remember Rael brought up something about borderline personality disorder, and I jumped in on it because I do suffer from that. But I realized in hindsight I should have kept my mouth shut. Because I was not vibing with them, but I also understood that because I realized when it comes to mental disorders, sometimes people use it as a bit of a cop out. Not the people who suffer from it, but other people. So they have to take responsibility for the fact they got involved, had interactions with you. If you suffer from that shit, and realize that when they were talking about certain aspects of it, they weren't telling the whole.
Okay, Malik.
Oh, peace out, Malik. But it was they took out. There were certain things that I guess they didn't want to talk. They didn't want to mention. But if they did mention it, they would have put it all in its proper context. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shade, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because they would brought up one aspect, but that's interconnected with certain aspects. You get the whole story. It's they were just focused. I just realized, you're not going to convince certain people about certain things because, what is it? What they say is mental illness to black folks is like racism to white people. It doesn't exist, or they pretend it doesn't exist. So I realized I better stay out of there. So just leave it be. I got no hate for any of them. But I realized just let them be, and let me stay in my lane.
Yeah, I try to stay away from panels I learned from last week because I was going to focus on my content for all this week, actually this whole month. And shouts out to Gino because he's going to do something good too. I'll support him. I said that early in the stream. I want him to drop some. And if he needs any help, I'll give him some content. We'll share and we'll talk about in these discussions like the exercises. Just saw Big J and BGS, I will say the other day, I think last week, and I'm glad BGS came to his channel, and it's old times. It goes back to 2016 and prior to that. And he's known him from years. And interesting discussion. He was talking about the Moynihan report, and Big J had an issue, of course, which is interesting discussion until Pierre tried to save his body. She shouldn't have shaved him. She should have just let him be. BJS was giving that little work, and then Big J had some good shots, good points, but it was not really much to it. I mean, they could expound on, but then he went at it again. There was a round 2. He had his BGS for books. He has a channel like that. I didn't know that was a channel, like an older channel, and he responded to him.
That's been around for a long time.
Yeah, a long time, and he responded to him about the statistics and all that stuff. And I said, "Oh, okay, I see what BGS is going," and it wasn't much. And I kind of delve away from that because I shared it somewhere else, and I said, "All right." And it's all good, but I applaud Big J for getting those views, man. Like, hey, get what you can. I mean, you got what they would say, the master teacher. I call him Grandmaster as a nickname. It's just to mess with him. But Big GS, he know what he do. He always said, I think he said this on Big J's platform. He said, always talk to the detractors. He said that in the chat the other day. He said, always talk to my detractors, even if I'm not on doing my stuff or streams, whatever. I said, I see how he does it. He's calculated, and that's kind of genius. I might start doing that. If people have a problem with the content, yeah.
The Book of Five Rings. You ever read that?
I heard of it. It's a good book. That's what people told me. Yeah.
Oh, there's the Book of Five Rings they talk about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sheed.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Just going into something. Well, you wanted to go into that's what No, I was just gonna say basically that's what I do every once in a while because even like that issue I had with the guy, I wanted to clear the air. I mean, because anything guys will say about me, you can say positive, you can say negative, but that's your thoughts. I mean, I know how I move in this space, and I know what I deal with.
I agree, Steve. Yeah, I've been knowing. I just don't want to say nothing. I just let them be. I just let them be. I
had to learn that the hard way because, like, you remember when you had Rogish up here and we were talking about mental illness and like we were going back and forth and you could see the frustration when I told him Book of Ronan.
Yeah.
Because the way he was like shaking his head and disbelief and shit, he understood my frustration and I understood what the hell there's that because there's that insight some of us have, that empathy.
Yeah.
Well, anybody in the chat who's Muslim, if there's anybody in the chat who's Muslim, you guys have been told like the Prophet Muhammad always tells y'all to be compassionate. Compassion is, when you think about it, is a synonym for empathy.
Mm-hmm.
That's something worth thinking about. But what I was trying to say is like, the understanding, learn to understand where people are coming from. But understand, there's some people, they do what they got to do, the ends justify the means, but so they have little guards for the blowback, even when it hurts them real bad. But controversy, stirring the pot, so to speak, things like that, that's how they generate attention and shit. Because what is it? Mark 21 said, if there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often. But now, people are not here about solutions.
Yeah,
that's why you have a lot of firebrands on both sides, because they're not about solutions. This is about stirring up shit, just because there's no money in solutions. There's nothing to gain from having solutions to any problems. They'd rather just bitch and whine about the problems and try to play the blame game.
Yeah,
I say that all the time. I mean, the division and with racism, man, that's big money. Like I say, 2 households. If you get a divorce, the kids get 2 Christmas, all that stuff. It's a big role in playing in that. So having divorce is best.
Y'all familiar with the concept of the Hatfields and McCoys?
Nah, we familiar with that.
You ever heard of the Hatfields and McCoys? The Hatfields and the McCoys. You ever heard of that?
Nah, I haven't heard of that.
Okay, Hatfields and McCoys like the story of 2 families who have a huge rivalry towards one another. And the rivalry stems all the way back from the old country. Because apparently the Hatfields are like of English descent, while the McCoys are like Irish or Scottish, Celtic. So you got Anglo-Saxon versus Celtic. And and you have this type of trope where you have people like getting, and I mean, racism is one thing, but tribalism, that's another thing. You know what I'm saying? That's even deeper. You only see tribalism even among white people when you think about it, or among black folks. I mean, I'm African. I see that. I can understand that. I can relate to that plenty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that division and that division and just like trying to stir up shit. A lot of people been like, you know, a lot of people see there's actually able to like profit from that. I mean, like I remember Mr. Z talked about this documentary called The Social Dilemma, which is on Netflix. And after watching that, I was trying to find that one about that group Cambridge Analytics, that documentary, which is also on Netflix. But since I got HBO, I'm also checking out I was watching the documentary called After Truth. It's about about the battle against fake news and such, and worth looking into because you're going to see divisions and what causes divisiveness and the people involved and the people who benefit. That's a great documentary to look up.
Yeah,
might give you some understanding.
A lot of it's big business. That's been like that for a while, man. Like when people get divided over things, I saw this when I used to work. That's just part of it, and it's gotten worse since the C-19 virus and in the pandemic, and people just crying about the same old stuff. And I've noticed that 2 years ago, but then last year it got a little bit better. But when I started doing content, I was trying to change the conversation. That was my goal in April last year. And I know it's going to be 10 years since this channel was made, but the whole purpose was I was trying to come from that angle. And then when I met Rashawn, he had a different perspective too. Like I saw him over at Platinum once, and he hopped on the panel and cammed up, and he got tired of the same old shit. And I didn't start seeing him until May on Third Ward's birthday. It was on the 17th of May. And this is when I had DS1 on the panel. That was a classic stream. It's in my heavy hitters playlist. And the reason we talk about a lot of things, we talk about Zodiac, we talk about a lot of stuff. We talked about various things, and it was good. And then I had Ty City. He was another one. But Soul and Black was huge. I liked him because we had DeAndre and then Rashawn. That was a good piece. And I watched the replay of that and enjoyed the shit out of that. So ever since then, I started getting people coming around. But then when I had Cerulean, that's when the cerebralness come out. A lot of people don't want to hit the link for various reasons because of his reputation of the Coliseum, Black Order days. And he used to be part of Sons of Liberty. I didn't know that because I've heard of that group, Sons of Liberty, but I didn't know he was a part of that. I said, wow, that's neat. We also have those conversations off air, you know.
I have a very healthy respect and fear for Cerulean.
Yeah.
And because by his own admission, he's explained about what his nature is to us. He's been open about it, and I understand. Like he's a good dude to have a conversation with. can be attached to him sometimes, but I realize in real life I cannot be around him.
Yeah,
it's nothing foul or anything risky, but he understands. I understand because we both understand our natures, and our natures being the way they are. I realize I cannot be, you know, there's some people you can have good relationships with, but you got to keep them at like an arm's length or something like that. It's nothing personal. Yeah. It's nothing vicious. It's just you guys understand each other's nature.
Yeah.
And you guys understand, and that you have to maintain a certain level of distance from one another. But
if I ever meet him one day, I'll give him the same respect as anybody else. I don't start nothing. I know his type. I grew up around guys like him, and I understand what his nature is. And the beauty about it, he explained to me, man, like he's tired now. He's got a nephew do all his work for him, so they all listen. His people listen in Minneapolis. He told me off air. He said, "See, they think I'm just here in my office by myself. There's people listening to loudspeakers." And when he said that, I scratched my face and I said, he has a point, because a lot of people don't say that on air and off air. Like, and I tell people he is what he is, and I respect his career choice and all that stuff. Yeah, that's the Navy and the combination of who he works for, and I don't blame him. I see why him and Gray is close, and I'm saying to myself, I respect that. You don't usually see a lot of guys in different sectors and different spaces talk about it because they don't have that tight knit. Now that's weird.
Or him and Charles.
Him and Charles, them three. And the reason I respect them so much is because I see why they're close, and it makes sense. And they do their own thing. They ain't bother nobody. It's always some fool trying to challenge them, and it's silly. And I try to tell people just leave.
I have that. I'm glad I have that camaraderie with them as well, because my background being what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as illustrious as theirs, but I had that duty. I had my duty to my country, although things would happen to it. But and although I'm kind of like I'm not a patriot. I'll be honest with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm not as patriotic what you are. I carry it, but I don't take pride, but I take it. I look at it as a blessing to have my background, because I understand where I come from and I carry that with me. And when we talk about, some of the stuff that I can talk about, we go back and forth, especially like when I change, like sometimes I change my avatar to express what I'm about, where I come from and everything. And that just intrigues a lot of people. And Cerulean has been to my part of the world. He's been to East Africa, so he's been to certain places, and he did explain that he is of East African descent. Surprisingly, he did like a genealogy. It traces him back to Ethiopia, apparently.
Mm-hmm. I think he mentioned that. Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh, really?" And I was like, "Do you know what tribe?" I was kind of intrigued by that, because if it says like, because if it said like some like Middle Eastern or something, I would have said like, "Dude, you're Afro-Semitic. That means you might be related to my tribe." There are tribes in Ethiopia who are Afro-Semitic, like the Amhara. That's where the Amharic language come from. They're Afro-Semitic.
Yeah.
The Rhines the same way. Harari, I believe. Rage. And these are and I'm an ethnic Tigrinya. There's a tribe in the north called Tigra. We're all related because we're all descended from a people called the Aksumite, who are descended from Saba.
Yeah.
So we kind of had those discussions, and of course, Cerulean sometimes uses like the flying monkey reference to certain people from the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, he always do that. It's a tactic he does, and his speech patterns is what pisses people off. And people don't understand. He learned that before he got in the Navy, but he understand it works. Like they show him a technique. I don't want to say it's like a microphone pattern, but if you really talk to him long enough, some people say, "Oh, he's like NyQuil. He's bored." Nah, you just can't handle his heavy discussions. He's giving you knowledge. You just gotta be patient with him.
It hurts.
And it
hits you like a double barrel shotgun at point blank range.
Yeah. And I learned a lot from him last year, and I said, I see why people don't like Cerulean so much. And I get it, because he's not for everybody. He's only for a handful. And I see, when I look back on my replay of the streams, I get it.
Would that make me one of those handful?
No, not you. It's other people that I noticed I'd be on panels with last year, and what they say about.
He said he's meant for a handful of people. So what is it like?
It's like us, for example. We understand what he does. Dre, everybody understands. It's everybody can't take him as, oh, I'm gonna listen to him, like excitement. But no, he's giving you knowledge. You just gotta listen. A lot of people don't like to listen. They have short attention spans. What they don't understand, Cerulean's always been that way. If you watch his content and him on panels, it's damn near the same. And I'm not mad at him, because he's giving you knowledge. If I talk about what do we talk about? Utilitarianism one time, we talked about totalitarian. We talk about all different things, right? He'll sum it up in one ball, and he said, explain this. He tell me, look at this way, think about it this way. What's really conservative? And it's just that simple. And a lot of people don't
question I
like that.
Yeah,
and people scratch their heads, and I say, he made me think. And I said, okay, all right, peace, sheet. And I'm just saying to myself, how'd he come? And I get why he does it. I see he's testing your brain to see what you know, and he'll give you that discussion, and I appreciate it. It's just like, now Charles is different. Charles, he'll give you a different type of speech pattern, but Charles gonna be Charles. Dre is the same way. He make you think about it, right? Just like us. But when Cerulean does it, it is cerebral, but you gotta understand why he does it. It's an intention. He says it's just always funny when he always go in, right? People don't like hearing the truth, and it stings them. Now, he used the word derelicts, and the sting dudes, like especially us over here, it's the truth. But then he told me one time, he said, "Sir, even you're uppity
term when you think it's an uppity ass term when you think about it, because you're like, this motherfucker getting bougie or uppity or something like that." I'm like, well, in my case, we would just say you're just being arrogant and intellectual snob. I do detest people who are like intellectual snobs, although in my own right, I don't claim to be an intellectual. I just love to learn.
Yeah.
But it's more like, when you relate to people, comprehensive, because, me, because of my head issues, I just was able to develop an insight and understanding to other things. And because I'm willing to learn new things, a lot of people that I do interact in real life, they become intrigued by me because like, how do you understand this shit? I'm like, it just comes naturally to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm the same way. I'm the same way in certain degrees. And the reason I can tolerate Cerulean's knowledge and things about military history and things like that and philosophy, I get why people don't want that discussion. He likes the challenge, but I respect it. And a lot of people can't stand that. I've noticed that on replays on my streams, and people that don't want to test that, I respect that. You know, that's why I don't get mad real easy. And thank God, if it wasn't for him and Dre, keep my shit focused on topics, I see why. Even I could have done it without them, but here's the thing. But they showed me something to look at. You know, when people mistaken, when you study military and politics together, you got to look at it from an integral from their perspective. It's like, think about it if you're in the service. He said, a lot of times there's duty. Yeah, he used the word dereliction as a trick. I've heard that word used on regular civilians, military, all that. It's an old word, but I remember hearing that growing up with my older generation grandparents and great grandparents. But I understand why he does it, because he's got those type of folks too. And I scratched
shout out to your grandparents, your grandfathers in your case.
Yeah. And I'm looking at, and I said, it is a stingful term. Most men don't want to hear that shit because they said, well, you're stuck in it. But he said, even yours,
it's that ego.
Yeah,
it's that ego. Pride and ego. I had to learn this because it's like, you know, like our late Patrice O'Neill talked about. You got to let go of that ego. You got to let go of that pride. Yeah, those things can sometimes get in the way. Me, I feel like a lot of people, you know, as I get older and I realize, what is it? Is it something? There was this meme I saw. It was of Morgan Freeman. Oh, by the way, before I continue, rest in peace to Sidney Poitier.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, that brother. Sorry, I forgot to mention that, brother. We got to give respect to the honor to the dead. But
I was going to mention him. I said, rest in peace to him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's a meme I saw of Morgan Freeman, his older age, you know, and he says like, I may be losing sight, but my bullshit meter is just gotten better.
Yeah.
Because you have less tolerance. You may be losing sight, but you have less. You might be losing sight, but you're also losing tolerance for the BS. And for some reason, I just realized I'm just like, I don't listen to certain people because I realize it's like exercise in futility.
Yeah, that's usually what I'm going through right now. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go on.
But it's just like, and then when I was looking at Cerulean's last year, and when he said that to me, he said, even yours truly has to deal with it. It's a day-to-day fight. He said, hey, brother, and we started laughing off air. And it's kind of funny when he shared that with me. And it's kind of interesting when he talks about people, not just YouTube people, and then off air. That's like every day. People don't understand the intricacies of how to deal with people. And I had to learn that on my job too. Thank goodness, because I had that type of instrumental training. I look at things different now, you know, knowledge, politics.
I gotta be thankful for him. I gotta be thankful for one thing. This is me burying myself because, you know, I had BPD. And I remember there was a discussion we're having. It was on BGS's panel. And it wasn't like ego. It was more like instinctually I had to watch something. It was something Mr. Kevin Samuels says. And, you know, we got to give big ups to Kevin Samuels. You know, that dude is needed in a lot of people's lives. He's been helping a lot of people, changing people, improving people for the better. But I remember Mr. Samuels was talked about the importance of getting help, because he talked about how he was in a very bad marriage. And he said that the chick was, the term he used was borderline, and I came into it, and I asked him about that. But it wasn't until Cerulean stopped me in mid sentence and said, "No, that's not what he meant, kid. That's not what he meant, Neymar." He said when he said borderline, he meant borderline narcissist. He wasn't talking about what you got. So it's all right. Because he understands because you know, borderlines, we have a higher propensity for violence. It's nothing. Don't get misconstrued, folks.
Yeah.
We are some of the most compassionate people you will come across. We'll try to hurt ourselves to stop from hurting somebody.
That is very true. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's very true. Mm-hmm.
That's why I talked about that one thing about don't put a gun in my hand.
Yeah.
Unless absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just like
yeah, and I'm glad Ronan and I think DS1 was on that panel. That was a great discussion. I saw that replay and I was impressed. Everybody got their thoughts out, and that's real,
thanks for
man.
having me on that one. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, not
at least
man. That was a classic heavy hitter with DS1 once again, man.
Like, shit. No. I'm sorry, man.
I ain't saying you, but I'm just saying DS1. But that kind of
no. I'm saying I'm sorry because right now I'm crying.
Yeah, but that's
I can't
just
help but
like
cry, so because you're getting it's just like it touches your soul, man. I'm emotional.
Yeah,
I'm emotional.
and I'm just like I was looking at it, and I was like, man, like the stuff I did, and I look back at it, I look at my shit, I was just like, man, this is awesome, man. But yeah, but it's cool though because it made me learn about more people now. But I understand how I treat people and things like that, even offline. I deal with this all the time. With certain people, even myself. I used to be depressed at one time, but I tell my stories. But yeah.
Oh, I would. Oh yeah, hang on a second. Just need to find a packet of tissues here. God damn it. Man, Kleenex ain't shit. I should get endorsement from Kleenex.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got a box full in my room right now, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's like a snot nose. Everybody's like, what was it? There was like a Family Guy episode where they talked about, it was a board meeting for Kleenex.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that the main source, the main people who were buying Kleenex weren't people with severe colds. It was guys who were, rubbing one out. Excuse me. So I'm just like thinking, oh my God. Even in comedy, you got to understand the brilliance of certain jokes.
Yeah.
That's why some of us don't laugh. Because we already see the intricacies of it. We just foresee it. But like you said, like when you come to meet people, understand, you get that, you start to earn and gain an insight to certain things. Like when we had Ronan and CJ, that's a cool cat. I just hope he gets his head right. I just hope he's like on the up and up.
He's doing good, like the army, and they jump out of the planes and stuff with his friend. I saw a recent video he posted on another website, and he just I was impressed, and they was in the army. CJ's a cool dude. Like, he's subscribed to my channel. He be coming through and watching replays, and shouts out to him. But that's DeAndre's homeboy that broke his fist for him, but that's like blood brothers in a way. But they're like almost like comrades, even though they go from different branches. But the beauty about it is they built that empire together. So I understand he treats him like family. He's like, he told me, he said, Black, right? From Saru. He said, yeah, that's what he's like to me. I said, I see. I get that type
Black
of effect. Sarun's nephew, that's his code name. He ain't gonna dox himself. But what I've actually talked to him.
Don't go there then. Sorry. Don't go there.
But no, this is on the stream. If you watch on the stream, Sarun had like this icon. You know how we talk in gray, right? I actually met his nephew while talking through his avatar, and I didn't know who that was, and I came back and I said, okay. Okay. But he respects me. No, he watches my stuff. He said, voice, he talked about me. And I was like, voice. I was like, who's he talking? Oh, he's talking to me. I said, okay. But see, he knows his uncle be on panels a lot. But see, this is where I try to tell you that people think Sarun's by himself. He's got people watching him. He don't do what he used to do. And Dre told me, he said he don't do that no more, because what Dre's doing, Sarun used to do. He don't do that no more. He don't do that no more.
I didn't know. There's some things I don't need to know. That's all I'm saying. But I will say.
But it's a good thing.
I gotta keep my paranoia intact.
Yeah.
Like Dave Chappelle said, you gotta keep your paranoia intact.
Yeah.
As a black man.
But
I'll give you a story.
When I met his nephew, like, he appreciated, and I like what he said about his I think he has daughters. He said, we hear your stuff all the time. I said, man, I appreciate it, man. Like, I just kept on streaming, and I'll never forget what he said. And he said, just keep doing it, man. Like, all right, man. Like, I know people watching me like that, man.
I'm gonna be honest. One thing: if I ever in Minnesota, I always say I'm thinking if I ever go to Minnesota, I'm gonna think I'm back. I'm still in Norway. Because if you're in Minneapolis, because first of all, most of the folks in Minneapolis, white folks there, inside Minnesota, excuse me, are mostly of Scandinavian descent, especially Swedish and Norwegian.
That is very true.
Also, neighboring Wisconsin, you could say the same thing as well. So, but then again, you also have a lot of Black East African immigrants in around the Minneapolis area, the Twin Cities. So you're going to find a lot of Ethiopians, Eritreans, especially a lot of Somalis. So I'm thinking, I'm probably going. It's going to give me the sense that I'm in the east. I'm on the east side or east central part of Oslo, area called Greenland and everything, where you have a lot of immigrants.
Right.
Only it's not ridiculously gentrified right now. So I don't know if I ever meet Cerulean's nephew, whatnot, if I tell him what I am, he's got like, oh man, my boy, one of my dogs is that, and that. That's what I know is going to happen for sure.
Yeah, he's actually pretty cool. When I've heard him online through Cerulean's avatar, it was on only stream. If you watch, I think it's an old stream. I can't think of the name, but he was talking to all of us, man. Like he listened to all of that. He appreciates what we're saying. And I was amazed when he said that to me, and it felt good when he said that, and that just made me do more content after that. And after that, I was cool. This is when me and Cerulean was really having those discussions on here a lot, and that shows you he could have did it off air, but his nephew decided, no, I'm gonna do it on there over only. So I said, see, I was just coming from the bathroom, right, and I realized I didn't know who was talking. But
I hope you wash your hands as well. But yeah,
I did. I washed my hands and everything, and I came right back. I was like, "Who's his nephew?" And then Dre tried to introduce me to his nephew. I said, "Dre, what is this?" And then he kept calling me Voice, and I started laughing. But it felt good what he said. He'd be listening to my content, and I was listening to what he was saying. It's like, it's a nickname that he dubbed me. His nephew did. He hears me all the time. He be watching through Cerulean and all that. I was, oh, okay. And I'm like,
okay, I'm curious if it's not too personal. Is this nephew on the spectrum by any chance?
I don't think so. I mean, I may ask off air if we ever talk. Me and Cerulean. Sometimes I see him on other areas too. Yeah.
Nothing against him, because like when he said voice disc, if he's referred to, or if it's just
it's a nickname. He dubbed it because I have that, the broadcast sound, because I have the microphone and everything.
You got a voice you do have a voice for radio.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I was like, okay, he gave me a nickname. He said, now you the voice, and Dre was messing with me. I started laughing. I said, yeah, I know. That's because my channel is something else, man. Like, because I had Cerulean all the time. This is when we had a lot of panels after that SKC incident. He's been cerebral. I tell people I can't control what Cerulean does. He was over there with Sheila's a lot. And when he started coming on my shit, I'm not mad. People were mad when he came on. I can't control him. I can't control him and Drea that close. That's their friendship. They're like brothers, man. Like, come on, man. People don't understand that. It's like Charles. I get it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, you're dealing with folks who are ex-military. They have a different mindset. So
yeah,
you want to mess with them, now they're gonna make it their mission to completely destroy you, and they will destroy you as best as they can. You're dealing with people who are equipped, well prepared, and like they say in the Marines, we don't, like Keenan Ivory Wayne said in that one movie as a Marine, he said, "I'm a Marine. We don't plan, we improvise." So you don't want to play with those cats, because they've got you got a small toolbox. You got like one of those Fisher Price toolbox. These people, they got a garage. They got a garage.
Oh, they got a compound. Yeah.
No. They got a huge workshop.
Yeah, workshop, like a.
They got a huge
compound. Yeah.
They got a huge workshop. So they got all the tools they need to break you down. You do not want to play with that.
They got the vehicle stuff. What Dre was saying, they got everything. I said, yeah, I already know the torture. He said it works.
I'm talking tactics.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't get involved in some of that shit, because
he told me
certain torture techniques. I don't think not without adult supervision. That's what I'm going to say right now.
Yeah.
Anything I got to do, I need to have adult supervision.
I think he told me this one time on the panel. I said, Trey, they do that. He said, yeah, it works. He said, remember that water? He said, that's light. He said, sir, we do all types of things in the Navy. I said, really? I said, wow, I'm glad he's going.
I remember I got one of my dudes. He told me this one. They got this one type of advanced interrogation technique from Myanmar. It involves a knitting needle, one of those needles you need for knitting sweaters and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It involves one of those, a clamp. I'm not gonna say where they threaten to insert it, but within seconds, you're gonna start confessing before they even try anything.
Oh yeah. Oh, Dre told me a story what they do with the food, with the pork. He told me that, and they lock him up and they start fighting. And he was hungry. It was like a delicacy, and that got him to talk. I forget what technique they called. They used to do that in the military, and I was like, wow, talking about American military. And I was like, really? I said, yeah. He said that's another way they did it. I said, I see. And I was like, damn, that's awful, because
here's one that's real awful. Here's one I can think. This is how sadistic I am. Say you're dealing with somebody who may be having a peanut butter allergy, who maybe have a peanut allergy, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's even worse.
Starving for a while. And maybe they also lactose intolerant.
Oh wow.
And while they're at, let's just say they're also allergic to strawberries.
It's not good. Yeah.
So understand what I'm saying, folks. This is a hypothetical. I'm just saying this is hypothetical. Don't take this out of context, but this is how my twisted mind works.
Wow.
You starve them for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give them a PB&J, and you give nothing but a PB&J sandwich, strawberry jelly, and a glass of milk. Now they're going to decide if they're going to risk. Now that puts them in a bad spot because they're wondering, should I eat it or should I just stay away from it? I'm hungry as hell, but if this is all I got to eat, what am I supposed to do? And then you wait until they consume it. And then you hit them with the EpiPen. And that's when they're at their most vulnerable. And then you can talk and you can do whatever you want. You can convince them of all kinds of things, and you can put all kinds of thoughts in their heads. And then eventually they'll tell you what you want to hear. They'll tell you everything. Not what you want to hear, but tell you everything.
Mm-hmm.
You understand how sick that could be, how vicious that is?
Oh yeah, I can imagine. If you really try and get information out of them, yeah, I've heard a lot of shit. Some people don't like it, but no, that's tactics. They got to get it out of you.
In certain situations, it may be called for, and then you get like, you know what, the Geneva Convention can wait.
Yeah.
And then again, even if they claim they were tortured, can they actually prove it? Unless they have physical evidence on them to prove that they were subject to stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Dre always tell me them torture stories. I'm just like, wow, man. Like all the stuff he said, yeah, man, sir, that goes down sometimes when we try and get terrorists. And even he told me about the ships, the pirates, right? The Somalian pirates. He said, they couldn't shoot inside the thing because they're, ricochet, whatever. You know what they did? They had to use gas to get them out, and then they started getting upset, and their eyes started watering, and they just handcuff them. Yeah, tear gas, and they handcuff them real quick. They know certain positions, and it's like police work. I said, that's where the cops get all. Okay, so that's how they get them gangs down like that. And then with the gas, he said, "Yep, all that technique came from the military." Rubber bullets. Yeah, they didn't.
I know somebody who got because remember, was it one of the BLM protesters during last summer?
Yeah.
She lost. She had it. Was it? She's now blind in one eye because of a rubber bullet.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
because they use that in occupied West Bank and Gaza when you're dealing with Palestinians and shit. They used to rubber bullets, all they use mostly.
Yeah, And I was looking at that. I was like, Dre, that's how they take down people. I said, yeah, look at the police stuff in America, how they take down people. A lot of military techs. Charles said the same thing. It's a combination of what you learn, technique. They'll show you, before they, build you up and all that.
A lot of those cops have military backgrounds, but unfortunately, but some of those cops, but some people forget that what applies in combat cannot always be applied in law enforcement. So you have to be, so they have to kind of reverse engineer some of that shit. So unfortunately, you think that some of those law enforcement agencies and what apparatuses and whatnot would learn that. Listen, there's a difference. Unless that person may have been but then again, certain people who were in law enforcement, they stay in the military. Like some of them, instead of going into like law enforcement in their local community, sometimes they go into CDC, which is in the Army, or NCIS, if you know that show.
Yeah.
It's not, or to just decide to stay and be MPs in their respective armed forces, armed forces. And then the field marshal and everything. Not the field marshal. What do they call the person who's like head of the MPs on a military base? What is that?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Hey, I know the right movie where I can find that term. Because I remember it was what's his name? His character was held that kind of a position. The generals. Yes. Provost Marshal.
Mm-hmm.
Provost Marshal, that is the head of the MPs on any military installation. It's basically like he's basically provost is a provost is based from the French word provost, and provost marshal is basically the head of he's like the sheriff of that, because it's like a small, because like any military base or naval base, Air Force base, Army fort, Marine base, they're all like basically small towns upon themselves. So some people, instead of just going into civilian, if they decide to stay in the military and they want to go into law enforcement, this is their options. Not all of them qualify to be in law enforcement sometimes, because some of that shit because some of the training they have from then does have its perks, but not all of it can be applied in civilian life. So sometimes they have to they have to go through retraining, but some people forget to do that, and the standards are not what they used to be.
Right.
I mean, up here it's like 3 years they got to do it, because you have to learn non-lethal techniques. Because here, like, they carry guns only when in certain situations, so they have to learn the situation. It's like you remember that there was that clip a few years ago. It was like after what happened to Eric Garner in Long Island, in New York.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Okay, after what happened with Eric Garner. Excuse me. What happened was like a bunch of Swedish cops were in New York, and they took down these unruly brothers on a subway train. Because their training is to use non-lethal techniques to apprehend them. So Danish, Norwegian cops, I'm sure the same thing in Iceland. They're all trained like that. They also have those SB whatever batons they have, those collapsible batons, SBT bands. They train in those, so they know how to, these guys they take like 2-3 years of training just to make sure they're proficient, because like 1 year or several weeks is not enough. I understand that there's a demand in some of these things, but I'm just like, there's got to be the standards need to be improved in a sense in certain places. You're not going to improve by lowering standards and trying to get as many people in law enforcement as much as you can. It doesn't work like that. And plus, there needs to be like new psych evaluations or improving psych evaluations. You okay?
Yeah, it's just a little sinus, but I'm all right. It's in my ears, but I'm okay. I'm listening to you though.
Oh, you got that sinus issue in your ears?
Yeah, sometimes I live in the state of Georgia because when I was in Tennessee, I never had that. Here, it's a lot of trees. That's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
You mean like that like you feel it in your ears, like that what's it called,
Yeah,
that tube
yeah,
that
because
goes
they don't
down your
cut their
neck
trees
thing?
here, and you know what's so weird? Like we cut our trees in Tennessee, where I come from, because to keep the roaches and things like that, because they fly. But here, they allow shit to grow. You see everything,
Roaches
like
fly.
yeah, they fly down here. And you know what's so
Roaches
funny though? Like
fly?
yeah, they fly like water bugs,
I
like
never heard
actually
that. I've
water
never heard
roaches.
of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, those are water bug roaches. Yeah, you know, in the South like that, you know, when you have a lot of trees, they stay in. But they dead right now. But you know, it's the winter time. But they'll be back somewhere around the spring. You know, because knowing them. But you know, but I live out in Cobb County, because I can tell you, like a lot of these trees, it's just what it is, man. Like you know, because if you cut a tree, you know they'll tax you. You know, they try to know what you're doing, but you gotta have permission. That's weird. But where I'm from originally, you don't need to do all that because it's not an income tax state. But in Georgia, yeah, they'll charge you.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know? It is
Yeah,
what it
she
is.
said water bugs. Yeah, that's what we call them, man. I don't know what they are. But
Because I can
yeah,
understand that thing about what you know, that irritation sinus issue. Because when I was younger, me and my brother, we had that same problem. I don't know. It was
it
like
usually be in the nose when I was coming up. It was the nose, I think mouth when I was coughing, and that's it. But when I came down here, it was in the ears. I was like, damn, I wasn't used to that. But
you
you know
feel it
that
in the
is,
ears.
yeah,
You say, like the back of your the roof of your mouth starts to itch,
yeah.
and
I
you
had
get an
that.
itch in there. So my brother, I remember my younger brother, even I myself, sometimes we end up going and making sounds like because
Yeah,
we're trying to you like scratching your ears and you go because it's in the back of your throat.
Yeah, I always
It's like
drink
somewhere in the
water,
back of your throat.
get that shit out, man. Like I pick my ear a little bit and a little Q-tip. I'm all right. And I'm like, ugh, just let that shit drip.
You're not supposed to be using Q-tips inside your ears. I
Yeah,
keep
not
forgetting
I
that.
don't use a Q-tip. I use something else. You know, just gently with the ear and just come out or squeeze or whatever.
What is it? That
Those
little
drop.
device. There's this little device you can put in your ear. You just twist it, and it slowly takes them out. Clears out extracts the earwax out your ears.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
I've
man.
done that. I've done that. Yeah, feels good when it comes out. I'm like, woo. God, that's that sinus. I had to check. I said, man, I have a sinus problem. Hey, let me drink some water,
Yeah.
some tea.
I gotta get my nose fixed. I got a broken nose.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Broken nose. I got a broken skull.
Ooh.
I got some skull fractures. I got also I got hit in the face with a baseball when I was young. So my left cheek is kind of messed up, and the sinus there is kind of messed up. So yeah, I've got some injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you ever played baseball?
I haven't played baseball, you know, never been contact hit like that, but I've always had played basketball when I rolled my ankle and things like that. So that was it. So
yeah, you know. I've had that happen to me. Playing basketball and soccer, you roll your ankles and shit. That hurts. That hurts. I mean, what's the worst injury you could get? Like you snap your Achilles tendon?
Yeah. That's another
Isn't
one.
Klay Thompson? Isn't that what Klay Thompson got right now? Klay Thompson from the Warriors.
It was AC. It was an ACL. That's a knee injury, but he's back a little bit. But the Achilles tendon, that was Durant. Yeah, he ain't been the same since. Now he can still go inside, but not as hard as much. Dominique was very simple. It wasn't as bad as people think, but that was a career ended. After that, he just went down ever since he stopped
Dominique
playing.
Wilkins.
Yeah, I remember he was the only one that kind of he survived, but he can't do what he used to. Let's just say it like that. It takes your explosiveness out of it. I think you use your Achilles for everything with the knee and stuff like that.
Because without that, you can't stand. You can't stand without that the tendon in your ankle. I mean, like I can tell you, like when we talk about sports injuries, like baseball, and like in baseball, it's like sometimes you'll have like a tendon transplant for like pitchers. They'll take like a minor tendon or ligament from your knee, and they'll put it in there in your arm to help us strengthen that arm, especially if it's your throwing arm. Knee injuries, we know a lot about knee injuries. I mean, because a lot of people talk about the Jalen Rose with was it Jalen Rose or who was it from the Bulls? Not Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose, I remember because he used to be like he went to Michigan. He like is it Jalen Rose? Who's the cat? The one who tore his meniscus.
Oh, I know you're talking about. Yeah, I forget his name too.
Because I keep getting mistaken for Jalen Rose. Because Jalen Rose, I remember we used to play for the Pacers, and he went to Chicago and everything.
Yeah, he went to Chicago.
Paul Pierce, I remember. What was it? One time he dunked the ball right, but he swung too far out. While he was swinging, he let go of the rim, and he landed face first on the hard floor.
Derrick Rose. He said Derrick Rose.
Right? Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure. Derrick Rose, because he tore his meniscus how many times? He fucked up his knees while in Chicago. But Paul Pierce, you remember when the Celtics went on that championship run in the playoffs. Remember he got Paul Pierce got hurt, right?
Yeah.
And he refused to sit. He refused to sit down. He was going to play hurt because he said, the only three letters I want to hear are MVP, not MRI. But you'd realize he was risking, his career doing that.
Yeah.
So, eventually, I think he got that shit fixed up. But that knee injuries, like you talk about, ACL tears, because you don't stand like you used to. If it's like a complete tear, partial tear, you could regain some mobility, but you gotta rehabilitate that like a motherfucker.
Yeah. I think it's a real tear. He did it in the playoffs. I'll never forget it. And then he tried to come back, and they told him, it took him a couple of years to get back. Yeah, ACLs ain't no joke.
Oh man, especially with the osteopathic surgeries they got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because I remember there used to be this channel, this program I used to watch called Transworld Sports.
Mm-hmm.
And this was in the 90s. They were showing how they do those orthoscopic knee surgeries and such. And you just sitting there in a chair, and they're just drilling a hole in you, and they're just drilling in these holes in your knees, and they're reattaching it that way because it's less invasive and such. You're completely conscious, and you're watching this shit going on. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's that serious, man. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just like, whoa. Because I see that shit, I'm like, I mean, what can I say? I mean, it's just like when you're a preteen and you see that shit for the first time, and you're watching that, and you're like, this is some scientific shit. And you're like, wow. Because I grew up playing soccer, and
yeah. And that's usually what it is. I've seen a lot of nasty injuries in school when my friends get injured with the arm, the elbow, knees, head collision, small concussions. I mean, before they call it the CTE thing now. And wow, man. Shoot, people broke their hands, knuckles, I've heard, thumbs. Some wild stuff. But that's sports. I mean, hey, you deal with it. It don't bother me now because when I was young, I used to be a little squeamish, but I understand why they like that now. But over time, I kept seeing it. I was curious. I love biology and science. So, the body. Next thing you know, the injuries came. That's a whole nother tactic. But when players get hit now, I used to see players get their legs blown away, the bits, like gore. They knee and leg exploded on the basketball court. I saw that. I forget those type of injuries, what they call them. Blew his leg out. That's what people were saying in the barbershop. I said, damn.
You mean like a rupture?
Like a rupture, yeah. And I saw that on the court. I said, ooh.
You remember what happened to that one cat for University of Louisville?
Yeah.
Where his leg broke and went those leg breaks and everything, like the leg breaks you see in mixed MMA and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Those injuries I can tolerate, but I can't. You know why? I mean, no, it's I get too squirmy. I'm like, no, I can't. I'll look at it, but
I'm like, oh my god. When I hear that shit, when I see that shit, I'm like,
everybody be like standing there, oh my god. Like,
I have the same reaction. I've seen I remember I watched pro wrestling. I've seen some mishaps like that happen. Like, and sometimes I have to replay it because I have to see. Did I just see what happened?
Yeah.
Because like you have some like they like sometimes when they do certain moves out of the ring, and they mistime it, and sometimes they like the guy might hit his head or something on the mat or on some shit. You're like, is he okay?
Yeah.
It's like you like the shit we do to entertain these people. That's all.
Yeah. That's what we do, man.
Oh man, this silence is really bugging you like bad, huh?
It's flips the ear to ear. It's like inner ear, but I'm okay. It's mild, you know, but it'll go away in the next couple of hours because it's raining out here, but it's getting cold. You know, it's December. I mean, it's January. You know, that's way it's
cold. It's snowing over here.
Oh yeah, we may get some over here real soon. We ain't careful. I mean, our internet's working fine. They put the wires in the ground down here in Georgia. They do that. I don't know why.
You got the fiber optics? You got the fiber optics?
They have fiber optics here. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's what we got. I live in a small town, but they've been laying down fiber optics. It's all underground, so we don't have to worry about that shit.
Yeah. Before they had fiber optics, they've been having electricity in the ground for years. Like I never understood why Georgia did that, but I know why. I know why there was no power outages as much. I said, I see why they did that. That's a tech move they did. Okay. They invested that years ago. And I think Mike said this on the panel too last year about the 90s. Yeah, a lot of things changed here. A lot of things changed here. So many changes, you know, especially with tech. I was like, yeah, you know, yeah, they have fiber optics in the apartments and the houses here, you know. Yeah. I know Art's live right now. I'm sky watching him. You know, he's interviewing this cat, radical Latino. That must be an interesting subject. What do you know? Let's see who's playing. Browns and the Bengals.
Yeah, still here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I was going to see who's playing.
Yeah. Bengals and Browns?
Yeah, they playing right now.
Somebody scream, okay, OHIO, OHIO, OHIO. That's an Ohio thing.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, what is it they said? What is it like? Since you're in Georgia, I'm not sure if I remember somebody once asked this question. And they asked this dude up in Georgia. He said, like, yo, what's the big news about Georgia? To hell with Georgia. It was the answer.
Yeah.
Or some shit like that. I never understood that.
Yeah, it's a lot of people say that. There are transplants say that. But the actual Georgians, I don't think they really care. You know, but when it comes to college football, a lot of them are Crimson Tide fans because they went to Alabama. And I'm not surprised. It's the Tide or the Dogs. Outside of that, not so much. But basketball is the Yellow Jackets.
Wait, what about the Yellow Jackets? Because you got Georgia Tech.
Atlanta. Yeah, that's the basketball thing. They don't care about the football there. But it's Georgia State. They got where the old Braves Stadium is, their new football stadium right there. And they have the Yellow Jackets. It's Yellow Jackets. I will say Georgia State. That's Atlanta. The third
University of Georgia, we got the Bulldogs.
Yeah, that's football. But in basketball, since it'll be Yellow Jackets or the Panthers, that's the Georgia State. And then, of course, Emory University, their Eagles, that little small little league college they got. But they have a good school.
Oh, no, let's not forget Kennesaw State.
Kennesaw State. Yeah, for football. Yeah, so it's UGA, Kennesaw State, and sometimes they mention Georgia State in football, but in basketball, they with the Yellow Jackets. That's their competition because UGA not so much in basketball, and Kennesaw sometimes, but it varies, you know, because Georgia's got several colleges to look at. And then you got Savannah State, Savannah and all that. You know, that's about it.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Alabama because, you know, some people, they go to Alabama from Georgia. You got folks who either enroll in Alabama, but there's also those who went to Auburn.
That's true. You got some.
I know somebody. She's an alumnus of. She's an alumnus of Auburn. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of people from Atlanta went to Auburn, and then they also went to Alabama too. They went to both of them, separate schools for that rivalry because of that football. You rarely see people big up other colleges like that, except for UGA, sometimes Kennesaw State, Emory for research. I would say Georgia State, and Georgia State. That's about it. And Savannah State. That's about it in Georgia. But outside of that, most people that are transplanted or born and raised here, they love Alabama and Auburn. I've noticed that when I used to work. I said,
and you're native Tennessee. You're from Tennessee originally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what are the major colleges there besides Tennessee?
There's UT, that's Knoxville. Tennessee State University that's a small college, similar to Georgia State down here. They play against Florida A&M. They call it FAMU. You know, they always play the Florida A&M Rattlers. They play. Vanderbilt's another one. That's another one. That's a big school. It's like Emory, but it's like a research. But Vanderbilt to Emory, they're damn near the same. But Vanderbilt's more recognizable, kind of like Georgia Tech. It's in Nashville. And then you got Memphis. You got MTSU. That's Murfreesboro. That's in Rutherford County. That's in the middle part of Tennessee. That's when they had Nathan Bedford Forrest, the statue. They took it down when my dad was in school, but it's this guy named President Walker in the 70s. They took that shit down. They don't want to be remembered for their Klansmen days. The Blue Raider order of the Klan, you know, at once upon a time. That's what the school was named after. And they had to remove it and put it in the museum. And I said, yeah, I tried to tell my dad that was life back then. You know what I mean? That was life back then. That was back then.
It was rough in those days.
Yeah, in them days. And them schools were idolized back
segregated.
Then. Yeah. The Commodores, that's the popular team in college. They call them the Commodores. Actually, they have a high school in Hendersonville, model self after Vanderbilt with those colors, call themselves the Commandos, based off the Commodores. That's deep, you know, military, like, you know, they show their little symbolism. But my high school I'm originally from is like a green wave school, but it's based off the Vince Lombardi school, like the green and gold, the helmets, the football helmets before they were, you know, the Packers idolized. But our symbol was the battleship. That was it. Like a what you call the man of war, the galleon battleship. Interesting. Call us the Green Wave, which is weird to me, but that's our mascot. That was my mascot in high school, so I'll never forget. But it became a diverse school later on. Yeah. It became the diverse school later on when I went. You had a lot of Africans that are Americanized. They was from San Francisco, but they people was from Southern Sudan. They told me their history about Southern Sudan, but they never mentioned Northern Sudan. They always mentioned South.
You have that right. Oh, there's that animosity. There's some traditional, cultural, historical animosities there. Yeah.
And I understand now when I start moving to Georgia and met people like yourself, you know, you're kind of down here, and I said, they told me, and I said, I see. And I scratched my head and I said, you're right. Mm-hmm.
We all have our animosities in ways. And from what I understand, besides DC, in the Atlanta, or should I say the GTA, or is it GAT, Great Atlanta area, or is it GAA? How do you say it?
Around Atlanta, you have a high Atlanta area. Yeah.
But like, you know, the Greater Atlanta area, it's like, or the Greater ATL, you have a high concentration of, you know, folks of my ilk and from next door as well, and from that region. Outside of, you know, DC and the East Coast, or like in Northern and Southern Cal. So, you know, they got some good, you know, and you're gonna come across people with different, you know, thoughts and ilks and ethnicities if they're that diverse. But we all have our histories about with one another. Some of it good, some of it bad. You know, it's a combination of things. Because there was a lot of. If you look at the history, you're gonna see, like, understand how people interact and how things came about. I remember I was looking at Kat's channel. I was like seeing some of that stuff. Like she put on some clips talking about her ancestry, like about the kingdom of Nubia and whatnot. And I'm like, wow. Talk about somebody who's really deep into her culture.
Yeah. Oh, Kat is a excellent gem. Sometimes I listen, and I was on a panel once on her channel, but I've been on panels where on other areas of the sphere. Excellent woman, good to talk to. She's a character for herself, but she knows what she's talking about. We have a good conversation every now and then. I ain't got no problems with her. She's always cool over here. She's always
she's just a joy to be around. It's just sometimes you just gotta be careful. You just gotta know when to talk. You gotta know when to talk and when to leave it.
To talk to her. Oh, I know. Especially on these panels I've been on. Yeah, she's something else. She just want attention, but I kind of respect her in a way. She's honest, like she's not hiding anything, but she'll let you know. That's one thing I can say about her. I'm like, okay, I know where she stands on things. As a woman, you don't get that, but I understand her position. I'm like, I see
her perspective, her position, her perspective. It's interesting you bring up the term perspective, because how long has it been since you last listened to the Black Phillip show, by the way?
Not that much. It's been a while, a minute. I used to watch some of his shows. I watch everybody. I watch Bill Burr sometimes. Yeah, Patrice.
Because if you might remember, I used to go back and forth with some of the women on it.
Yeah.
Especially like the typical black ones, right? There was one. She was like saying the male perspective. He stopped her. He stopped the press and said, "Tell us, what is the male perspective?" And she was not going to say what she was. And you got to understand, there is no such thing as the male perspective. There is no the male perspective or the female perspective. It is a female or a male perspective, because every man, every woman has their own particular perspective on things. And you're not going to, and you may not necessarily understand it, but you may have some understanding to it. You're not going to understand completely, but you'll understand some of it. You know what I'm saying? Some of it, it's nothing malicious. It's like some people just are not going to understand your perspective completely. Some people may get some understandings of it, or may not. And you got to give Kat her flowers, because she speaks her perspective. She's willing to let it clear where she stands, what her perspectives are on certain things. It's just some people just may not really completely understand it or whatnot, because sometimes you're dealing with people who have their own history. I mean, nothing against ADOS folks, nothing against Afro-Caribbean folks or whatnot. You guys have to develop your own history, your own cultures and shit. But some of us come from traditions that we still hold dear into it. But unfortunately, I've learned that not everybody understands those traditions. This is not a knock on her. That's what I'm saying. Is some of us, like some of my own kind, we don't even bother to really dig deep into our own histories and try to understand why our people are the way they are. You can't understand the what if you don't even consider the how, the why, and when.
Yeah.
And where. So I gotta give her, I gotta big ups her on that. I like hearing her talk. But thankfully for me, I'm immune to that British accent.
Oh yeah, I am too. Yeah, I'm used to it. Yeah, because I've heard a lot down here. They travel every now and then, but I'm so immune to it. But then hers was like refreshing, but I understand where she's coming from. I said, she's one of those British, and she told her story when she came to Britain in '85. I said, I see. Okay, you was a transplant. Interesting.
Culture. She was a baby. She was little. She was a little girl because she was born in Sudan. She was born in Khartoum.
Yeah.
That if you want to understand that city, you got to understand the Nile, because that's where both the Blue Nile and the White Nile come and meet.
Yeah.
It's around that city where and I'll tell you, the Sudanese people are some of the chillest people you ever meet, because where they're from, that region, it is hot as hell, and the heat will make you crazy.
Oh, I know it will.
So you got to have a chill mode. Yeah. It's hot all year round. Sudan, Khartoum, Omdurman, across the river from Khartoum is the city of Omdurman. That's a traditional. That was the traditional capital. That's where everybody mostly lives. Khartoum is more likely where people will live and work and everything. So it's not uncommon to see a lot of people commuting across the bridges. But that, except for the river, except for the Nile, it's just dry as fuck out there. You gotta keep a cool head. You just gotta know there's certain times of the day you don't step out, because that heat will make you crazy. Doesn't care what time of year it is.
Yeah.
So thankfully, and that river is what, and the Nile is what keeps them sane. Just like how Egypt, that Nile is important to them. That's why that most of the population is concentrated up along the river. So that's a harsh place. That's a tough place. That's a harsh place, but that but they are strong people that way.
Yeah, they usually are.
Yeah, just like like your partners from the South Sudan. Most of them, they come from places that are semi-arid, but they're like grasslands. And in the wet season, they got to be careful because it turns into marshes.
Yeah.
Very few trucks can get. A lot of trucks have to be careful when you're driving through the area in that time of year, because you can get stuck in the mud and you're spinning your wheels and shit. Aid workers have ever worked in those areas during times of drought or times of war. They know it can be rough out there.
Yeah.
So it's every region, and but they've learned but the people there, they learned to survive and how to be tough about that. So and you got a lot of those folks and you got a lot of folks from the north and the south who migrate to other parts of the world, especially to the English-speaking parts of the world, like not necessarily just the U.S., but also Canada, Greater Britain as well.
Yeah.
Also, there's plenty of those who migrate to the Middle East, and a lot of them is just some of the coolest cats to be around. Some of the they got good hearts. I'm gonna tell you that. I mean, just like my people, they got good hearts. If you've been around us, we're just very welcoming and shit.
Yeah.
Hospitality is very important to us. When's the last time you've been around my people, around my brother, man?
I mean, they're very hospitable. I see them a lot at in Emory a lot in the research department, like in the nursing and things like that. The women, the guys are too, but it's just usually it's in and out. And you got some people from West Africa as well, a blend, but they understand, they know each other's cultures are different. That's how they get down here, and I understand why, but when it comes to the taxi and the driving, it's amazing. They figure it out, because us as Black Americans, we just so silly. We always want to compete. Who's going to get the most fares and shit. But my dad always said this, he said, them other people overseas, they know how to handle it. Well, they understand how to deal with people. They been all over each world in the Western cultures. Think about it. They was trained to do that.
Yeah, we that's the thing. We have to learn. When you're an immigrant, you have to learn the local language, culture, and everything. But the thing is, you can also you don't have to worry about the natives. And the natives, sometimes you don't even bother to understand your culture, whatnot. So, like when I meet certain Norwegians and I tell them I'm Eritrean and everything, like, oh, that's cool, because I know some people like that right now, and they tell me some of their stories. Like there was this one woman, like this one elderly woman who I got to know really well. She told me about a time that she met this one Eritrean, and this couple she met, they were Eritrean, and they invited her and her significant other to their child's baptism. But she was really intrigued her about our culture and whatnot. I mean, Art Newstyle here, that's another example, because he talks about his neighbors who are Ethiopian, and how they've had him over like for certain holidays and whatnot. It's that love and sense of community. And with immigrants, sometimes they don't try to compete with each other. Sometimes what they do is they'll work together, because like the word team, that could be an acronym for together everybody achieves more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
That's what they figured. They learned they have to hang on. Like I said, they gotta figure the system out, because they have to understand how the system works and how to help each other out. And some of us who are recent immigrants, we understand we got to have that, like that. So we have to have a social network of people, like a support system. So we talk to certain people and they say, oh, listen, there's someone's, once you contact so-and-so, he's got cousins over here and there. So if you have any information, if you get lost, you talk to them to help you out, sort that shit out.
Yeah.
And then in return, you help their relatives and whatnot. Because we bring that sense of community when we come to the new places.
Right.
I mean, so it is what it is. And I'm just sure a lot of folks, like when they come in to interact with other groups, but I think it's that thing is like that sense of collectivism. That's one thing that can be a problem, Like when it's like, if you remember, Jamil Abdullah Alameen, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, he has this. There's a speech he did back in the day called "Collectivism versus Individualism."
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, that's a good speech.
And he talked about how back in the day, just like now, black folks can't be afforded individuality because you're going to be seen as part of a collective, for good or for bad.
Yeah, true, very true. Mm-hmm. That's
just
so
like
true.
I had to make. It's just like I had to make peace with the fact that when some people see me, all they're going to see is my black hue, my black skin. That's the first thing they see, and they're going to have certain assumptions about me until they realize, what are you?
Yeah. When I start coming down here, I think my family kind of blend in a little bit because we don't look like your average, black person, because we mixed in a couple of genetics in us. But for me, it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me where I came from originally, but over time, like it's just like we blend in because some people it didn't really matter, but it was all types of stuff here, different cultures. It was different for me from where I come from because I was so isolated with the black and the white and a few other ethnics. But when I start coming to Georgia, they everywhere, man. Like businesses, local businesses and corporate. Oh, you can just forget about holidays. I tell people all the time, like, you can just forget about it, man. That shit is like, I wish I had their childhoods, but I did not down here. I wish, but I grew up in Tennessee. That's the way it was in the suburbs or in the hood. It was isolated, but I went to other states when I was younger, of course. But when I went to Georgia, like 3 times, I understand the culture, man. Like, but living here is different than visiting it because it's a big difference how they do things here.
Very true.
Yeah,
you only see the place at certain times of year. You don't know what's like at other times.
Yeah, and you'd be like, "Oh shit, it's like this all the time." Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, like where I'm from, the region that I'm originally from, my homeland. Right now, it's warm as hell. It's the dry season.
Yeah,
it's not cold like it should be. It's not cold because even though we're in high elevation, it's pretty warm. It's the dry season, so people are pretty chill. It's just that of course, this time of year, you're going to be seeing a lot of weddings going on.
Yeah.
So because it goes, it's a reflection of our culture and whatnot. Because in the way of life we had traditionally before urbanization, like in my tribe, December up to like February, that's where they usually have weddings because by then you have harvesting done. You have to wait till planting season. And this is a time where where everybody. This is when it's bountiful and you just want to relax and chill. Yeah. And plus, you also have a lot of religious holidays around here, so you're gonna see stuff like that going until like March because that's when they start Lent, and everybody observes Lent.
Yep.
And then you got Easter and Christmas, the most important holidays in any Christian household.
Yeah. It sure is. Yeah.
Always got to have new clothes for those days, huh?
Yep, you do.
Always.
Oh, it's worse than the church. I mean, any denomination, yeah, they always dress up. I remember that growing up where I'm originally from, that was common. But here, it's like they have it on sales, discounts. Even on Mother's Day, that's even worse. Like these parental holidays, but Father's Day they usually don't celebrate it. They did a couple of times, but Mother's Day. Let me tell you something. Every restaurant will be packed. Like you can just forget it. Mama's got to eat all that stuff, kids and all that, and it's crazy, man. Especially down here.
I'm grateful I'm up here because first of all, Mother's Day is in February up here, but Father's Day is in November. So the thing was to do on Father's Day, so they figured they clamp up everything. November is Father's Day, but it's also Movember. That's when men's health and everything, and that's also prostate cancer awareness and everything. So,
yeah.
But then again, because I grew up in the Middle East, and my dad was, so I was interacting with a lot of Americans. So I call him every third Sunday of June, which is Father's Day, and I call him and said, "Happy Father's Day. Thank you for teaching me everything. I'm just glad to hear from." I mean, for me, that's just any opportunity just to talk to my dad.
Yeah.
Father's Day, his birthday,
Yeah, Father's Day is June for us, and Mother's Day is in May. That's around my birthday time, because I'm born a couple of days before Mother's Day. And the one thing I hate about around my birthday is Mother's Day, and it's a shame that I got to celebrate that too with my mom. But normally I don't really care. But she always get nice things. I always glad that she's alive and everything. But you know, I don't celebrate it as much. I always celebrate her like every year.
So,
and I already know it's just a holiday.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna top that. I gotta top that. Imagine if you were the oldest in your family, the oldest child, the firstborn child, but also the firstborn grandchild. I have nothing to myself. To my birthday is basically my parents' day. That's all. And as far as my grandmothers go, that's the day they also became grandmothers. So I can't have nothing to myself, even on my birthday.
Yeah. That's why I don't usually celebrate my birthday, because I already got to celebrate Mother's Day. Yeah, the same way. But Father's Day, I have no issue. It's a separate, and I have no issue. You know, but most people, they have an issue with Father's Day down here. They said, I don't want to celebrate Father's Day. I was like, what? I see 2 single moms over there. What? No, ain't that? But it's funny. But, but that's what it is, man.
Yo, I'm sorry. I had to laugh because I remember, you ever heard of the what's his name? Ali Sadiq, the comedian who's from Atlanta?
Yeah.
He had this bit about Father's Day. Where he talks about there's a list of holidays that have more precedence than Father's Day. And the man was sitting in a chair, getting the mic in his hand, sitting in a chair, leaning on the table with a glass of cranberry juice, right? And he had the list of all those holidays, and he went right through all of them. And although I don't have any kids myself, but I can understand what it means to be a father, because I have a father still. I have a bunch of uncles, and I can understand his frustration to why Father's Day isn't as lauded as it should be. You know, he talks about the importance his father had in his life, even though he made a lot of bad decisions, but he overcame that. But yeah, I mean, it's like you just realize the importance of those days. Like, you know, my father, he had me when he turned 30, days after turning 30. So I understand what it's like to be, you know, so each milestone, I was asking, what should I expect when I hit this day? He said, oh, this is what you're going to expect. So when I turned 30, I was just looking at myself and thinking, shouldn't have I had kids by now? You know what I'm saying? Because he had me at 30, so I'm like, something's missing here. I turned 30. Yeah. I'm now on my grown man shit. I should be on my grown man shit. Not my grown ass, but grown. Because there's a difference between being a grown man and grown ass man. Big difference. Yeah. I mean, you yourself, you're not even 30 yet, right? You pushing 30.
Well, actually, I am 33. I'll be 34 in a couple more months in the spring.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you're like 35 and shit. That's when you realize you're a grown ass man.
Yeah.
Like was it said the entertainer said about, you know, do you realize when you're a grown ass man, it's like you can't do little things like you used to.
Oh yeah, your reflex is gone. I felt that shit when I was 32.
I mean, I'm talking about like you can't do some of the dumb shit you used to do when you were
you
teenage,
like
you're in the 20s. You can't act a fool.
When I turned 30, I did a little bit, you know, but when I left the job, but once I turned like 31, 32, now 32, I felt it, and I was like, man, like it ain't the same as it was in my 20s. 20s, I can get away with a lot of stuff. I can't when I'm 30 because I'm always thinking. This is where me and Saruin talk about the dereliction part, and I was like, I see.
Yeah.
He said, even yours truly. He told me that one time. He was honest. He said,
you learn consequences.
Yeah.
It's like
you think more. Yeah, but once you turn 40, I think Dre told me when he turned 40, he said, man, it just like takes back to your teen years. You just had the one last fun and that's it. It's like a blip of the man. I'm gonna troll with this picture. His 15-year-old bitch. I was like, Drake, what are you doing? But he's saying, but being 40, even though he's a grandfather now, it's a whole different experience, man. The way
He
he
had his
explained
kids
it.
early, didn't he?
Yeah, he had his kids early. You know, he's got one that's 27, one's 25, one's 17, going on 18. I'm like, I see.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
He
Because,
did it right.
well,
He did it right. I mean, he did it right. I mean, I can't judge him on that, but that was his decision. I mean, he practiced responsibility.
I'm not knocking him off. I'm just saying it's like he had his kids early, because I understand, because he's of Haitian descent. He's of Haitian descent. His brother, and family's important. They have a tradition. They have family's important to them.
Well, see, he lost his
I can understand
family. He lost his moms. He lost his father. He said both my parents are dead. I said, oh, I see. Yeah, you remind me. One of my family that was like that too. Yeah, I had a cousin like that. Lost his family, and next thing you know, he had a lot of kids. I had a cousin that was the only child. Right, his name was Terrence.
I have uncle. I have an uncle. His wife was an only child, and that's why they have a lot of kids.
Yeah.
So I can understand that.
Yeah, that's very understandable. And I don't hate people like that, because to me, it's true. See? And I almost could have been the only child. But here's the thing. I think my mom's father promised my mother, like, don't let him be the only child, because he was the only child for a while. He didn't realize he had a sister. So he was the only child for like decades each year. This is my World War II grandfather.
When did he find out he had a sister?
Oh, years later when he got older, but he didn't know her. Here's the thing, he didn't know her.
Wait. He didn't find out at his daddy's funeral?
No, he didn't know her. It's his older sister, and he didn't realize he didn't know her. See, here's the thing: how can you know somebody you didn't grow up with? And 9 out of 10, when people have these stories like that, well, you barely even know them. That's the fucked up thing about it. And she tried to say, "Hey, what's up going?" Yeah, he know he had it, but he didn't know her personality. You didn't grow up with that. You didn't live amongst your sibling. You was basically the only child by yourself. And I understand why. I'm glad I had a sibling, because if I didn't, I would end up like my cousin, having a lot of kids, and I understand why.
How about like cats who just have like in my case, like one of my relatives, they are like the only child through their mother, but through their father they got a bunch of half siblings.
Yeah,
and they all have different mothers. It's not like a baby mama type of thing. It's like married, divorce, like that. Because divorce is easier than it is. So yeah, I can understand that. But the difference is, did they ever know each other, or did they know did any of them know each other or anything like that?
They didn't really know each other like that, because the thing was.
No, I wasn't. I was being rhetorical. I wasn't asking about you specifically.
Yeah.
But the compass of thought, I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's usually their upbringing, and I think was his father's. I think it's his father's people. Yeah, not his mom's, but his father's people, because he knew he had a daughter. Now the father knew, but I didn't think he wanted knowledge. But the son barely knew the sibling. Now he knew over time, later on, probably after the war, when he got older and things like that. Like, he didn't tell my mom at the time. Like, yeah, she had an aunt. He just barely knew her. And I think he told my mom this before my sister was born. Don't let him be on child.
Probably wasn't sure how to reach out. I don't blame him, because you got to understand people of that generation, their thoughts and how they thought, and it makes you understand why they didn't do certain things and why they did certain things. It's just you got to understand the mindset of the folks at that time.
Yeah. Oh, they was on
like I said, you understand. Like I said right there, like when I said you can't understand the what without understanding the whys and the hows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about we're having this discussion right here. You understand the what because we understand the what because we understood the why and the hows and the where and when.
Yeah. Even when he passed away when I was like 9, I tell people, I remember those war stories in the Navy. I learned a lot of history from him before he passed away. And after that was it. My grandparents are damn near dead. Even my great grandparents. I tell people, my great uncle, that's 90. He lives in Battle Creek next to Detroit. He's alive. Still alive. Yeah. Yeah. It's on my dad's mother's side.
What I know about Battle Creek is that's the headquarters for Kellogg cereal.
Yeah. Yeah, he lived out there for years, but that's my uncle. That's my great uncle. That's on my dad's mother's side, her brother. He's still alive. I'm surprised he's still alive. Yeah. You got that old man's gene. Yeah.
I talked about. I remember the like what's his name? TBA.
Yeah.
Jason Black. I remember he had this picture. He saw the Sojourner Truth and of Harriet Tubman in their later years of life.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that look in Harriet Tubman's face. That look is because he said that's the person who's like a lioness, who's not afraid of death. Because the old folks did like say, this is the final lesson I have to teach you, and that's how to be prepared to accept death.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing a picture like that of my great grandfather. This is my great grandfather on my father's mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
Not a World War II veteran, but he saw combat long before that. Because in the 1930s, there was like you had the uprisings in Libya and shit. And since we were an Italian colony, a lot of young men his generation were conscripted and sent to fight there. The ones who came back, I don't know if he had PTSD. I don't know if we can talk. I don't know if the concept was allowed for them, but he came back and he was a changed man, but he was a simple farmer because he came from his old traditional village. So
right,
and he had he had the last of his 5 children after that.
Yeah,
but I saw a picture of him dating back from the 1960s and 70s, and I see that man, and that was despite the fact he shrunk, because old folks, they start to shrink. He must have been in his 70s or 80s. Now, he had to be in his 70s, 60s or 70s, but I looked at him and I was like, that is a strong man. And I'm like, and they told me stories of when I first met him. I don't remember meeting him because I was a baby. And he had tears in his eyes when he saw his great grandchild.
Wow.
And he's like, and this was the same, like I said, he's a traditionalist. He was a traditionalist, strong man, saw a lot in life, saw things that nobody should see, I guess.
Yeah.
But when he held me, 3-month-old me, he held me and just had tears in his eyes and said, he just looked up to the sky and said, I'm ready, Lord, I'm ready for you to take me. He's like, and everybody's like, what the hell? What are you talking about, Pops? And it's like, nah. Listen. I've lived a full life. I got to see my great grandchild, so now I'm ready. I don't fear death. In fact, this is the last lesson I have to teach you. And then they told me stories about him. I realized, God damn, I took a lot of his traits because I think like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure you realize you picked up some of the traits from your grandfathers, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a lot of traits on both sides, really. They were friends. The weird thing is, I picked a lot of my mom's father's traits, especially my dad's father's traits, which is fucked up when it comes to knowledge. It's a dangerous thing because he was something else as a pastor. That still bothers me to this day. Yeah, in the Navy, it's beautiful. Yeah, I can cook and be anything, be like a chef, but I have my mom's father's mindset when it comes to military, and it's a scary thing, but I learned how to control it when I got older, because when I was young I was something else. But he saw that
we were hard-headed. I'll admit I had a soft ass and a hard head when I was younger.
I was a little bit of that too, but
I had a bony ass. Actually, I had a bony ass, so that's beside the point.
I was skinny myself too, but when I was first, I was like a big old fat baby, and eventually I became, this long, lean guy. But then I said to myself, I'm like, my grandfather saw what I used to do when I was younger, and it's the beauty of it. And this is before he passed anyway, and I was real young then. Every holiday and stuff like that, and he was amazed. He said, "Oh, I'll never be dead," because I have some of his resemblance, even my dad's grandfather's resemblance too. So the spirit of both of them is inside me. So it's like it's beautiful to see, even though I picked some of my father's traits, which is weird.
I'll tell you right now. My grandmother will correct anybody who, when they look at me and say he looks like his father, she's like, actually, he looks more like his grandfather, my father's father.
Yeah.
Even my mother says, like, boy, you look like your grandfather, because and I'm looking at them like, hairline and everything. Because he was a tall man himself. I'm 6'3". This guy must have been like what 6'4", 6'5", but he was a lanky individual. But
yeah, my dad is 6'4".
But coming from the fit, but these guys, they came of age like in the 1940s and 50s, no 50s and 60s. The grandparents, that is.
Mm-hmm.
They were elegant people. They were strong men, but they were very well dressed, elegant men.
Oh yeah, even my grandparents were. Yeah,
elegant, well dressed, elegant men. But they were strong men. Grand. They were very grand. You don't mess with them, but they were ballsy. But they were elegant men, well dressed, like they were supposed to be. Because you had to be presentable. And when I think about that, I realize, and I have a soft spot for older gentlemen. So I meet people that generation, I'm very respectful to them, even though they get a little intrigued because I have my fro, I have my earrings. Yeah, I got earrings. They were like, wow. Because I greet them like accordingly, and they're like, wow, you're not what I thought you were, because your hair and your appearance just threw me off. I said, it is what it is. But just meeting them, getting to talk to them, because when you interact with a lot of old folks and you're very polite to them, they will open to you. They just like talk to you about certain things. And once I ask them about stories of what was it like for them coming up in their heyday, they explain what it is. But in the same time, I'm listening to them. I'm understanding their mindset, their way of thinking, and how things were like for them. Especially for those of us living like in Africa, like it was like living in Africa in the 50s and 60s, especially in times of change and turbulation. Some of them, it was like because a lot of countries were like, we're just trying to get off the yoke of colonialism, trying to gain their independence and whatnot. But you understood how things were changing because there was a transition after this is post World War II and everything. A lot of them were coming up in those days and started families because you see them, you see pictures of them with their parents, and their parents dressed in the traditional way, and you see them dressed like in a modern way. And I'm looking at those pictures, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
They were strong people, but still elegant as well. And they were, even though a lot of them were, I've seen pictures of like some folks' great grandparents, and even though they were dressed traditionally, they had the mustache and the hairstyles of that era.
Yeah. My grandparents did the same thing. They dressed elegant too. I see them all. Facial hair, all that.
That is,
they was old school masculine. Like it ain't like what it used to now. My dad still got it. He's older now. He'll be 70 next year in March. Yeah.
My dad turned 70 later this year. I turned 40 later this year.
Yeah. So I'll be 34 this coming up this year. I'll be 35 next year. My dad will be 70. That's how that is. He had me at 35. That's the thing. On the cusp. So
it is what it is. Because at least it is what it is. But at least there's some people had kids in their 40s. So that's a scary thought for me. If I have a kid now, I'm gonna be like, I'll still be able to play with them. It's just like like in your 50s and whatnot. You can't because
I'm not trying to do that in the 50s. Now 40, like 41, I can see, but to be fair, I'd rather have them in my late 30s. But 40 would be nice. Now, if it gets past that, I still need, because at that point I'm good.
What was it? Tracy Morgan had the joke about having his daughter, because he has a daughter, right? And he's like in his 40s and 50s, right? He said, when you get older, I don't think old folks should be having kids now because old men, that is. Just like because the baby might start, because your kids, like when they start pre-K, kindergarten, they might start emulating you in a certain way.
It's usually the way it is. It's usually the way it is. It's a strong gene. It don't matter if your grandparents and your parents. You got to look at your family line too. I've did some.
No, they be acting. They gonna start emulating their parents because they're like if say the dad has arthritis in his hands, the kid's gonna start pretending he's got arthritis in his hands.
Yeah, that's usually the way it is. But like
you get arthritis on baby hands.
But like trades, yeah. But like trades and mood
No, not
swings,
the actual traits, but they're just imitating the parents having arthritis.
yeah. They imitate. Yeah, I've seen that a lot too. But like saying, I know people say it's not the traits, but I'm just saying your people's like you can't help who you are. Like, and it took me a while when I got older. I said, man, I act just like a little bit of my grandfather's on both sides and my dad's traits, and I've noticed that when I got older. When I was younger, I had some of the bit of both of my parents, but then I realized a certain way I talk to people, I got some of my father's traits. I hate to say that. That's just me.
When I speak my mother tongue, I've had people a little bit like around your age, my age, they look at me like, dude, why do you talk like that? What do you mean? You talk like old folks the way you speak. I said, because when I learned to speak our mother tongue from my grandmother, because I have my grandmother and my great aunts along with my parents. And I was a little kid when even though Eritrea was at war at the time during the 70s and 80s for independence, I did get my mother did get a chance to take me and my siblings to come visit folks a few times. So being around them, I was exposed to my mother tongue, but I always was in tune with our culture. But I talk like that. I talk how to be like, they're like Gen Xers. They talk that way because we all talk like that because we understood that shit. People forget I'm an older millennial, young millennials, they forget that.
Yeah, people forget that. Yeah, I have cousins around your age, what's called Dre's age and Cerulean's age. People don't understand.
We're millennials.
Yeah, and people forget. I grew up amongst them. Even though I was born in the late 80s, I tell people I had my grandparents and great parents when they were alive when I was little. And when they passed away, that was it. It's just my family, my intermediate family, like my parents and everything. Outside of that, your great aunts and uncles are still around. That's the thing. That's just how my family was. It's a little big on my father's side.
I met many people from my family generation who are silent and boomers, and they talk that way, and I talk to them because I understand what they're saying. I'm like, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Because even Gen Xers, they understand because when I talk to them, we talk that way because we understand. Yeah, us older millennials, we think like that. Those of us who like post 90, who were like born in the late 80s, early 90s, they talk a different way because they grew up. They're basically their mindset is like post-independence, not pre-independence, so they don't really have a complete.
But the thing is, they have some of them have Gen X parents, and I tell people early Gen X parents. I'm not like arts
Gen X parents don't necessarily, but those Gen X parents sometimes. I think it's like nothing against art, but it's like nothing against ADOS Gen Xers, but like African Gen Xers.
Yeah.
When they have their children, there's like certain things they don't want to. That when they talk to them in a way that they don't talk to them old school ways. They want them to be like modernized or better, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly.
And there's certain things they don't want to teach them because they don't want them to remember that shit or something like that.
Yeah, that's like that here, and I've noticed that, especially in the South. If you have
how they teach, they never teach you. They never teach you about Jim Crow. They never taught y'all about Jim Crow, did they? They wanted to forget about that.
They want to forget about that. Well, now my dad, I hate to say it, he's an older boomer. He taught me about racism. He goes in depth because we're from the South. He'll tell you about the history of the Klan and shit. I go in depth because I've talked to certain older people, my dad's generation, that's white, and they told me how it was back then, how they treated blacks, and they were honest about it. That was different for me. And I learned a lot from them till then, until I started moving here. And they asked me questions, how you know all this stuff? I said, well, if you hang around enough white folks in school that I went to school as my teachers, they talk about race every now and then and politics and all that. In my dad's generation, you would understand how they used to get down back in those days. That's just how it was. This is why I kind of respect him. Yes, he's a young boomer, even though he's born in the late 50s, and I get why he talks the way he talks. It ain't for everybody. That's why he's difficult for most people, just like Cerulean. Like, he talks a certain way. That's why
it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, he's a required taste, and this is what it is.
Have you seen the movie? Have you ever seen the movie A Beautiful Mind?
Yeah.
The actual mathematician John Nash.
Yeah,
like there was a scene in that film where Russell Crowe is portraying John Nash later years in life, and like a colleague was praising him, right? And he's like talking to him about his approach and everything, and he said, And he simply said, I'm an acquired taste. Not everybody's gonna be comprehended to me, but those who are willing to those who are, who might be open to hearing what I have to say, they will be drawn to me. Basically, some people, it takes a little getting used to sometimes. Others, they're just quick to, some things are like, just like certain things are like, certain foods are an acquired taste, or certain types of music you don't get it the first time, but if you listen a few more times, you'll like it. Like there were certain songs I remember listening to. I didn't like it. I didn't understand it first, but once I got used to it, then I understood, and like, oh, okay, now I understand, and yeah, okay, now I like it.
Yeah, it takes a little bit, same with music. You can get away with that, and certain music I didn't think I was gonna like, but over time you start listening to other music, you be like, oh, I see, okay, he's talking about something different, okay, that's more of my taste. And some people like certain things. I've learned to accept it what it is. See, when I was younger, I used to be dismissive, but once I got older, I'm like, nah, this is what appropriate it is, especially in education. You have to look at things different, and same with the philosophy stuff with Surya told me. I said, I was always taught there was certain ways to look at it, but then he said, just really think about who has the most interest in one more government. And I said, yeah, you're right. Most conservatives, quiet skeptics, if you ever sit down and talk to them, they tell you they want all the big shit. Liberals, they want something in a tiny little box, which is true. This is why people always say they want little private little shit. They love their little money's tight, and they don't give a damn about nobody. And I can tell the way they act too. See, on TV they pretend they want big, but in reality they want the small. And then Sarun told me, he said, there you go, right there. See, and I was thinking like that. I said, now I understand why they think like that. Because if I ever talk to a liberal, I understand where he's coming from now. And it's not that easy to talk to them like that now, but you got to catch them. Some people, they'll talk in circles over your head, but once you actually talk to them, tell them the real, oh, they're gonna get quiet. That's all he knows. I was like, yeah, you want the small.
I once came across some people like that. I've met people who I don't really come across with normally. Like up here, there's a particular political party.
Yeah.
Not naming their names, but their political ideology is like you could say it was libertarian.
Oh yeah, that's common down here. Yeah,
but they evolved. But they later evolved. But they slowly, gradually shifted to like Thatcherism or like British style neoconservatism.
Yeah.
I remember, but these people are notorious. But a lot of people call them racist because of their anti-immigration stance, and I've listened to some of the stuff they talk about regarding immigration and integration and shit. And I'm like, and I understand why they're doing it, and I realize, you want some BS, right?
Yeah.
And I remember meeting these young guys. They were part of the youth wing of that group, and I said, I'm going to say one thing about y'all's party, and the word racist is not going to be one of the words I'm going to say. You say, oh, really? What are you going to say? Unrealistic, unethical, impractical. But I guess you guys are libertarians, right? And they're like, because it's the first time a black person, a non-white person, did not describe him as racist. And I'm like, because I understand because I saw the comedy about it. I mean, here in Norway, there's a show called Migrapolis.
Yeah.
It talks about it talks about certain issues. It was a series that was run on state-run TV where they talked. It was like a weekly show that talked about the issues that immigrants deal with. I gotta get back on that show, because that's free to air. I got the app, so I can watch that whenever I want to. And they would talk about and one episode was talking about like this political party's several point plan about better integration. And I'm looking at this shit and like, that's not integration. What you guys want is basically is assimilation. But I understand you guys want to impose such a policy like that because you're hoping to deter certain immigrants out of the society. I'm like, and I'm realizing, and then I ask, like, when I talk about things like integrating to society, I ask the question, how do you know if somebody's integrated enough? Because I said this once to somebody. I said, with certain people, you realize you can never. It's never enough to be integrated. I could change my last name into something that's local sounding, Scandinavian sounding. I could bleach my skin, dye my hair blonde, put in some blue contact lenses. I could just completely assimilate into become a Norwegian through and through, act, talk, and behave like one. And still, I would never be accepted, because the point they're trying to say is they will never accept me. And this is why people say integration is a two-way street. If you're going to integrate into society, that means the society has to accommodate you, because they got to meet you halfway. And step one is to accept you.
Yeah. As usual,
if they don't accept you, you cannot be integrated to that society. So I'm like,
that's right. Yeah, that's usually the way it is.
Yeah, I remember, and like we said about change, you meet these people, you integrate with them. I met some people who were LDS, sorry, Latter-day Saints or Mormons.
Yeah.
And they were young ladies, like the ones because we do have Mormons up here apparently.
Oh yeah, and they everywhere. Oh, we got them in Utah.
Utah is Mormon central. But anyway, I met a couple Mormons here on 2 occasions. 2 of them were guys that approached me and asked me what I believe. I was trying to step away from that because I didn't like, because I didn't like the conversation. 2 young men, but I was cordial about it. I just didn't like the conversation. But then later I met 2 women who were doing the same thing. They were Mormons. And I approached them. I said, excuse me, are you guys LSD or LDS, Latter-day Saints? And I said, yeah, okay. And then I remember telling them, and then we were talking, and I mentioned like having quotes. I was talking about a certain quotes of the Bible, and I told them about there's this motto I live by, and explained that to them, and they were like, oh wow, that's very interesting, because it's like especially when I told them what I was, what church I belonged to and everything. So that just like, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad I come from that church, because that's a church that goes back to the 4th century. In fact, was it like sometime at the end of this decade, it's going to be 18th century since we've embraced Christianity.
Right.
So having that, because like you said, you meet them, you catch them, you interact them, you leave a profound effect on them sometimes. Make you see different. That puts some thoughts in there. And there was this one guy I met, another individual I met. He talked about that stuff. He came across me when I told him what I was. He was very intrigued because he had learned about my faith, about the church I belong to, and he said, "You guys do a lot of fasting. You guys are very strong people like that." I said, "Yeah." I was intrigued by that. But what I cannot stand is like some people, like when they join a new church, they get a little fanatical.
Yeah.
And I got to look at them and say, Matthew chapter 7. Matthew chapter 7.
Oh, yeah.
You know what that is?
Yeah. 7 and 15. Beware of false prophets.
That's my creed right there, nigga. Because I mentioned that.
Yeah. I used to hear that a lot.
Or how about
I used to be a Christian a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. How about the book of Matthew, chapter 13? Jesus, the farmer and the seeds analogy.
Oh yeah. That's another one. That's another good one. And I used to, when I was a former Christian and things like that, I used to read Matthew 24 a lot. No one knows the hour and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, the whole. I used to quote that, and I used to quote. Well, I still quote Isaiah 53 verse something in Yeshua, in Hebrew, but that's a whole nother story. But the Ezekiel 40 chapters, I used to go into that years ago. Yeah, I used to be in depth with that, But the Matthew chapters, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I used to quote a lot of that. John 3:16, I broke it down a certain way. Love the world, and I used to get into that.
Don't take. Now I got to use Don't say that, because now I'm triggered to do something else. Because I hear certain phrases that's gonna trigger a memory. You said 3:16. You know what I gotta say, right?
I know you're gonna say it. Go ahead.
WWF King of the Ring 1996. You talk about your job. You want to talk 316. Well, Austin 316 says I just whipped your ass.
Yes.
If you remember, everybody started doing this and that 316, this and that or like when Kane was running wild, when he was running roughshod in his first run. And they were in Phoenix, right? And he had, like the Gorilla Phoenix and the the Gorilla Phoenix, the mascot for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
he was acting the fool. And then Kane came to the ring with Paul Bearer, and the Gorilla came and popped in the ring, right? And then he opens his Phoenix Suns shirt and reveals Gorilla 316. What? I don't get a laugh for that. You don't see the joke in that?
I'm laughing. I know what you mean by that.
Gorilla 316. Yes, folks. I will go left field with any conversation.
Yeah.
I'll explain why. It was like, hang on. Blessed be the Thai for sriracha sauce, first of all. Because that does wonders for your sinus. Also, Japanese for wasabi.
Yeah. Oh, I know about wasabi. Oh, yeah.
You ever seen the show The Nanny?
Yeah, I seen the show.
Fran Drescher. Okay, she was at the sushi restaurant with some friends, and she put on this one piece of sushi a lot of wasabi.
Mm-hmm.
And then her voice changed.
Yeah.
Because she had that Hell's Kitchen type of the accent. That Jewish high nasal. And then when she after she ate that, when she got up and tried to regain her bearings, she started talking. It's like, oh wow, that wasabi has quite a kick on it. It just clears up your sinus and everything. I wonder how long this is gonna last. Oh no. But yeah. But anyway, 316, that's like powerful stuff. Like, all those verses, they all have a place. But then again, sometimes I look at those verses and then, like Chappelle said, sometimes you connect certain dots and you see a different picture and it gives you a new perspective. Like sometimes you can see like those books and just like certain Greek philosophies, you see a reflection of those in a lot of things you see, be it in entertainment or in what you see in the world. Because you see the practicality if you know how to look. Because not that many people have that perception. I mean, like not just the Bible. I mean, like in the Holy Quran. I mean, my favorite verse in the Holy Quran is 13:11. Yeah. Because there's a part of it that says, "Verily, the Almighty shall not change within what is within the people, and they change within themselves." In other words, we all have an accountability. I remember someone near and dear to me who's no longer with us. When I told him about that, he just broke down and cried and said, "Man, you an angel for that." I said, "No, I'm no angel." I had to remind him, I am not an angel. But there's some Muslims who look at me shocked. It's like, how do you know this shit? He was like, I want to learn. I was once intrigued by Islam like that, but just I love to learn this stuff.
Same here. Once upon a time,
and you take those things just to apply. It's not that. Although, hey, I've been to the dark side. I'll be honest with that, and I've met some people who are of that ilk and who are of those questionable of those religions. I have a friend who's a polytheist, and we talk about this stick, and there's a lot of love for that. Yeah, it's not nothing offensive. I just want to understand their mindset, understand why people are looking at that. And I see why. Ain't no wrong just with like that. There's a lot of Greeks out there. There's a lot of people in Greece who are going back to the old pantheons, and they're trying to reconnect their roots, or like things like Wiccan and shit, or like some people want to go back to the Celtic religions.
Oh yeah, classic.
Or Druidism and whatnot, or Druidism and shit. I'm like, that's just the reconnecting to their religion. Me, I wouldn't mind. I don't want to go back, but I would love to learn about
the history and the culture. That's the good thing about those. Yeah, that's about it.
Because and why certain things were done, and what was the practicality, the mentality, the mindset. Because you can't understand, like I said, you can't understand the what without understanding the why, the hows, the when, and where.
There you go.
Everything's interconnected. So
Yeah.
Motherfuckers better be paying the fuck attention.
They
And by the
should
way,
be.
when I said about the whole thing about going left field, there was this one time. I don't know if you're familiar with a gentleman named Snowman in the Morning on Charles's chat.
I've heard, I've
Brian
seen the
Snow,
guy, Brian Snow. Yeah.
my
Yeah.
man. He
Yeah, I
does.
seen him
You know,
around.
Carlin. He's a George Carlin, Richard Pryor fan. He does. He can quote those quote. He can quote their routines.
Yeah.
But I remember we were talking because he talked about LeBron. You know, because he talked about LeBron's Space Jam, saying it's going to suck all kinds of ass.
Yeah.
And once he mentioned baseball, that's when I snuck in. And I remember, first of all, may I go ahead? He said, yeah, go ahead. Well, excuse me, I got to go left field. He said, you don't mind if I go left field with it, do y'all? Like Ricky Henderson? He said, all right, cool. And I said, yeah, thank you, because I do have the prostate for this shit. They laughed their ass off, but I had to explain to them. I say that to say this. First of all, Barry Bonds is my favorite baseball player, but I can't be left field like him because, one, I don't have a big head like he does, and I'm not an asshole. I'm a dick. but like Ricky Henderson, and by the way, shouts out to my peeps who are from the 6, aka Toronto, the GTA. You guys remember Ricky Henderson? Y'all remember? You gotta love Ricky Henderson because he won in the second of his two World Series rings with y'all.
Yeah.
And like I said, I got the prostate. Like I can keep it left field like Ricky Henderson because I have the prostate for it. Because the man is a prostate cancer survivor.
He sure is. Yeah.
And that was another thing with because I know Snowman. We had that serious talk about prostate cancer because family history and everything.
Yeah.
He's lost family members to that shit, and I've talked about that stuff. So like Ricky Henderson, go left field like that shit, and that's me. I may be the court jester, but the jester is not somebody to fuck with. There's hang on, let me try to find there's a picture I have. It's like the Joker card, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one my man says. And the Joker is smiling, but he's holding a dagger, and on the end of the dagger is hanging a crown. And the dagger is bloody. Because I'm thinking, sometimes a court jester is the ultimate assassin, or the ultimate mastermind. You think you're dealing with a clown, but truth is he is a mastermind who knows how to deceive people. Some of the greatest masterminds, you don't realize they're masterminds because they look at you like you realize when you look at them, you realize these guys are they look like a mess. I mean, like some people say that about what's his face, the Prime Minister of England right now.
Oh yeah,
the British Prime Minister right now.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about Boris Johnson?
Yeah, Boris Johnson. But
yeah.
If you're watching an interview of his father,
yeah,
you understand why he got a name like Boris. Well, that's his middle name actually. But you also understand the mindsets he has because when you hear his father, because like when he talked about the shutdown and
all that stuff. Yeah, but he used to be a journalist before he got into politics, and he studied that stuff. I was like, wow, interesting.
Yeah,
they try to compare him to Trump, the way they look because of the hairstyle. I was like, yeah, but I don't like when they did that in our media. I would say no, Trump is kind of bombastic than he is, but the difference with Boris, he's more. When I heard him speak by himself, I know what his angle is in England. Yeah, he had the Brexit thing. I mean, a lot of people thought it was cool, but he's
former mayor of London too.
Yeah,
former mayor of London.
London too. But he's not as rowdy as Trump. I'll give him that. He's not bombastic like that. Like he's kind of mild. Now, I don't think he's extreme like him. See, Trump, he'll say stuff just recklessly.
Yeah, and both men fucked around and got COVID. Think about that.
Both of them got COVID. Yeah, now that, you can say that. But Boris, he took it seriously. Trump said, fuck it. I ain't taking it seriously. He's one of fuck up the country,
thing is, but the thing is, Boris had a bunch of competent people in his cabinet.
Yeah, so that's what it was.
A lot of them could compel them. In the case of Trump, the adults are gone, as they say.
Oh yeah, that's so true.
Because
That
remember,
is so true.
he like most of the some of the high positions, he never got around to appointing anybody. There weren't that many people that were in there, so there was a lot of chaos and shambles. A lot of disorganization, so to speak. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the name H.G. Tudor.
I'm familiar with the name, but it's been a while. You know, when I get into these politics, you know, sometimes I don't be listening. I'll be listening to other things. But yeah,
in his case, it's psychology. This guy is a self-professed.
Yeah. I've heard of that name before. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a self-professed psychopath and narcissist. So he did like a narcissistic analysis of these.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, and you know, being a borderline, I have to be very on my guard whenever I see anybody who could possibly be a narcissist.
Yeah.
And yeah, just learning from him, but also learn from other people the telltale signs of seeing that these people are narcissists. So he explained like Trump is a classic narcissist. But
he sure is. Yeah, he's a classic.
He's a classic narcissist, but then again, you know how people use the term narcissism, they use it
loosely. They abuse the term. I can't stand that. That's on YouTube. What's going on, Commandante?
Same thing when it comes to chicks with borderline. I'm telling you guys, that's not necessarily a borderline. She could actually be. She may not actually have a mental illness. She could be somebody who's Commandant Lou. Oh, hello.
Yeah, he say evening. Yeah, he's a regular here. Yeah.
Good evening. Oh, yeah, cool. But you know, you got some people just man, 4 people still watch. How many people? 4 people only watching?
Yeah, it's usually, and it was 8, 7, 9. I had 10. I had 13 in the box. I mean, that's normal for a Sunday. Usually be but that's my normal Sundays. But the one I had, the fuckery stream with Grinch, that was number 2. That was a 12-hour stream. That was crazy. I was in my bag that day. I was petty on that one. That one was a classic. It got a lot of views though. I was using a different microphone then, but yeah.
Well, you know, you don't get a lot on these stones, and
no, you don't.
Ray's got some things scheduled out.
Yeah. I schedule one right, but I'm glad I did it at 2:30. That's gonna be my standard over here, the Eastern time over here.
Okay, timing. Yeah. Oh, right. Because of timing over there, like some people like. Might be doing
it's 6:47 over here,
and you got football games going on right now.
Yeah, you know, but that's what it is. You know, it's winter. You know, Super Bowl's right around the corner, like next month. So yeah.
Well, fortunately for me, I get to watch that for free.
Yeah.
They broadcast it live for free on State Run TV over here. So if I get to watch it on NRK, yeah, but I just gotta worry. But the problem is I gotta deal with this Norwegian subtitles on the bottom sometimes.
Oh yeah.
In the midst of the game, I'm like, what the? Oh no, it's during like halftime during the interviews and such, or like, but then like you know like when they go into halftime, you're gonna have Norwegians. You're gonna have Norwegians giving their breakdown about it.
Yeah.
With Americans, but with the Americans, they get to converse with them in English.
Yeah.
But the funny thing about it is like with the Scandinavian countries, even when they're talking in their language, you have the standard form, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they will have the subtitles in that language. Why? Because some people, because despite the size of these countries, the way they're shaped and everything, you are bound to have like a huge breadth of breadth of dialects.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the dialects are just so unique. Sometimes some people are gonna have a hard time trying to hear what they say. So you need to have the subtitles. You need to have the subtitles to understand what they're saying. And that's what I like about it. I mean, that's how I first learned the language, because like I remember just watching TV and just watching and reading the subtitles and like, oh, you pick up fast. Well, I read the subtitles mostly. That's how I understand how to use those things in context.
Yeah.
Because language is because like when you translate went from one language to another, you just have to understand the context in which they say these things, because there's a cultural context of how to say things.
All language is like that, and I've noticed that even speaking and communicating with people, if you say certain words, I think someone told me they spoke a different language, like in the French. He said, yeah, if you learn all the, I ain't gonna say vowels or everything, but it's a little different. But when you speak other languages, you gotta go by their old roots, even the modernized ancient language.
Or even when you try to explain certain things, like when I speak to a person in my mother tongue, it's Tigrinya, and trying to translate for them what they're saying in English, I got to do it in a way they understand it.
Yeah.
Because I got to put that in our cultural context, because our culture, because language is a means of disseminating culture.
Yeah.
And our culture is like BGS says, your language, your culture is determined by your environment.
Mm-hmm.
So the way we talk, sometimes it's going to sound like it's going to sound like, when to an outsider, it sounds like some farm from some country or like farm kind of way of talking. No, it's just our attack, because it's how we relate to a certain thing. It's our expression, and just every language does have its limitations in certain aspects. So trying to explain that so when I say certain things in English to a certain person, I got to say it in a way they can understand in our mother tongue.
Yeah.
And they get the point. Or like I'll try to say something in Norwegian. I try to explain that in English, because Norwegians, they had the mistake of saying things. They speak English the same way they speak Norwegian, because they don't have the cultural context. Because they are intrigued by the British, but they don't understand completely American or British culture. Like certain phrases they use in Britain are not going to be the same ways they use in America. Mm-hmm. Especially certain slangs,
Yeah.
And the Brits, they're very covert with theirs. I mean, it's like, like if you're listening to Cockney or something like that, they speak in rhyme.
Mm-hmm.
Or like they say like one of my, because I grew up watching soccer, so I'm like, they're gonna say some things like, the defense is in 6s and 7s, basically. Is like they're saying like that's basically the defense is in complete disarray.
Yeah.
Or like the players just don't know what they're doing.
Right.
Or they say something like, what was it? The movie Austin Powers, in Goldmember.
Yeah, I remember.
If you remember the DVD, there was this bit about where both. If you remember, there was a scene where Michael Caine and Mike Myers,
mm-hmm.
they were having that discussion with those in front of those Dutch chicks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's set in the 70s, so I got to use the term chicks here. So just for the people listening, yeah, I said chicks. I'm not a sexist. It's just the 70s way of talking. So he's like talking to them. So folks, Dad, can I talk to you in English? Yeah, but I know, but in front of the girls here, if you want me to talk, there's some things I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about in English. So they start having this conversation in Cockney, and they have the subtitles. If you remember.
Yeah, I remember the subtitles very well. Yeah.
Because they would like say this, that, and this, because they were trying to, because there was something they want to convert, they want to talk about, but not in front of Dutch chicks. In front of in front of the women, because I forgot Nigel Powers, Michael Caine's character, hates the Dutch. I never understood that.
Yeah.
I guess the British and the Dutch had their animosities back then, but anyway.
It's gone, Nicer.
But hey, Nicer. Hey, why don't we have Nicer? Hey, Nicer, why don't you come on up? Is she there?
Yeah, she's there. She always likes to stay in the chat. She's been on here before. Yeah.
Yeah, I've met Nicer because I remember meeting her on Zacky's. If you remember Zacky.
Yeah, I remember Zacky. Yeah.
I wonder how he's doing. I haven't heard from him in a while.
He's been quiet lately. I mean, he's doing good. I haven't seen him do any content lately.
Yeah. That's a good brother. I met him. I met a couple of dudes. They're both Muslims and everything.
Yeah.
It's good to see some guys. They found their faith and everything, but I think it's just like I just hope that you remain true with that, and I just hope he's doing all right. I pray he doing all right.
The last time I talked to him was last year. It was like somewhere around the summer and fall. He was doing good.
Me, it was this summer because he's got his challenges to deal with, but he's a good dude. That's a good man.
Yeah, he's an excellent dude. I've been on panels with him over at DJ Kuda's channel. That's where I met him at. Yeah.
First time I met him was like in the fall of 2019. It was when I came back. It was when I came back because I had been on hiatus, and Art of New Style started holding up the Coliseum thing because BGS, kind of had to step away. So when I came on, they didn't know it was me because I had a different name and everything. So I identified myself as who it was, and they realized, oh, hey, where you been, man? Because I wasn't sure if they remembered me. But that's when I remember New
Speaking
Style.
of someone, we got Nicer. How you doing?
What's up, Cyril?
Yay!
What's going on?
Nicer's here. Sorry, I had to act like a little kid. Sorry. How you been?
I'm good. Just taking a break. I was cooking up beats earlier. How's y'all's day going?
Oh, it's good. It's good. Just hanging out. It's a normal Sunday.
It's almost 1 a.m. Well, it's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at.
Yeah.
And it's pretty snowy.
Yeah, it's 6:55 over here.
I was working earlier. I didn't even know that Toya went live. I would have loved to see that interview. Did y'all see that interview?
No, I haven't.
You talking about Toya?
Yeah, Toya.
Yeah, I saw that. It's an excellent interview. I mean, if you watch the replay, her mom is very gracious, a cool person. Yeah, Toya did a good job. Yeah, she did an excellent job.
I've seen a clip of her father. I just say, hi, Dad. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, but the mom in that show, oh man, awesome. The way she explained it on that stream, yeah, she's a real deal. But she took it like a champion. When I saw Toya on that show, I said, oh, she's famous. I told her that when I was on the panel. She said, we ain't. She said, I ain't that famous, like, you know.
Yeah. I caught a little bit of that. I caught a little bit of that interview. I was about 30 minutes in, and then I was like, well, let's see what else is going on in these YouTube streets today.
Oh yeah, it ain't much. People just being the same, doing content. And name it done. I'm bringing back up.
All right, sorry about that. I accidentally pressed the wrong button.
That happens. That happens. It happens to the best.
Yeah. Thank God for that D12 song. Shit can't happen.
Yeah.
Shit can happen. All I can say is, yeah, shit happens. Just make sure you got a roll of toilet paper, some baby wipes, and some lighters, and some spray can of Glade, or is it Glad, or however.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta light a match. Other times you gotta use that Glade.
Yeah, or Febreze.
Yeah.
Febreze.
Yeah, some people say Febreze. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You hand me the summer breeze. I mean, there's like, you know, like you have those like little spray thing. There's like for Glade, they have this like little thing. You attach to the wall, right? And you press on it and sprays some whatever, some air freshener up. It's like the little bottles. Anytime I use the bathroom, I gotta press that 2 times just to make sure. Get a little too funky in there. Hey, by the way, Nicer, I need to ask you something. When was the last time you went on Zacky's YouTube channel?
Oh, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. He hasn't been very active lately.
Bobby's okay. It's been a while since I talked to my man.
Yeah, last time, it's about around that time with Nice to say, yeah, it's been a while. He's been inactive, but I hope he's good though. You know.
Yeah, I remember when I met him. Also, because I remember when I met him, it was on Art of Immortals, right? That very night when I met him, New Style. There was also Sandog. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that gentleman.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with Sandog. He would be on Art of New Styles. I saw him one time, like I think it was like last year. Yeah, it was last year. Yeah, I remember him. He was something else. Yeah.
Shit. When they talked about Islam and me coming from where I come from and having Muslims in my family, and talking about like we're going back about Islamic history, like the history of the story, the history of the Hijra and everything. When like they went into exile and everything to Aksum, and we were just vibing all that shit, man. It's just like having that camaraderie and understanding everybody, and like it was just like, you know, it's like, and New Style just knows me as a joker. We're like, where does all this come from? I remember, but it's always there. It's always there. It's just, I guess, like some people just don't see it. Like, some people only see one side. They don't see the whole story. Just because you read the book of Job doesn't mean you know the whole Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe
So it's
that's
like,
why oh, sorry. Maybe that's why he's not around as much because people around here, I noticed, don't really get into Islam or have those kind of conversations that much. So maybe he's in a space that does that. 'Cause I know
It's
that's
possible. It's possible. And I would say he's probably doing it offline because if he takes it seriously, I respect people like that. They usually don't talk about it. They show it to you in person.
no, that's not what I meant. But we were talking about certain things like that, and that's how we met. And I just loved having those conversations because
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
get
yeah,
the
yeah.
you love that
That's
because
possible.
I love talking about that stuff because I'm just talking
Yeah.
about my history and everything, and seeing how everything's interconnected. It just makes you want to learn more because
Yeah, it does.
because I remember there was this one dude I met. He was a Muslim, and we were watching something. He was like, they don't know their history because there was something we were watching the news, and there was something involving a certain incident involving a Muslim, and it pissed him off. And I'm like, and we just vibed off it because I got to know what his name. He told me what his name is, and I looked at him and I said, "You mean?" And I translate. I know you say, "You mean your name means this and that, right?" He's like, "Yeah." How do you know? I said, "Well, I do have family." I said, "Where are you from?" And he told me he was Sudanese. I told him I was Eritrean, and oh shit, Sudanese, they have a love for Eritreans and Ethiopians. I mean, we intermarry and everything, so we
Yeah.
vibed off that. We were just like, hey, it's because like I told him, I'm from here, you from there, my man, what up? We just started chopping it up like that. Just had a good conversation, things like that. So I just like to put a lot. I mean, that's why like my grandmother says I'm a star, or she calls me she just calls me Najum or Kohab, which both in Arabic and my mother tongue means star, because I'm like that star, just like shines and everything.
Yeah.
Just have that effect on people, so it's just like they're kind of cool. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nicer, can I ask you a question?
sure.
That picture you have, what is that you're holding? It's right next to you.
That is a beaded medallion. The first one I ever made. It on the top it says in pink letters YUPIK. This is my tribe. My people are from Alaska. And the bottom part you can't see it. It doesn't fit in the picture, but it's 7 stars. The Big Dipper. This is part of the Alaskan state flag. So that's why I put it in there. And I finished it, and I was going to send it to my grandma, but then she had passed away, so I ended up giving it to one of my aunties.
Okay.
And
Your aunts. I don't know why everybody tries to say auntie. It should be aunts. Stick to American. If you're gonna be doing American English, keep American. Don't try to Britishify by saying aunt. Don't try to be uppity here, damn it. Shit.
Oh, we're native.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
We say auntie.
I know. I say auntie with some of my aunts sometimes. I used to say auntie whatnot, but I stopped. I just call mama so.
I know certain people that says aunt. I mean, white Americans, I know they'll say aunt, and then
I say
black
aunt.
folks, it's funny. It's funny. Like us, like born and raised in the U.S., we always say auntie. I have seen some ADOS people use the term aunt a few times here. Interesting, but that's
I don't.
Another,
I realized I stopped doing that when I got young. I got older. Because where I come from, I just either use the traditional terms or I say mama so and so, which is with my aunts I say mama so and so, or I use the actual term for aunts. Like if it's a paternal aunt, I say amoy or mama so and so, or it's like if it's like my friends' moms, I say mama so and so because that's our traditions. Just like with their fathers, they say baba so and so. Because it's like I guess it's just like I'm growing up and have to learn how to be more appropriate, how to use the more appropriate terms. And I'm
what's so funny?
about
Americans use both. That's weird. They use the British English and sometimes their little regular standard English. Yeah, they
I'll code switch whenever necessary because there are times when I'm conversing with like a West African.
Yeah.
and I'm not switching my accent, but I have to use a certain term. I have to use certain terms they can comprehend. And thankfully for me, back home in Eritrea and in Ethiopia, they do speak the British form of English.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in high school, my teachers used to give me hell because the way I spelled it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the British and American spellings are different. So, like I said, why do you spell color like that? Colour. I was taught to spell it Color, sir. And he looked at my accent and said, "Were you taught in the American form of English?" I said, "Yes, sir." Oh, I see. That makes sense. Because the British have different spelling, but I've read books in British form of English, so I'm familiar with the spellings, so they can understand why I spell certain things like that. I said, yeah, I understand, but when I converse with certain people, I use British terms if they're an Anglophone, because maybe the American terms are just difficult for them to understand. This is how you're multifaceted,
Mm-hmm.
But so hold on, Nicer. Can I ask you? Hold on, Nicer. Let me clarify something. Your tribe is you belong to the Yupik nation. Is that it?
Yep.
Yupik. Okay.
Yep.
I wonder if you're familiar with a tribe called the Ilutik.
No.
There was a tribe that they were living in Alaska. They lived on the Kodiak Islands.
I know where the Kodiak Islands are, the southern part of the state. Yeah. But see,
Because I remember. Yeah, go
I've
ahead.
never been to Alaska myself, so that's the next trip I'm taking.
You gotta come home, baby.
Yeah, I
You
know
gotta come home, baby girl.
they heard me. They've been on my case. See, I grew up in Minnesota, so
Oh, what part?
the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minneapolis.
Have you ever been around East Africans?
Yeah, there's a pretty good Somalian population, especially in Minneapolis. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, hold on a second. By the way, I gotta correct you. It's Somali, not Somalian.
Yeah, no, it's Somalian. Somali, yeah, yeah.
Somali, Somali. That's how it is pronounced. Even though they'll tell you we're not Somalian, we Somali. Even when you say that.
Yeah, yeah.
When you say Somali in my mother tongue, that's how we say the plural form of Somalis. But yeah, sorry.
Right. I do know that because I've worked with them. When I'm around them, I use the correct term. I say Somali, but
Mm.
if I'm talking with anyone else, I'll just use Somalian.
Okay.
That's how they know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I've had to correct some people like that. Like my man, he's French and whatnot. My man is French. We used to explain that. But I'm myself. I'm Eritrean. I'm sure you're familiar with that is.
No.
You ever been around Ethiopians?
No.
You never been? There's like some in the Minneapolis area, at a smaller percentage. We're like the East Africans, are like really colorful, open. I'm surprised you've never been around. Well, we're not that many in Minneapolis, but you'd be intrigued by us because some of us are pretty cool, pretty down to earth, very hospitable folks.
Mm-hmm. There's a population of y'all in Georgia somewhere. I forget what county. Y'all have a community.
You said Emory
too.
or something like that. Emory,
around that area, East Atlanta, and there's another community that y'all in. It's another county in Georgia. Y'all populated there as well.
I've heard of a place. Because like this person I know, like I told you, went to Auburn. They lived in like a place called Fayetteville. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, Fayetteville. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, so
Fayetteville, Georgia.
Because what's it? Nino, Coffee Nino. He's in Atlanta.
Yeah, but he also lives in the Bay Area. He told me. I said, "Oh, I did not know that." Okay, he moves around. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Nagone's on the panel. Nagone 11. Shouts out to him. He's over at Arts. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the 411 on Arts right now? Because he said he's having that.
He's interviewing this Latin guy, radical Latino. Interesting cat. Could be Cuban. I don't know. I'm not sure. BGS is over there in the chat. But, yeah.
Maybe we should. I guess we better wrap up this chat and go over there.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap up anyway, so
Well, first of all, nice sir. It's finally good to meet you and talk to you. Oh, by the way, but you picked they're not related to Inuit, right?
Say that again.
The Yupik Nation. They're not related to the Inuit, are they?
I wouldn't know. I never thought to ask. Oh, because I always
Because I know,
thought.
because Inuit, because like, by the way, when I say, oh right, by the way, folks, little clarification. Eskimo is actually considered a derogatory word. The folks there, they prefer to call themselves Inuit.
Yeah, I've stopped bothering correcting people about that. You know, because it's just people who people really show interest in other cultures. You know, because I do this myself. Um, and well, I do ask if I say something that might be considered ignorant or anything like that. I'll ask, please correct me, but um, because I'm not someone that I was born outside of where my people come from, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't I've never really got into those kind of conversations with people who showed interest because I
ah,
don't know myself. I mean, like,
I don't. Okay, that's understandable. Wait,
it's
how tall
very
are you?
understandable. Hmm.
because well, see, I'm very active in the indigenous community because we got a good sized community here in the Twin Cities, which is mostly Ojibwe and Lakota. So I know more
Ah, interesting.
that
Hmm.
languages, those languages and things like that than I do of my own.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So
That's cool. I mean, because I remember,
That's
was
very
it like
cool.
recently? I myself recently, because I was like, because I live in Norway, like I said. And by the way, it's, Minnesota is basically Norway Central, Scandinavian Central, excuse me. A lot of it. That's why the state's football team is called the Vikings.
mm,
Anyway, I remember, was it here? Was it like in the next town over? I went to the shopping mall, and I met this one guy. And I looked at him, and when he told me he was Canadian, all right, cool. Because I asked him, "You speak English?" Because he was like, his Norwegian let me know he was a foreigner. I said, "You speak English?" He said, "Yeah, I speak English. It's my first language." I said, "All right, what are you?" I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from Canada." And when I looked at him, his appearance and everything, I said, "Are you Indigenous Canadian? You're First Nation, right?" He said, "Does it? Yeah. Does it show?" I said, "Yeah, pretty much. Just looking at you, like his facial features, his appearance, let me know he was First Nation. First time I ever met somebody who was First Nations from there." And it intrigued me. We got to we talk about the stuff. We also talked about hockey. Cool dude. Had a good sense of humor too. Yeah, it's like you just meet people of different cultures and whatnot, and you become more open. It's like I remember there's this like group called the Who. That's the Who band. That's this Mongolian rock group, and I end up bumping into a couple of Mongolian women here, and they're like, "You know about that? I learned about the Who and stuff like that." So I'm trying to understand. But we had limited conversations and whatnot. I said, "Oh, that's cool. That's cool." The
yeah,
older
that's
of the
the
two was
thing
try to
about
open minded. The other one was kind of uppity. Huh?
well, that's the cool thing about music is universal. I mean, I could
Hmm.
jam out to any song and not even understand the language that it's sung in, but if it slaps, it slaps.
Hmm.
As long as it doesn't slap my ass, leave my ass out of this. But yeah,
Oh,
um,
that's not what I was implying.
I know, but
That's just Americans. Uh,
nicer. You got to understand about me. I come at this shit from left field, so don't expect me to be Kirby Puckett about it. I got to be, Ricky Henderson about it. If you understand baseball,
no, I don't.
what's your sport?
I
If you
like
aren't,
basketball.
huh?
Box. I like basketball and boxing. Um,
Okay.
Football is
You ever
alright.
boxed?
I was part of a boxing club for a little while as a teenager, but no, I never really got into
Mm-hmm.
um got past the sparring part. It was a really good workout. It was like I really enjoyed it and stuff. but no, I never did actually start boxing. I was more
Southpaw, Orthodox.
orthodox.
Okay.
I
Because
think
well,
I think
oh,
it's
go
good
ahead.
to learn defense. It's not something that I actually wanted to pursue outside of the doing the actual workout and learning, self defense and things like that. But
Mm.
yeah,
It's a great thing because I learned Muay Thai when I was younger. That was pretty fun. Kickboxing. So that's kind of cool. But basketball is also your sport. I guess you're a Timberwolves fan.
no, actually our Minnesota team suck.
Uh, Even when KG was there.
Well, yeah, I got KG. He's a goat in my eyes. He was just he was just really too good for us. That's why I was glad when he went to Boston and finally got his ring the first year he was with the
Oh, I
Celtics.
remember that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I didn't
Wasn't
care
there
for the trade, but I understand
uh
why they did it. I understand why they did it. Yeah, it
same
was
thing with
great for
Sam
him.
Cassell or when like when Ray Allen went to Boston, he
Yeah,
got his
Bob.
ring there.
Yeah, yeah. I like the
Uh
Timberwolves. Why is it kept? I mean, they were one of my top Western teams to watch when he was over there. Even prior, they were a good team. It's just they're not bad, but you know what I mean? Because I mean, there's a future. I mean, the West is like a toss up. Even though LeBron is doing, he just, he's
Lace
doing
front
all
and
right.
all.
I'm not trying to say they're the favorites or anything. I'm just saying, anything's possible in the West. That's why I'm like, I'm not into it right now because I'm into other things. But they praising him right now. But yeah,
Oh man, it's like because like there's this clip I've seen. It like was it this one guy? He's a Timberwolves fan, and this guy would take his shirt off, and he always had something. He had something painted across his chest, and he'd be dancing and stuff.
mm-hmm.
Season ticket holder of the Timberwolves, he would have those clips, and they would have clips of him. They would show him like during the halftime cams, and he would just get up there and just do that. And then one time was it like decades later. This is when KG came back. Now that's loyalty right there. You come back, and people welcome you back. They
Yeah,
understand you have to go to another team to win a champion to get a ring, but they're happy for you. So when he came
yeah,
back, this dude, this fan who's a little bit older now, he was like, he had his kids with him, and the camera was on him, right on the half. The camera was on him. They said, "Come on, dude, you got to do this one for all time's sake." And next thing you know, he does it, and the crowd was like egging him up just to do it. And he came out. He finally does it. He takes off his shirt, and it says, and painted on his chest, on his big torso, it says, "Welcome back, KG." Kevin
yep,
Garnett was looking at. He noticed that, laughed his ass off, and gave him a nod, and just said, and showed his appreciation for it.
yeah.
That's
Kevin,
love.
something else. Yeah, that is. That's also like that. That's awesome. I love stories like that.
KG. I mean, that was a great era when you think about it. It's a
Oh
post
yeah,
Jordan
it's a
era,
hell of an era.
but that was a great era of
That was a
basketball.
hell of
I
an
don't care. I
era.
don't know about
Yeah,
this era.
I
I don't
miss it.
know.
Yeah. This era is a toss up. I don't get mad, but I understand it's for the younger generation. It's not mine. It's just like what
And they evolve, and the
DeAndre.
way they
Yeah,
evolve and everything.
yeah. Me and Dre talks about it all the time. He said, it's just for them. Yeah, you got to understand. Even his kid likes it more than him. And you just got to let it go, man. That's part of the ecosystem of
Yeah,
sports. And I try not to get mad anymore because when I used to play, and I said, I understand why they like it. It's better not to be violent. Just be finesse and just it's all about offense now. Damn the defense.
yeah. Well,
Why you go into the game?
my favorite KG moment I still remember is I they had beat the Lakers, and I forgot who they played in the next round of the playoffs, but they end up losing. And I remember that the camera was on. I don't remember who the player was, but he had put his head down, and then uh KG KG went and he lifted his chin up. He said, "Hey, what are you hanging your head down for? Be proud of yourself. Be proud of us." I was like, wow, that just showed you the kind of player that KG was. Because you saw him play, you could see his heart. You could see his passion
He
for
was a
the game.
leader.
Yeah.
That's leadership right there. That's like
That's bona fide
that's
leadership right there. Yeah.
But you guys said you remember when Sam Cassell was in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, he's something else.
Oh man, I
Cassell.
realized with my shit, when I'm clean shaved and I try to pout out my lip, I look just like him. Let's admit, the dude's funny when he talks, and he an ugly motherfucker.
Yeah.
But it's like I remember Sammy Davis. No, not Sammy Davis. What's his name? What's the name? That comedian. Short. He's like, what is it? I forget his name. Is comedy Short.
Oh, Kevin
One of the short ass motherfuckers. No, not Kevin Hart. Older generation.
Oh,
He's like a contemporary for like Martin Lawrence and everybody.
I'm drawing a blank.
Little guy, I keep forgetting. He's like, he can do like Sammy Davis Jr. impressions and shit.
No.
Not AJ Johnson. It's not him. It's like,
you talking about Muggsy Bogues?
no, Muggsy was no, not the basketball player, comic.
Oh,
he was
okay.
on let me find him because I remember he was on Shaq's All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
Let me find him because he said like, everybody looked like Sam Cassell and everything. Not Ari Spears.
Oh.
No, Ari Spears was on that special as well, but another guy. He did the impression of a white guy on Cops.
Oh, you mean Tommy Davidson? Because he was on that
Yes,
show
Tommy
too.
Davidson. Thank you, Tommy Davidson. Thank you, Tommy Davidson. That's who I was asking, because he said like he made the reference about Sam Cassell.
Yeah. Oh, Tommy,
like,
he's extremely funny. Yeah, he did one with the Spanish voice in gibberish, and people started laughing. That's
no.
funny
It
shit.
was he talked about Spanish TV.
Yeah,
Sabido Hidange, like doing the Spanish.
He did the imitation, and they started busting out laughing. I remember that. Oh man.
Or like you got that little black midget. Sorry, that little person. And the host, Don Francisco, have a conversation with him. It's like, pero, sweat and everything. Wife said, pero, que me son de mente, and then when you put the camera, you give him the mic, the little guy's going like, or like when he started pretending to be singing in Spanish.
Yeah.
Esto pues, son ventrita. Estuvo bien. That shit make you cry. And at one point, it's like, you're not gives the mic to the dwarf. It was they had it in Phoenix, right? And the host was Ced the Entertainer. And he was like, it's cool to be here in Phoenix, Arizona. I see a lot of brothers from here from Albuquerque, because Albuquerque they don't play. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, they got a lot of black folks there, mostly like. And I'm sure a lot of them think they're involved in MMA because they got one of the biggest MMA gyms in Albuquerque. Jackson Winklejohn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tommy Davidson. I remember something about Tommy Davidson. He was talking about like, because like like they said, like Mike Epps, they try to get Mike Epps to do like the biopic of Richard Pryor. Tommy Davidson's been getting around trying to do the biopic of Sammy Davis Jr. And he does an accurate portrayal of Sammy Davis. it's just that, you know, he could do Sammy. I guess they're gonna have to do something about the eye though, because remember Sammy only had one eye.
Yeah.
But how tall was Sammy Davis? Was Sammy Davis Jr.? Was it like 5'3"? Was he? He was a little guy.
Yeah, he was a shorter guy, but that's what they say about was it Tommy Davis or somebody said, or they're similar to him in the tap. I don't know, like
Eddie Griffin, Tommy Davidson. What's his name? Cat Williams is 5'4".
Yeah,
a lot of people forget about that.
In comparison, they said in their comedies, I said, yeah, they have that cadence, but they were funny as hell. Like if I listen to their stuff, I was like, yeah, they fun. I like Cat Williams, but now the other two, yeah, Eddie was funny. He was funny in Undercover Brother with Dave Chappelle and all them, but he has a hell of a stand up. Eddie was funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Eddie is cerebral. It's just he's like Chappelle, but he is radical. He is like Malcolm.
You know what's so funny? He says reading is fundamental. He said that
reading is fun to mental. Like he talked about like
keyword.
Like what he said like later in the night. He said to the brothers in here, I'm going to ask you something. I want to see you just turn on some TV for 1 week and see if you can survive.
Oh, they can't.
Especially if you're a gamer.
See me, I grew up without a TV once. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
We all did.
Yeah.
But video games and shit.
Before those video games, it was like it was one TV a house, my dad said, and then when we grew up, it was a radio. So we all had to share it like when I was younger. And I used to sleep in the dark a lot. I didn't always have a TV in my room. People didn't know that. That was in the 90s. I mean, I missed them days, but I remember them days. Oh yeah. Them days was something else. As soon as you got a TV, you ain't getting out of that room.
Oh, we were still playing outside. I was still playing outside. Even if we had a TV
playing outside too, but I'm just saying in the wintertime, you wasn't getting out of that room at a certain age. I mean, like the mid to late 90s, yeah, that's when it got bad. But early 90s, oh yeah, I was outside. Yeah.
Or my kids, 2000s, for some of us, the 2000s. What was it like? Because I know what it's like. Because I remember what it's like to be a life. If you've been like out of town, like out in the wilderness and shit.
Oh yeah. No TV. Yeah, I know what that's like. This is before.
We had to. I remember when I was in the service, where I'm from. No TV. At certain times, certain places there was no electricity. We had to survive without water and whatnot. The only thing we had, and this is something that was passed on to us by our parents' generation, because this is how they survived. We had these little small battery operated radios. Some of us had Walkmans with cassettes.
I'll see you later, Nicer. All right, appreciate you.
Oh, bye, Nicer. It's good to see you. You know, that's a welcoming voice right there. You know, she's very calm, very straight. She reminds me of a friend of mine.
She's very good. She's been on my panels several times, and she's a good person. I talk to her in the chat a lot, and I've been on a couple of panels with her. She's a good panelist, but she's always supportive of the brothers in these spheres and things like that. Even my channel,
but I
found her over at Mace. Yeah.
You know what? There's one thing I realized, because like if you remember Chris Rock, he had that live at the Apollo.
Yeah.
He talked about talk about racism. How you think everybody thinks their people got it worse. And you know who's got it the worst? Of course, he said American Indians, but you meant to say Native Americans because their populations have been.
Oh yeah, they got it worse. I mean, I had a teacher in 6th grade was one. He did a behavioral class before he made it to a regular class, and he taught me about the Black inventors. And I was like, damn, how you know all this stuff? And I was like that when I was young, and I was curious, and I learned a lot from him. I'm like, man, that's how I got my extra history on outside of the world. You know, before it was my grandfather, but he kind of enhanced it when it came to systems, politics, science. That was it. You know, nature, After that.
Me, when I came to Norway, I mean, one of my partners, he got involved was one lady. She wasn't Scandinavian. She was a Sami.
Mm-hmm.
There's these people from the north. They call them Sami, and linguistically they're related to Finnish, but they're like they live up in the north. And I remember like the Scandinavian Swedes and the Norwegians, they try to assimilate them into their cultures. Similar to what happened to Native Americans, you know, they cut their hair, and every time they cut their hair, they try to teach them, they put them in reform schools, and they wash their mouths with soap every time they spoke their native tongue.
Mm-hmm.
But the Scandinavian countries, they stopped that by like the 70s and realized they have to preserve their languages and cultures as well. Now, in fact, those people, and up in Norway, you know, the Sami people, they have their own parliament. They have a level of autonomy, and even on the state-run TV, they have they have the news in their language. So listening to that was interesting, but fortunately for me, they had also they had Norwegian subtitles, so I could understand what the hell this person was saying. But meeting this one person who's a Sami, and I was like, oh, that's cool, that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Kind-hearted soul, but I remember when I met her, I said, because the reason they live in is called Lapland, and they get called Lap, which is a derogatory term. I asked her about that, and she was like, it is what it is. I said, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
she's a kind-hearted person. Short as fuck, though. But,
yeah.
Short as fuck. I mean, she creeped me out once, you know, but it's like, but I realized don't get on her bad side. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, Gray Skull.
Hell, Gray Skull. I had to switch because it's a little bit dark over here. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
well, in that case, hold on. Since Skeletor's got to come out here. Hang on a second. Now I get to clown around.
Still can't eat to this day. Oh Lord, Commandante Lou. I remember those stories.
What is he talking about?
He said, hold on. I had my mouthwash with soap as a kid. Still can't eat to this day. Wow.
What happened to him? What's his story?
I don't know what happened.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Did you say some foul language with a soap? I remember when parents used to say that, hey, they had to wash my mouth without a soap. They used to say that when we were young. If we said foul language, whatever, it's an old expression.
They would do that to us, but you know what they'd also make us do? If we did, they'd make us eat. Where I'm from, they would force feed us hot chilies or hot sauce. Or we have something. Or what we have is like we have something called better.
Mm-hmm.
What they do is like they take chili. They have chili peppers, red chili peppers, not the green ones, but red ones. They sun dry it, and then they grind into a pepper, into a powder.
He said, "Yeah, foul language." Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Oh, I got slapped in the mouth. I got slapped in the mouth for that. But
yeah, sometimes I got slapped in the mouth. I got hit with a belt with it. Oh yeah, it was bad for me. I was
we all got fucked up. But anyway, Beretta is basically grounded chilies that are ground to, even with the seeds and everything, ground into a powder after they've been sun dried. And sometimes what they do is like sometimes they put water into it, make it into a paste, or they leave it as a powder form. And sometimes and we use that for our cooking, but sometimes if we get out of line, we say something like, say, come here. And they'll put that in our mouths. Or they'll take the green pepper and they put that in our mouth and eat it.
Yeah.
Eat it. No water, nothing. And the kid's crying, his eyes are like, it's burning. It's burning. And he's like, you better eat that. Eat it. Eat it. But then again, I like spicy, so bring it on. I mean, who was it? George Lopez. He said this about like you go to a Mexican restaurant. He said this like at a traditional Mexican restaurant, salsa comes in the form of an old mayonnaise jar, and the label is ripped off, and the label's missing. It's not that the label was ripped off; the label just jumped off the jar because it's hot. That's how hot it was. And it said it said phlegm is a compliment in a Mexican restaurant. Like Because when you eat all that spicy stuff, you go like going, you're all snotty and shit, right? And that's a compliment Mexican restaurant. So the waiter's going like, como todos ese aquí? And they're like, eyes water and shit. I say, también. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like, if you all snotty, so the waiter's like, hey, como todos ese aquí? They say, how's everything in here? How's everything over here? And they notice you all snotty and said because it's spicy and you still eating. It's like, I see you liking it, senor. Enjoy. That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Gotta love those comics. Gotta love those comics when they talk about stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. They tell on themselves a lot. They always tell the stories when they was kids. My favorite one was with Bill Burr when he said they was losing it, like he was losing his hair. He's about to be bald. In Boston, them stories and the pizzas. This dude is hilarious. I be dying, man. I'm subscribed to one of his pages. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Bill Burr. He needs to keep that beard. Otherwise, he looks like a chemo patient.
Yeah.
And the fact.
Oh, okay, Lou. I didn't know that. Very good. Just spicy enough.
Translate very good. Just.
Oh man.
Oh, I'll tell you something. I remember, what was it like? Anytime I eat spicy food, excuse me. I shouldn't say shit. Anyway, anything I eat spicy. After I have my meal and like when I'm washing my hands and I start coughing, like I hit the weed or something like that. That's when I know that shit hit the spot. That shit hit the spot. Cause I'm like, whoa, yeah, that was some good spice. That was real spicy right there. Whoo, it hit the spot right there. That's some good shit. That was some good shit right there. That's some good shit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like my father told me, when you gotta handle your business, skip the toilet paper, just get soap and water.
Yep. Yeah.
I always have to remember to play the Tramps' Disco Inferno in the background as well.
Yeah.
Just to get
burn, baby, burn. Burn
that mother down. Oh man. Yeah. Yo, I just realized, people, you gotta see how people were back then, because I'm surprised John Travolta has never been targeted for cancel culture. Or maybe I'm speaking too soon.
It's just like at the time it was relevant. I don't think they really cared. Like he keeps it under the radar, even though he knows times has changed. Now he played in several movies out, like even the one he did one in France. It was about a terrorist attack. I forget the name of the movie, but it was in France. Yeah, Paris with Love
with John Reese Smith.
I love that shit. Like he couldn't. They wouldn't let him take the American.
He had to be a brash guns. American. Yeah.
And then they wouldn't let him take the food, but it was guns in those. I said, oh wow, he wanted his American guns. I was like, well, God damn, bro, what?
He had that rocket launcher. Remember, shaved head with the shaved head, the goatee, and the earring.
Oh yeah,
he looked badass as hell.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is like
now Pulp Fiction, yeah, he was something else in that too.
But what I'm talking about is like what happened in Saturday Night Fever, the movie itself. Have you ever watched Saturday Night Fever?
I've seen that. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Because they're from Brooklyn. He's from Bayside, Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
And what I say about the cancel culture is like, I forgot how racist they were at that time in the 70s, because like when they were using insults about Latinos, they were using S word and the N word.
Oh yeah,
because they were an Italian neighborhood. This was an Italian American neighborhood he was from.
Yeah.
Bayside was it? Bayside, Brooklyn. I was like, this was the 70s. It was what it was. I'm sure he did, because Travolta himself will tell you. He's half Irish, half Italian, and paternalized is Italian. But
That was common back then. You had your Irish, Italians, even the mob. Like some of them wasn't, mob guys. It was a combination, and you have that in Chicago. Yeah,
And
there's a lot of them.
Jewish neighbors, you had your Jewish
Jewish,
neighbors, you had
yeah,
your
mixing
Eastern
together with
European, her
Italians,
Polish.
Irish, the Jewish. I see that a lot down here when they run business. I can tell, and they tell you they have that background. I say some Jewish people. I say, really interesting. But here's the thing: once upon a time, they wasn't considered white at the time, which is kind of well. I'm not surprised because of ethnic culture and all that. No, it's ethnic culture, and I understand because they wasn't consideredly Anglo white, Western,
especially if you were Irish, because you're Celtic,
Irish, Celtic, and all that.
Even Scots to a lesser extent, but Irish are like really that at worst, especially the potato famine
story. And I think an Irish guy told me that. I said, yeah, years ago. I said, yeah, I remember my teacher told me that those Native American. He knew about all that stuff, and I researched. I said, oh, I see. Oh, see, I learned a lot about those type of cultures, but over time, when I got out of school, it became a regular conversation on YouTube when we had those groups years and years ago. And then until the smartphone came, oh yeah, you can talk to people on Twitter about all this stuff. Oh yeah.
Like take my people, for example. I remember I went to New York, and I went to New York when I was a kid. And yeah, you're right, Kalu. Blazing Saddles, different time. But then again, everybody loved Cleavon. What's his name? Cleavon. What's his name? Candy Graham from Mongo. We still use that with Charles. Anyway, because there were some there were like older Eritreans, right? Where they went to they went into like an Italian restaurant and whatnot. Say, you guys are Italian, say. And once they try to converse with them in Italian, those Italian Americans like, where'd you learn to speak that language? And they said, we're from East Africa. We were an Italian colony. Oh, okay. Because a lot of them don't even know their history like that. Or like even Irish, they don't really. A lot of Irish Americans, they love their Irish pride, but they don't really know their history. The potato famine, why some of the relatives migrated and what. I mean, there's I mentioned this before, but I guess it's worth repeating. Like a lot of the Scandinavian ones, those are Scandinavian descent. Some of them at least make an effort to try to know their roots. Because I remember, there used to be this reality show up here in Norway called Alt for Norway, or Everything for Norway, or Everything About Norway.
Yeah.
It's like a competition, but it's like a bunch of Norwegian Americans who come back to Norway, and they're learning about Norwegian culture. And if you might remember, if you're a WWE fan, you might remember a guy named Eric Rowan.
Yeah, I remember him.
His real name is Joseph Rudd. He's 3/4 Norwegian and then 1/4 German.
Yeah.
And he was on and he came there and this is before he grew out his beard. He had a trim beard and a shaved head. And he took part on that show. This is before he got his break in WWE.
Yeah.
So watching him is like they're just learning a lot about this, that, and third about Norwegian culture. But it was very tamed, really reserved kind of way. But they were like really learning about, like there was this like when they learned like what is a Norwegian matpack, which is really a food pack. And so they're taking these things, this and that, and they're trying to imagine what it is. But when the host showed them what a traditional matpack or what a traditional pack lunch was, it was basically 2 slices of bread, buttered up with a couple slices of cheese, and that was a traditional lunchbox. And they were wrapped in paper, and that's a traditional traditional lunch pack for a Norwegian.
Yeah.
And usually they eat open sandwich. And by the way, they eat an open sandwich. They have they don't use 2 slices of bread. They just have 1 slice, and they put the stuff on it, and they just eat it like that. And so when I had mine in 2 slices, when I had the 2 slices, like how I was, because I grew up American, because I was raised to think like an American and everything. And they saw me do that, like, what are you doing? What? That's a waste of bread. You're using too much bread. I said, I wasn't always Eritrean. I was, it was weird for them to see me do that. It's like, oh, you mean like so you did like the British and shit? Oh, I was raised around Americans mostly. Say, oh. So it was kind of fun. So having those cultural contexts, and shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Every culture is different how they eat and things like that, and it's respectful. And when they come over here, they say that's how Americans eat. Yeah, that's why they overweight is I don't know what, male and female, but that's a whole nother side.
Yeah, they got to be careful with me because they thought because they think black. They always automatically assume I'm Muslim, so they wonder if I can't eat pork. I say I don't eat pork because I'm a different because I don't like pork.
Condiment sandwich. I remember those. He remember those. Lou. Okay.
Condiment sandwiches, mustard sandwiches, ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise. Wish there was some meat in there. Yeah. Or sugar sandwiches.
Yeah.
Because remember, it was like you wish you had a mustard sandwich. You wish there was some meat in there, like Eddie Griffin talked about.
Yeah.
Who was it? Or like, was it like George Lepos? He talked about like how sometimes we had manteca for breakfast. What are you doing, Grandma? I'm making a salad for breakfast.
Yeah.
San Bernardino Valley. Yeah. And he was talking about that stuff. It was rough in the 70s coming up for him, but he understood it. But it's like, you learn about things like that. I remember it was like similar things like that when we were growing up in Eritrea. It was just a different time, but I understand why people were the way they were and why things were the way they were and how people were just trying to survive and just you're surprised how strong you become, but you learn how to survive certain things like
yeah. I'm about to wrap this up, man.
Yeah, we better wrap this up. Yeah, I took too long. I just don't know when to end. I don't know when to end.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody came through, man. I had to wrap up. This has been a good stream. Woo!
Good laugh. Good few laughs.
Yeah.
We just chop it up. And once again, we are multifaceted people, folks.
All right.
Hail Grayskull. My bro just sends his best.
Grayskull. Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Everybody come through, man. Shouts out to Sexy Red to come through, the captain, Oni, the ghost, Nicer, Naima, Wolf, Toya. She, of course, came on the panel. Shouts out to everybody. And Malik X, appreciate you coming through. Thor War, Colombian, Lady Love, appreciate you. Always come back. Always come back. Let's see who came. This dude right here. Appreciate you for coming here, sir. Aja Yauda Uwi, appreciate you for coming through. Always on it. And Bunny, appreciate you, Bunny. Appreciate you, somebody. And Nadia, appreciate y'all coming through. Shantae, all of y'all. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Yeah, hide comment. And man. Yeah. Everybody, Juan G's, everybody, appreciate y'all coming through. So I'm signing off. Like I said, Grayskull. You understand me? Grayskull. Peace.